Richman Shopโน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shopโนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
Assalamualaikum tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Selamat datang ke นี้เราก็ได้ 6 ทีมนะคะที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดนะคะจาก regular season เพื่อเข้ามาซึ่งชิงศึกชิงศึกกันนะคะเพื่อมาดูว่าใครจะเป็นผู้ชนะในซีซั่นแรกนี้นั่นเองค่ะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ แล้ววันนี้นะคะเรามีกันยาวๆถึง 4 แมตช์เลย
ค่ะ
ถ้าใครนะคะรอดูความมันความสนุกในวันนี้นะคะ มีตั้งแต่เช้ายันเย็นเลยค่ะวันนี้
ใช่นะคะเจอกับความมันตลอดวันอย่างแน่นอน แต่ก่อนที่จะดูจากทุกคนเนี่ยคิดว่าน่าจะพร้อมแล้วใช่ไหมคะ
น่าจะ
คือมารอเรา
พร้อมแล้ว
เขาไม่ได้มารอเรา
เขาไม่ได้มารอเรา
เขาอยากมาดูแข่ง
เขามาแข่ง
ใช่นะคะแต่ตอนนี้ก็นักแข่งก็พร้อมแล้ว แต่ก่อนที่เราจะพาทุกท่านนะคะ เข้าไปชมการแข่งขันอยากจะให้ทุกท่านเนี่ยได้รู้จักกับ3 บุคคลสำคัญ
อันนี้สำคัญมากค่ะ
สำคัญมากนะคะขาดไม่ได้เลยนะคะกับ 3 หนุ่มที่จะมามอบความสนุกกับเราในวันนี้พร้อมไหมคะพร้อมจะเจอกับ 3 หนุ่มก่อนไหมคะ
ต้องเจอ3 หนุ่มก่อน
ต้องเจอก่อน
พราะว่าถ้าไม่มีเขาเนี่ยการแข่งขันไม่เริ่ม
ถูกต้องแล้วการแข่งขันก็จะกร่อยไปเลย
ใช่
เพราะพวกเราไม่สามารถพากได้
อาจจะยัง ถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะ ไปพบกับพวกเขาได้เลยค่ะ กับแคสเตอร์คนแรกของเราพี่วาว่านักพากย์มากประสบการณ์นะคะ คนนี้เนี่ยอยู่คู่กับ MLBB มาอย่างยาวนานเลยค่ะสำหรับคนไหนนะคะ ที่เคยเห็นหน้าเห็นตาพี่วาว่าเนี่ยคืออยู่มาเกิน 10 ปีแล้วเนาะพี่ปัง
ใช่ยาวนานมากๆดังนั้นท่านไหนที่มาแล้วนะคะ อย่าลืมนะคะ ดอกไม้ทูบเทียน ไม่ใช่ดอกไม้ทูบเทียน แต่ว่าอย่าลืมฝากรอยยิ้มสนุกนะคะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ แล้วคนต่อไปล่ะคะพี่มะปางเป็นใครเอ่ย
คนต่อไป
กหง
นะคะดรมาร์คค่ะ เป็นนักพากย์หนุ่มอารมณ์ดีนะคะ ที่คอยช่วยนำหมานหาวาร์ปให้กับสาวๆนั่นเองหาวาร์ปสาวๆ
ถามว่า
หาวาร์ปพวกเราด้วยได้ไหม
ฝากพี่มาร์คด้วยนะคะวาร์ป MC ทั้งสองคนนะคะ วันนี้ถ้าน้ำหมานจับภาพไปที่ใคร แล้วอยากได้วาร์ปทักหาได้เลยดรมาร์คคนนี้มีวาร์ปแน่นอน
โอ้
6-7 สักหน่อย
6-7คนต่อไปเลย
และคนสุดท้ายของเราเลยค่ะ มีมาร์คต้องมีเบิร์ดไฟสตาร์หนุ่มแว่นมากความสามารถนะคะ นี่ไหนใครชอบหาหนุ่มแว่นนี่เลยวาร์ป
อันเน่
เบิร์ดไฟสตาร์นะคะ คนนี้เนี่ยขยันทำคอนเทนต์มากเลยนะคะ ใน regular season ของเรา
เดี๋ยวจับทำ6-7ด้วยกันนะคะ และนี่ก็คือเหล่านักพากย์นะคะที่จะอยู่กับเราตลอดการแข่งขันนะคะ ทั้ง 3 วันเลยทักทายคนดูหน่อยค่ะ
พี่
เป็น
บ๊ายบายหน่อยค่ะโหหล่อ
ออกกราบขอบพระคุณ
แคสเตอร์ทุกคนนะคะประจำที่พร้อมแล้ว เราไปรับชมวิดีโอพร้อมๆกันได้เลยค่ะ
จากหลายสัปดาห์แห่งการแข่งขัน สู่ช่วงเวลาที่เดิมพันสูงที่สุดของฤดูกาลทีมไร้พ่ายผู้ครองจุดสูงสุดของเรกูล่าซีซั่นเมื่อพวกเขาบุกไม่มีใครหยุดได้ง่าย
การเป็นศักดิ์ศรีในครั้งที่ของพวกเขาทำได้เอาชนะแพ้ด้วยไปด้วย
ๆทีมที่พิสูจน์ให้ทุกคนเห็นแล้วว่าพวกเขาคู่ควรประสบการณ์ที่จะพาพวกเขาไปให้ถึงแชมป์
จากเอ็นบ้านตรงนี้จากทางด้านชนะเซเด
ทีมที่พร้อมสร้างประวัติศาสตร์อีกครั้ง
ครับโอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับสอง
ทีมที่พร้อมท้าชนทุกเส้นทางสู่การเป็นแชมป์
เพลย์ออฟกำลังจะเริ่มขึ้น
และนี่คือการเจอกันอีกครั้งนะคะของทั้ง 2 ทีมค่ะสำหรับทีมแรก นักรบสายฟ้าบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตกับไอซีในตำแหน่งโกเลส MC ตำแหน่งโรเอจีตำแหน่งมิดเลนลอยในตำแหน่งจังเกิลและนรากรในต เชิญโค้ชของทั้งสองทีมด้วยนะคะ ท่านแรก โค้ชเทรควาติสตาและโค้ชชอโดมาพร้อมกับเฮดมาชาของเรานะคะ คุณกบค่ะเดี๋ยวให้ทั้งสองทีมชนหมัดกันหน่อยนะคะ ดูสายตาของทั้งสองทีมแล้ว เอาจริงแน่นอนน้องเมน
ใช่เพราะว่ารอบที่แล้วเนี่ยเขาเคยเจอกันมาก่อนค่ะ รอบนี้นะคะ ACT งัดมาทุกแผนเพื่อสู้กับบุรีรัมย์แน่นอนทั้งสองทีมชนหมัดกันเรียบร้อยแล้วค่ะ
ถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะ ขอส่งต่อเวทีนี้นะคะ ให้กับพี่ๆแคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนค่ะ
For the amazing opening right there, Mini and iBaby, if I got their names correctly. In the English broadcast, it's me, Arashi, and Midnight leading for MSL Thailand Playoffs day number 1, and we are stoked to be here, man. Midnight, what do you think about that opening?
I mean, it was amazing. Again, seeing the first season, first iteration of MSL Thailand. I'm super excited, super hyped for what's about to come, especially now we are in the playoffs. I mean, I've been gone for 3 weeks now. I haven't, had the chance to go back to cast for MSL Thailand, but I've been getting tabs, and there's been some amazing stories brewing up for MSL. And again, I'm really just excited to see what the playoffs has in store for us, Arashi.
Yes, sir, man. Before that, though, I gotta say, the Thai casters have some swag, bro. Like, going on stage
dude.
with the dances, that was cool. Although, as a meme, with Rock Hard, I was talking about how Bird 5-star. Now, 5 in Thai should be like Ha, so is it Bird Ha-star? Well, we got confirmation it's Bird 5-star, and they are definitely ready for the job as well. First match, though, here, Midnight. Buriram United, they had their own, underdog underdog upset story against Bacon Time just in the last match before the playoffs. So I think they're coming into this match with a bit of momentum.
Yeah. I mean, you're right to say that it was a little bit of an underdog upset style, because even though they were one of the favorites heading towards the very first season of MSL, this roster packs a lot of experience. The thing is, first 2 weeks didn't paint the same story. Like, they were struggling a bit. They even lost against I believe it was Full Sense. They lost an entire series against Full Sense. And, a lot of the expectations went down the drain. So being able to come up with a victory against Bacon Time was a very big momentum shift for Buriram United, even though, again, this franchise is still, very favored heading into the playoffs. I would say they're in sort of a pedestal right now. Like, either they make it or break it. And against ACT Esports, there's a lot of challenge in store for them. Even though the first time they met in the regular season, they were able to take the victory 2-0 against ACT. I think in this playoffs, it might be a different story.
Man, who can tell, man? For ACT themselves, they've been able to play this very aggressive play style, but we haven't seen really a lot of crazy flexibility coming from the team, right?
Yeah.
Some other teams have been able to pivot really massively from playstyle to playstyle, but for ACT, it's pretty straightforward, man. Especially the Harley. I think that is one hero that all teams have their eye on for ACT, because Sarah's on the Harley, man. That is just insane. Like, that guy is an absolute nightmare on that hero.
Yeah, when he gets the momentum, he takes over the map. He likes looking for a pick-off. And I think that's the beauty of ACT Esports Club. They stick to their identity. They know what they want to do in the map, and they just feel comfortable playing these comps. But the problem is, especially with the meta evolving, a lot of the teams from different regions, even MPLID, MPLPH, you see teams try to pick up more stuff. They sort of reinvent how the meta is, and I think that's one of the downfall, I would say, of ACT. Heading into the playoffs, I would say they've been read by a lot of the teams they faced, even though they still play good. But the thing is, in the draft, they sort of find it hard to insert these flexible picks. For one, the only flex that I've seen ACT pulled up is the Valerian mid. That's it. Every comp that they draft, it's all the same thing.
they have a lot of tricks up their sleeve. That's part of why the Harley is such a big problem, right? Because you get to overthink, and Saros is really good at looking for that opportunity. As we just saw the playoffs bracket right there, this is still the current match: Buriram United versus ACT, and whoever proceeds here, I believe, goes up against KOG. So you can look forward to that one.
Yeah, it's definitely a big match. But for ACT and Buriram United, this is a familiar matchup for them. Again, last time they met, it was a 2-0. And I cannot forget, there was a Uranus freaking Rome in that game by Buriram United. I believe it was MZ that played the Uranus Rome. So for ACT, again, it's an uphill battle against, I would say, like flexibility of Buriram United. Like experience aside, ACT has shown themselves to be worthy of being, able to compete at the highest level. But they have to also consider the fact that Buriram could just dance around them when it comes to the drafting.
That's true. Again, we're seeing some flexibility when it comes down to it. ACT though, even when they have a setback, they just double down on the aggression and usually come out on top. Whereas for Buriram, you see a bit of the adjustments right here and how they actually goes for the plays, how they actually go for movements around the map as well, and some surprise picks like the go out of nowhere. Although here against Bacon Time, they're up against a Faramis, all right, a surprise pick of their own. For the most part, though, I think both teams have a great degree of comfort already in the current meta. They know what kind of picks they want. So because of that, I guess Buriram, with the more diverse, the more confusing drafting phase, might have a bit of an edge here, at least initially.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. The reason why we emphasize on this flex and versatility, it's because it's playoffs. You never know what your enemy has been cooking up in scrims, practicing in ranked games. So there might be a lot of like new heroes that Buriram introduces that sort of like fizzles out the system or the overall gameplay idea for ACT. So again, it's just something to look forward to in this playoffs.
บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตการรวมตัวของผู้เล่นมากประสบการณ์ที่เลือกจะกลับมาสู้ไปด้วยกันอีกครั้งนำโดยผู้เล่นมากประสบการณ์ที่อยู่กับ MLBB มายาวนาน
ผมเชื่อว่าอะไรที่มันเป็นครั้งแรกมันน่าจดจำเสมอครับผมเลยจะถึงกลับมาแข่งซีซั่นแรกของ ML
และผู้เล่นที่ผ่านเวทีระดับโลกพวกเขาจบฤดูกาลด้วยชัยชนะเหนือหลายทีมและกลายเป็นอีกหนึ่งทีมที่อันตรายที่สุดในลีกและ ACT Esport คลับทีมไทยล้วนเพียงหนึ่งเดียวที่พร้อมพิสูจน์ตัวเองบนเวทีแห่งนี้ทีมของเหล่าผู้เล่นดาวรุ่งพวกเขาพร้อมชนกับทุกทีม
ตอนนี้ก็ซ้อมแล้วก็พัฒนาตัวเองมากขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆครับแล้วก็วางแผนเกี่ยวกับการเล่นให้ดีขึ้นครับแล้วก็คาดหวังว่าจะได้แชมป์ในอนาคต
และวันนี้พวกเขากลับมาเพื่อชนะบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตประสบการณ์ปะทะพลังของคนรุ่นใหม่มีเพียงทีมเดียวที่จะผ่านเข้าสู่รอบต่อไป
โดยรวมคือเรามั่นใจมากครับว่าจะสามารถทำผลงานได้ดีในซีซั่นนี้ครับ
แต่อีกเดือนข้างหน้าก็100%ครับเจอแน่ครับ
พวกเขาจะต้องเจอกันอีกครั้งศึกแรกของเพลย์ออฟกำลังจะเริ่มต้น
ตอนนี้ก็เข้าสู่ head to head นะ
Buriram and ACT, Narakorn and Cairo here, as well as Lois and Saros. I think the jungle and EXP matchup is going to be very important for this particular match.
Yeah, I agree. It is going to come down to the battle of junglers, I'd say. Like the selection between Leomord, Harleys, Lois, and Seros has to be very, very precise with their choices, as well as the ability to take over the map. Because I honestly think these two teams rely heavily on momentum. Pacing is going to be very important in this head-to-head. And that is supplemented usually by the EXP laners. The first team who takes the first turtle usually gets to take over the map because they have an amazing tempo. But yeah, overall, the junglers, they have a big responsibility, big task in their shoulders to be able to carry their team towards victory.
Oh boy, man. When the jungle has a lot of things, a lot of job descriptions to actually accomplish, that's where the EXP lane, that's where the roamer, the mid lane, they have so much to do right here in like finding space for the jungle to go for invades, to go for ganks. So I think the creativity will definitely be challenged here for both teams, right? Just being aggressive alone is not enough, especially if your opponents have got a read on how you want to play. We've seen so many teams right here in MPL Thailand, in MSL Thailand actually, to be able to actually read the movements and play passive when necessary and just deny some of those easy ganks from their opponents.
Yeah, especially when you get river, right? Like you deny a lot of the movements from your enemy while also being able to create your own tempo. So again, all these things, all the early game factors have to be very precise for these two sides. So jungle XP, those are the things that we're looking forward to, but also the duo mid. You know, very important that we give emphasis as well to the duo mid, the strengths of your duo hero. So ideally, we get to see heroes like Khalid, Zushin. You call it expanding rivers, it's flying clouds, bro. Since the last time we casted together, you're 0-9, brother.
Bro, I got like 3 correct guesses with rock hard. All right, maybe it's you,
Okay.
Midnight. Maybe you're the
Maybe,
problem.
yeah. Maybe I'm the issue, honestly. Maybe it's me. I don't know.
All right.
My
Well,
bad, bro.
playoffs, day 1, drafting phase for game number 1, match number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. As we look at the bans here, I mean, the Guinevere in particular, that immediately stands out. We know that Buriram really likes having that versatile pick on their side.
Yeah. So here that you can flex both on jungle and roam, and Buriram has shown that they're capable of doing so. They've used it both on jungle and roam. But the thing is, Buriram United, we talk about being able to flex drafts, be versatile. I think that the weakness is still showing up even in this playoffs draft. They still remove the Freya. I think this team does not play Freya at all. I don't know if they have played Freya at least once, because they've been consistently banning it out. Maybe they played it once, but it was a game that they lost. It was the game that they lost against Full Sense, brother. So I do think Buriram United is telling ACT, hey, it's playoffs, but we're still not ready to pick up the Freya.
Which is a bit of a concern for sure. But not for ACT though. If you look at their bans, 2 EXP laners, 2 very strong EXP laners, which raises the question, what exactly do they have in mind? Is it the Arlet that usually comes up when the Phoveus gets banned out? Or do they just want to have a composition that wants to dive? Right? They're a very dive-heavy team, and against a Glue and Phoveus, I guess that could be a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, very annoying, honestly. And I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of like first phase heroes here for ACT. You have the Suyo, the Leomord, the Harley, most particularly. Most teams have been very addicted to first pick Harleys. And Buriram United just removes Zushin. They open up the table. They might be able to get their hands on the Harriet, Claude, Marcel, but ACT denies that. They get the Harriet for themselves. And this, again, opens up the Leomord for Buriram United if they want to pick it up alongside the Claude, maybe.
I can go with that Leomord and also the Marcel. Although, again, the Marcel is a bit of a double-edged sword. And sometimes we have seen teams really struggle to make full use of that golden hour passive, right? In MPL at least, you need a full-on proper composition to really get the best out of that kit. So you can't just blind pick it. You almost have to kind of wait till second phase to get maximum value. But Buriram are not phased at all. Marcel, along with the Harley, denying it from ACT at the same time.
Yeah, very interesting choice. I thought they were going to leave the Harley open because you already have 2 magic heroes on the side of ACT. But now, at least they removed the possibility of the Suyo coming up. But there's still the Leomord. Even recently, the Hayabusa has been rising on the ranks just to be able to play against a Harley. And now they pick up the Kalea. Oh, they lead the jungle for second phase. I like this choice from ACT. Maybe they're hiding something. Maybe they want to bring up the Fanny, considering Buriram elected to open it up, but they didn't pick up the Fanny for Lois. So it's definitely something that they could look into the second phase, banning it out maybe for Buriram United. But this red 3 pick, okay, they see Kalea, they see Harry, Claude. It's just an insta pick, honestly, for Buriram. So again, heading into second phase, maybe they want to look into banning that Fanny against ACT.
All right. Well, we'll see though, because again, the Harley is the signature pick that everyone has on their mind when you speak about ACT. I like the fact that they got the Kalea though. You can kind of mix and match it with a lot of things. Generally, that also means that you have to ban out the Gatot Kacha to deny the counter immediately. For Buriram though, banning the Leomord, it's a great course of action. But I guess now their hands are a bit tied because of the Valentina, right? So it picks like the Sora, picks with the big ultimates are definitely something that have to be thought about twice for Buriram.
Yeah, it essentially held down here. Ooh, I like this Valir ban from ACT. Just removing those flex options. This is something that Buriram has already shown in the regular season. So now, again, you look into the jungler. Suyo, Leomord has already been taken out. Suyo Fanny still left open. Maybe even the Hayabusa for ACT. But I just like this first phase from ACT. You mentioned it earlier, the Kalea. Very good at like holding people down. Very natural a natural response against the Marcel too, because you can sort of immune the Platinum Snap, and then just go for the quick Tsunami Slam to be able to look for pickoffs. But they need damage, right? So that's one thing that ACT needs to look for second phase. Damage is very, very important here for their composition. Interesting bando, Fredrin.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a Marcel, but sure, yeah, like it's a it's a stable jungler, so maybe just remove that option. But again, a lot of viable options are still open here for ACT. You have the Hayabusa, the Suyo, the Fanny. God forbid we see a new jungler here. Maybe the likes of like the Hanzo.
Oh, what? Hanzo?
Hey, I've been wishing for a Hanzo for a long time now, man.
Oh, really? Why? Well, I mean, it can be a bit of a nuisance. And the current meta with a lot of steals as well, the Hanzo can definitely have a lot of value. Depends with the Farsa, though. Despite having a Valentina to steal away the Feather Airstrike, jungle options for ACT is definitely on your mind. I don't know why Buriram are so convinced that it's going to be a fighter, right? With all the assassins still open.
Especially with Marcel, right? Like having a Marcel, you'd want to be able to fight against fighters. But I guess Fredin acts like a Hilda on Rome. Sorry, on jungle. So it kind of defeats the purpose of like just staying in front line. So they go Zed, yeah, and they're gonna give Valentina a few of the Phoenix, by the way, but it's fine. Like they have mobile heroes. So now ACT, what do you go? Do you go Hayabusa? Do you go Fanny? Do you put this Harriet on the jungle? Maybe pick up a fighter gold lane?
Yeah, I feel like it has to be something either really mobile or really tanky, right? But no, there's not a lot of tanky options left in the jungle, so I think it has to be something high mobility. Because already to try and get to the city, and the passive is going to be such a big problem to begin with. But the extra value of the Valentina is that if the Harley goes for a solo pick, the Valentina is really good at just juking away from the damage. There's always a hidden benefit of going for this Valentina.
Yeah, Uranus is so good here, by the way, for ACT, if they ever want to pick it up. Oh, they go Sora. Interesting. I thought would have been Uranus, because honestly, Uranus blocks a lot on the side of Buriram United, soaks up a lot of damage, can proc the passive of Marcel, doesn't really mind playing into this comp. But the Sora and the Suyo allows them to have this amazing tempo in the early game, where if they take first turtle, then they just get insane amount of skirmishes with the Sora, Kalea. They have so much jumps. Now Buriram United is still looking for an explainer here. Lapu is kind of okay. Esmeralda is okay too. Uranus even Arlet is okay, honestly. Terizla, yeah, the international placeholder. Yeah, they pick up the Uranus.
All right, Uranus it is. There's a lack of damage from the side of ACT, but there's definitely not a lot of shred, right? With the Harriet pick, with the Suyo as well. So it's quite interesting to see how this is going to play out. In the initial objectives, though, I think this definitely favors ACT, especially with the Suyo, man. Watch out for that, because Cairo on that on the Sora has been an absolute menace.
Yeah. And this is gonna allow the the Suyo for more setups, right? Like for ACT, their game plan is to brute force the early game of Buriram United. Because honestly, even though it looks like the Uranus is gonna be tanky AF, if you eliminate the early game prowess of Buriram United, then suddenly you're looking into Suyo tempo, 5 minutes with the Sky Piercers, just the leading heroes left and right. And you look at the other heroes aside from Uranus, all of them look very burstable for ACT.
That's for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go, man. The first game to kick off the playoffs. First game of the first match. Let's see who sets the tone for this match as we take a look at the first game between Buriram United Esports versus ACT.
Yep. Again, early game tempo is going to be very important for both sides. one thing that ACT has is the ability to just clear mid and then rotate. Suyo, look at Seros! Brother!
What?
He's looking to invade level 1. Oh my lord, he didn't take it.
Wow, that's a huge time investment. And now Sylvie, very, very low. Buriram definitely want to capitalize. Agi trying to get the kill. Can't get it quite yet, though. But Seros is on the run with Cairo.
Oh, it's a disaster, Arashi. Seros goes down level 1 on the Suyo. I don't know what that was. It looked good in the mid, but the problem was they didn't have any farm on the Suyo. Now he's getting invaded. Look at Lois. He's like, oh, you want to invade me? Let me invade you.
Yeah, you take from me, I take from you. Like, no problem. Dude, already on the back foot, but all things considered, he doesn't lose too much. I think he was trying to abuse the Soul Saver and try and get a really cheeky steal. Now with the level advantage, though, Lois doesn't seem to be helping out MZ. He gets pushed back away. So, not the best of starts for ACT. Gold-wise, is that correct? Almost 1K? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's actually a horrible start for ACT, not gonna lie. Now, the Zetian can push mid by herself. This Marcel is gonna be able to roam around, annoy the Kalea and the Suyo. And now ACT, they have to play the farm game. I think first turtle is a sure give from ACT. And the tempo that we were talking about earlier for ACT just got, is now completely dead.
I mean, at least for now, right? Unless Kyra can make something happen. But already he has a level disadvantage on the other side. Narakorn rotates earlier, walks straight into ACT.
Yep, and now the jump. Look at Uranus tanking so much damage. The Phoenix laid out here by Agi. And Cairo, he finds the Marcel on the backside. Not enough damage to take down the Uranus, though. At least they force a trade. They get 1 kill, but the objective still goes on the side of Buriram United. Also worth it for Buriram. ACT, however, at least they find a recovery for the Suyo.
Turtle for the roam. I think I'll be happy to go for trades like that. ACT, again, Cairo was able to get a kill, but it's only onto MZ, so he needs to be a bit careful. Sylvie, 1v3, jumps into the bush. Lois tries to secure the kill. Will get it under turret with a deadly magic.
Yeah, I gotta be careful with checking bush right now because Buriram United, they're not playing around. Again, we said it earlier. When you get tempo, you get to be able to play like this on the map. River control is very important, especially crossing bushes against a Marcel, Harley. If you're ACT, you don't want to be doing that as of the moment. You need to wait for the level 4 of the Kalea before you actually check bushes.
All right. Immediately Buriram tries to push the tempo right here. Deadly magic already used, though. So ACT will be able to go for the purple still. But again, they're on the back foot. They can't really dictate the pace. And you can see that in the mid lane, right? Karn's always late to the party. And now MZ, because of the advantage, because of lack of danger from these lanes, he's just having a field day moving back and forth. Sylvie is not finding ways to really duel him.
Yeah. It's a lot more awkward now for ACT, honestly, because all the bushes, they're going to be checked here from Buriram United, and they're just going to be walking from mid to side lane, pressuring heroes. They don't actually need to force any skirmishes. They can just look for pickoffs with the Harley. If they see the Kalea, they can go and punish Sylvie, and then just get out, let the Claude farm, play the scaling game. And there you go. They just chase Sylvie. They force him outside of the river. Even though it's kind of off timing because Turtle is going to be up, but at least they bring the Claude to this fight.
All right, this time, though, Cairo will be ready to try and find something. Well, look for the Shifting Skies Tsunami Slam combo, as both teams already are going to be dancing around here. If the Sora goes in and he can get Lois, if he can get Agi on the Zetian too, that'll be massive for ACT.
Yeah, it's a big gift, though. Like, catching Harley with a Sora. Like, Lois has to be very, very deep from Buriram United's territory. But now ACT finding it really hard to even find position because of this Uranus.
Whoa. That's already the OTUs. Golden Hour popped with the Fear of Phoenix now. ACT have some momentum. Cairo forced to flicker out as Narakorn chases him down. Will secure the kill almost under the turret. And now Buriram jump on the opportunity. They will lose their Uranus. And now it's still anyone's turtle as Tokyo goes in. The Monforce deletes Lois, forces away the whole team of Buriram United, and gets the turtle. A turnaround here for ACT.
That team fight is as awkward as it can get. A little bit overzealous from Buriram United to go and look for the kill on Cairo, even committing the golden hour. That gave enough space for ACT to be able to work with on the team fight. They didn't have all the big guns from Buriram United. No Fury of the Phoenix, no golden hour, and the turtle was reset. And after the Harith game, it didn't even matter who was hitting turtle or not, because the Harith was just hitting heroes, and Lois still tried to do turtle, and he was caught under the Zaman force. And this is big. Honestly, this is very huge for ACT, because the disastrous early game start that they had is now down the drain. You can forget that memory. As now record is getting pressured on the top lane with the Zaman force again from Flukio, and ACT putting the first advantage on the board for their side.
For Keo on the Harith, you're seeing why this pick was first picked by ACT. The timing to go with the Zaman Force early in the turtle fight was great, but now that he has a real advantage, he has a gold lead over Izzy, man, ACT are definitely playing around him a lot more. And Buriram can't really get any trades, because again, on the other side, it's hard to dive a Sora with a shifting skies, right? He can trade and make it a 1-for-1. So even with 3 members here, Cairo isn't too threatened.
Yeah, can definitely turn it around. Now ACT, they have full control of the river. Oh, whoa. That's too much, MZ. Again, trying to go into a bush against a Kalea. He did use the Purify, however. So at least he's going to be able to walk out. But the thing is, Sylvie didn't even commit the Tsunami Slam. That was just a title strike, by the way.
Right. So no Purify is going to be a huge information call out. It's going to be the secure for Flukeo's Harith still. He is kind of overextending, though, as the turtle is up. He doesn't seem to be planning to rotate. ACT, with the Fury of the Phoenix stolen in the hands of Karns, they can go for yet another team fight. And you're seeing the weakness for Buriram's composition here. They're really momentum-based, as in they have 2 big ultimates, and then they can't follow up afterwards. But MZ getting caught here, golden hour pop to get him away, but it won't be available for the next turtle fight.
Yeah, no Fury of the Phoenix too. So Buriram United, honestly, they should just give this to ACT, as the Valentina is still holding the Zetian ulti. There's still the Zaman force from the Harith. They're looking to fight here. ACT even controlling the mid lane. So Seros is gonna be able to take this turtle for free without any contention. The Harith goes bot, and they take over the map. Just complete overall good rotations from ACT. Buriram United, they have to find something. Problem is, their combos are kind of weird right now. It's hard to catch a Harith with a Flicker with just only a Marcel and a Harley.
Which is why I always mention on the broadcast team, I mean, the Marcel is very, very good, but you can't really initiate. You can't really set up properly. You can follow up and deny, but for the most part, it's hard to be the only playmaker. And the fact that Buriram United has the Uranus, right, as the EXP lane, they don't really have a lot of tools to go for big moments. As Seros cuts off Izzy.
Oh, Sylvie! Forced to Purify out, use the Tsunami Slam, but the Fury of the Phoenix has been used by Agi. Blazing Duet, Golden Hour, actually saving the enemy, and Easy goes down to the damage of the Chrono Dash as Kaido is able to flicker out on the Sora. And man, what an aggressive play from ACT, forcing out the bottom lane tower, too many battle spells, and they even come back to mid to defend.
Dude, it's just so clean from ACT, man. They want to play this aggressive style, and they know how to go back and forth while burning some of the battle spells from Buriram. And again, they can't really dictate anything, which is why they have a lack of crowd control, which is why they've been expending the Fury of the Phoenix so early on. As MZ walks into the whole team, gets terrified, not taken out just yet, but Agi pays the price, gets to the sliver HP as Seros tries to get him with the Queller. Can't get it fast enough though, but Cairo goes for Lois. Goes back to the top hat, but he gets taken out as a result. And once again, ACT, they get all the value for nothing.
This Harith is massive now. ACT, they're feeling the momentum. They're feeling their timing. This is the strength of the Suyo Harith. Once you're able to establish a good enough momentum in the mid game and you're able to time it with your power spike, they become insane. These are just huge monsters in team fights. Look at the amount of damage that Flukio outputs in a team fight. Buriram United, they have no way of controlling and holding this Harith down in a team fight. And this is why Buriram United cannot stand toe-to-toe against the heroes of ACT right now. They need to look for a good combo. Sylvie ready with the Tsunami Slam, however. Lois is able to get out, with the space escape, but that was a huge damage to his HP. Now they're going to be able to walk up to the Lord. They don't have the Kalea ulti, however, but they don't seem to need it.
Definitely don't need it at all. It's not a corn. Tries to get some vision, but the Fury of the Phoenix zones them all away. MZ falls, and there's nothing that Buriram can do with that information. Free lore for ACT, and Buriram don't even want the smoke.
Yep. And all they can do is stare at the waves as they push in to their base. Mid lane is going to be up next for ACT. 4,000 gold lead after a disastrous start, by the way, from the Suyo. Zeros is fully back in this game, has caught up in terms of gold against Lois. But the bigger problem for Buriram United is this freaking Harith that deals so much damage, has completed the Stadium side with a Feather of Heaven, so much magic damage in a team fight. Silly finds a Tsunami Slam in the mid lane, looks for Agi, and the amount of damage from Flukio with a Chrono Dash Synchrovision combo deletes the Zedya, and even almost taking down the Harley on the backside. Buriram United, how can they defend this? The shields are going to be down here for top lane. Lord is going to push in to the tower. Zama Force from Flukio, able to find the targets on the backside. And the amount of damage they cannot withstand here for Buriram United. The Lord is inside the base. The amount of pokes from ACT, the Queller, the Chrono Dash, Kaido with the Shifting Skies. Not able to find anything, however. And Buriram tries to push back with the Fury of the Phoenix. Flukio once again, round 2 on the Dominant Force. Taking down Agi, easy on the backside, gets taken down by Zeros. And the Claude is down for Buriram United. They still have enough minion waves on bot side here for ACD. They can go for round 3, but they don't want to go for round 3. They want to go for the end, but Buriram United, they defend. Flukio out-sustaining, out-damaging the heroes of Buriram United as they take game number 1 of this best of 3 in our first match in playoffs.
Dude, the amount of mobility, the amount of setup and damage they have. 2 members at the same time, and afterwards, with how ahead they were just bursting down the members of Buriram as they come in. They were funneling one by one, and as Buriram stacks them up, ACT just keeps knocking them down. It was a disastrous start with that invade for Buriram, but for ACT, but they came back from it, right? The aggressive playstyle that they have right here, and the draft. You know, we were talking about how Buriram have the more flexible drafts, and they certainly are looking more creative. But sometimes simple just works, man. ACT, they get some stuns, they get some crowd control, they get burst damage, and it's GG.
Yep. As they say, you know, the beauty in simplicity, it's very much exemplified in this lineup here from ACT. It's all about the aggression. It's all about the timings. Even though they screwed up the early invade, I mean, this game could have gone a lot worse for Buriram United, but they were able to stop the invade, get some tempo in the early game. But once Flukeo was able to get his items, join up in the fights, everything just came crashing down. And it was just that one turtle take that Buriram tried to be over aggressive against against the Sora. They used everything. They used the Fury of the Phoenix. No golden hour. After that, Flukeo was like, okay, guys, free turtle. Harley is doing turtle. Let me just use Zaman Force, take down Lois. And then after that, it was just GG. It was just ACT all over the map.
Again, they want to secure the kill. They need an extra stun. They only have one from the Zetian, so they don't have it for the actual Red Tree battle. And I guess they were focused so much on the Sora, they forgot about the Harith, right? 2 of these heroes are just so good in the turtle fight situation because you're kind of forced to stay in position, right? So you're forced to take the full damage of the Shifting Skies. If you don't focus on the Sora, right? It's the Shifting Skies that can kind of one-shot your whole team if you're not careful. And on the other hand, there's a man force for Flukeo, right? He just pops it, and there's nothing, like literally nothing that Buriram United can do to stop it. Dude.
Yeah, again, they had no lockdown, they had no hold against this Harriet. That's why our MVP was just able to go wild in this game. Like, what is Buriram gonna do? Walk in with a Marcel, stun him for like 0.4 seconds, and then dance around again for round 2? He dies with one combo with a Chrono Dash and Synchrovision. And again, because of this, Stolium Sight, Feather of Heaven, Holy Crystal, and Divine Glaive, nobody is able to survive a full combo from the Harris, let alone under the Zaman Force, which, by the way, in the late game is just, available every like 10 seconds. So it was just overall a crazy good demonstration of what timing is for ACT. Once they got their items, once they are able to play the team fights, they don't stop. They don't let go. Even if that means like letting the Claude go on the side lanes, we pick our targets, we go to mid lane, choose the tower to push, and then we just go. We don't really stop to defend towers against this lineup, because there's a version of this game where the Claude is able to scale up, right? But because ACT knew, okay, they're unstoppable in fights, just look for a target, pick a lane, brute force that lane, and then we just go push.
A huge attempt coming in from the side of Buriram United to really try and get something. But overall, right, the moment their skills are down, ACT are the ones happy with the trade. Even the Blazing Duet was expended by Izzy there to go for the clear instead, because they have no way of guaranteeing that the members of ACT are going to stick around for all the AoE from the Zetian, from the Claude as well, right? Whereas on the other hand, aside from the stolen Fury of the Phoenix, the Terrify from Karns, the Tsunami Slam, the Shifting Skies, look at how much more tools are available to ACT to really overwhelm the players of the side of Buriram United. And we already talked about how oh man, look at that burst damage, dude.
Yeah.
We already talked about how there's no real like setup or frontline coming in from the side of Buriram. So Narakorn can maybe survive just a little bit, but especially once the snowball starts, man, he just looks so mortal against Flukeo.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, you can also find the key to ACT's playstyle. Again, they're so aggressive. They just punish these mobile heroes so heavily. When they force one dash, that's about it. The Harley cannot really escape with a big movement speed. All he can do after the people have caught up to the space escape is go back to the original hat. And then some members from ACT will welcome him with open arms. Okay, you're back. You're gonna be meeting the Harriet with a Chrono Dash, Synchro You're gonna die with one shot. Same thing goes for Claude and the other members here inside of Buriram United. Again, the Uranus, the Marcel, the Zetyan. They don't have the best of kits to be able to get away from like the Harith, the Suyo, even the Kalea. Yes, you do have the Purify, but the thing is, even if you purify it, so what? Like the Harith can just chase you with unlimited dashes. So long as you're within the reach of the Zaman Force, no one is safe from the side of Buriram United. I don't know if that's true, by the way. The Harley was rocking a Marksman emblem, so more penetration, I guess. But I do feel like it did hurt him in terms of damage and also like just overall aspect of what mages need, especially cooldowns in the early game. But yeah, ACT, they just had a perfect idea, a perfect vision of how to play mid game. 5 minutes in, 5:10 was the game timer mark. We saw them shift focus to the Harriet because they know, okay, we make this Harriet as big as we can, and then we push down towers with him. Suyo Harriet is very incredible in mid stages of the game, and that's where the downside of Buriram's lineup is. If you don't establish a good enough lead, you don't really have the best of mid game. So ACT just pulled ahead with so much in that crazy timing.
And I like how, despite them like really doing so well, like especially the Suyo there, Sewas didn't really go for the Sky Piercer too early. He wasn't greeding for it, right? He knows that for the most part, there will be extra sources of damage, and he was focusing more on pressuring actually, with a bit more execute potential, with some more extra crowd control still. So, like you said, man, they doubled down on the Harith carry potential, and the whole team recognized it, right? And then the Suyo focuses more on having a bit more penetration, having more poke damage almost for a lot of these big fighters, like the Uranus, like the Marcel as well. So overall, man, the vision on how they want to actually win the game is very clear for them, but it's also very adaptive right? They're entitled on the fact that the Suyo should have stolen that buff, should have snowballed out of control.
Yep.
They're not tunneling on the fact that that Cairo on the Sora should be carrying a lot of these early game team fights. They saw that, hey, the hero that they're struggling to deal with here is the Harith, and to be fair, even Fukio on the Harith, man, he did not go to Purify because he understands that there's no way for Buriram United to kind of stop him from going all in.
Yeah.
So they recognize that aspect in the mid game and really adjusted immediately.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned, the Sora trying to or no, the false sense of like I must carry early game. He didn't fall to that trap, like he knows, okay, let me just control heroes, let me just force dashes. Most of the time he was just dealing with the Uranus. After the second turtle fight broke out, when they were able to shut down Nanacorn on this Uranus, he was just focusing on forcing the Harley dashes, because he knows once they force out the Harley space escape, the Harith threat is tripled at least, because he cannot go back to the team fight, because he's gonna be faced with a Zaman Force, a Suyo with a Blade Surge. So he was just forcing a lot of dashes. He was playing sort of the same way as the Suyo does when they're down and about. They play utility. You don't go full assassin. You play the utility mode because there is a carry in this team. There is a Harith who can just go crazy in a team fight. So I'm not gonna overdo myself. Let me just play utility. Let me just force dashes. Let me force people out of the team fight. If they try and force the fight, then the Harith becomes too big of a threat for Buriram United.
That's true, man. I don't know. It feels like right now, the composition that Buriram United brought for us there, I think it has some winning potential by all means, right? It's a proper front to back. They have some utility. They have good tankiness and damage output. So if they were doing better, right, if they were able to snowball a bit harder, then maybe the Uranus and Marshall combo will be too tanky to take down, right? The regen and the shielding together.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the current meta, dude, when you have that kind of composition, you can't really have a say in how the fight plays out, So teams with the mobility and the stuns, which is why I'm really biased towards crowd control. I always have been. But when you have crowd control, you can, even if you're behind, you have a say in when you go for a pickup attempt, when you want to try and move the fight forwards or backwards. So that in combination with the mobility for the side of ACT, there seems to be the pattern that they really abuse, right? The burst damage is great. It's a huge plus. They're able to assassinate players from Buriram. But for the most part, the movement and crowd control alone just gives them so much of a say in how they want to rotate, which is why you see them rotate faster, rotate through more dangerous areas without being punished. Broken walls.
Okay, you call it broken walls. Let's see.
Bang, dude.
Finally.
Woo!
Okay, 1 in 10% prediction
It's
rate
just that
with
simple.
me. Yeah, it's a simple broken walls. It's a neutral map, so hey, maybe we get to see a normal game here on this game number 2. But ACT is definitely on their way to exacting that revenge from their 2-0 loss against Buriram United in the regular season. But I mean, playoffs victory is so much sweeter, right? Like if they go 2-0 here, then they can completely forget what happened in the past.
For sure, man. They want to try and, I don't know, correct that result almost. Looking at the bans, though, it's the same so far. The Sushin and the Freya, again, super prio. And I guess Buriram, you can understand why they don't want to let that go. Along with that, though, they usually ban away the Baksha. That's the other jungler that ACT likes to play around with. Maybe due to the fast rotates, the fast clears as well. But the Valir got moved up right there. Hang on a second. ACT, they have a chance to go for the Phobias now.
Yeah, I like the switch up from ACT because they know, okay, I think the concept is, guys, if we go utility first pick, they know we banned Valir game number 1, so they might just rush it. So it leaves the option open for ACT to be able to pick up the utility, which pressures Buriram United on this last ban. Do you go normal Harley ban or do you go the Baxia ban? But even then, if you remove the Baxia, the threat of the Phobius is just so much bigger. So they do go for the Baxia ban. ACT, they can just get away with the Phobius. No, they still get the Harith. And they leave the Phobius open, which I think should be an easy pickup here for Buriram United. Maybe like a Leomord Phobius or a Claude Phobius even.
Right, or Kalia Phobius that can also sort of work.
Yeah.
The fact that they banned away the Valier earlier than the Phobius, interesting. You know, I'm wondering what they want to play so badly that they don't want to let go of the Valier. But
Ooh.
I don't know, man. Not for Buriram. Do they want to try and match ACT in their own game? Either way, even if they want to play more defensive, they need the crowd control. But that Phobius pick kind of seals it. Like they have to play a bit more aggressive using the Phobius because this hero cannot move backwards, man.
Yeah, I think the idea here for Buriram United is they force the Phobius, get a better matchup. Ooh, they pick up the Khalid.
Ooh.
I don't know about that. I don't know about this. You know, the Kalea game was already awkward when they saw the Phobius, but now you just gave one more reason why Kalea is actually good in this game. I like Kalea here, honestly. Either Kalea, Hilda. Actually, matter of fact, you can flex the Hilda both on XP and Rome. So that would be a good pickup here for ACT. And now it left the options open in the jungle. You can go full utility with the Fredrin, or Leo's still fine, but still they go back to the same first 3 picks that they did game number 1. The only difference is the Phobius is open here for Buriram United. Okay, do you go Leo mode here for Buriram? That's the question.
I think it makes sense. Buriram has a very like forward-moving composition this time. But dude, ACT, you want to talk about straightforward? You want to talk about keeping it simple? Like going with the same picks right here. It's kind of insane, man. They go for the Claude pick again. The Harley completely ignored the Harley and the Marcel. Now remember, we talked about how the Marcel can have a lot more value in the second phase. Now Buriram, without picking it, are they going to consider it for a ban? Because against the Khalid, the Marcel does get bullied just a little bit, I think. He doesn't really trade well when he's looking for information. But considering that they're up against a Phobius Khalid, right, just having it available for the team fight could be interesting. Although, again, with the Kalia already picked up, like, they got to be really creative if they want to go for that option.
Yeah, maybe Marcel XP, I don't know, but Buriram United, they're starting to remove XP heroes. Sora's out of the option here for ACT. They remove the Farsa against Buriram. I think it comes down to who gets their rush on the jungle. Buriram United, they do have prio on red 4. They can still snatch away the Leomord for their side, but I think ACT, they might not care at all, because they could just go Fredrin against this Phobius Khalid combo. They don't really have enough damage early game yet, because we don't see. I mean, I personally don't see any more threats against the Fredrin unless they pick up something like a Kadita. But even then, it's not enough of a burst, especially early game with the with the Kalea giving Fredrin so much HP with the Surge of Life.
Oh, I was thinking about the Lapu, but I didn't think it was gonna be all that fearsome for Buriram to ban it away, because they don't really have a vulnerable backline just about yet that usually suffers against the bravest fighter. But maybe they're looking for exactly that, Midnight, like a huge damage component that's immobile in the mid lane. I think the Yeve comes to mind. The Farsa already banned out. Aside from that, I don't know, man. There's not a lot of other big mid laners. We've theorized that the Vexana might make a comeback, but as of right now, there isn't really any sign of that.
Ooh. Okay, they removed the Leomord. When it comes to mid, I think you go back to Zetyan still. Like, they need this disengage with the Fury to Phoenix against the against the Tsunami Slam. But ACT, they have a lot of options here for XP. There's still the Yuzong. There's still the Terizla, the Alice. Even the Uranus is actually okay. Now, I like Uranus here on ACT, even though they have so much magic. You don't really care because there's only 2 people that build radiant armor on their side, and you don't really care about them. It's a Phobius and Khalid. But if they go on a safe, it is just a much better option overall. They have a lot of physical damage with the Trizla Unknown, and then they can go Fredrin as a utility.
How about Badang, bro?
Oh, Badang's XP is okay. I would prefer Hilda if you're going for that route, because at least you get to have this massive front line against the Harley. Like, you can just walk up to the Harley, spam second skill and then ult maybe potentially kill the Harley. It's also good against Khalid. My question is the jungle actually. They still go Suyo and they pick up the Yuzong. This is an aggressive lineup from ACT.
Again, very aggressive, as expected though from ACT. Now for Buriram, seeing that, like, what mid lane comes to mind here? Because any kind of like long range mage is definitely gonna fall victim. And once again, the amount of threats thrown by ACT, they can dive with a Yuzong, they can dive with a Suyo, with a Valentina, with a Kalia, with a Harith.
Yeah, dude.
Everyone can move in and out, and that's the big problem here. And they still go for a Gord despite all that. I don't know about that, dude. Like, I don't think the Gord's gonna have a good time.
Yeah, in team fights, he's not, but you also have to consider ACT's targeting, right? So ideally, ACT, whenever they're forcing a team fight, all they're looking for is 3 heroes: Khalid, Gord, and Phoebus. That's it. Those 3 are the primary options. We don't care about Claude, we don't care about Harley. We don't really give much care about neutral objectives, honestly, as long as we shut these heroes down. But if they fall short on targeting on the side of ACT, I think this Gord makes perfect sense. Imagine if they, if they go full commit on Khalid, on the Phoebus, and Gord's open on the backside with the amount of damage that he can output, he can shred through the HPs of the Kalea, the Suyo, even the Yuzong, if left unchecked. So I think Buriram United, even though the checklist seems gloomy, it is something that they can definitely work with, because there was no other options left. Even Zetian looked horrible in this game.
All right, well, let's see how this plays out, man. Potentially the last game here, if ACT can get, again, a dominant performance, or it's going to be a full-on series if Buriram can go for a comeback sweep story. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. As we take a look at the early game right here, the Khalid Gord will be able to clear very, very fast. I think that Zetian provides a margin of safety, but the Gord provides burst damage, but also scouting, man. Mystic projectiles into the bush is going to allow them to play a lot safer, by all means. But again, it forces them to be a bit more proactive. And if the Mystic projectile is down for a bit too long, it can get punished. So Buriram better be careful about that.
Yeah, you're right. Gord's very annoying in mid. But one good thing that is going for ACT right now is at least Seros had a better start compared to game number 1. I mean, to be honest, any game will look better compared to game number 1, because dying level 1 on purple buff is just a big no-no. Now they're even leashing Seros on this Suyo. So, not just a better, this is the best outcome for ACT as of the moment. Compared to game number 1, now they actually have a jungler for first turtle.
Well, I mean, best outcome would be stealing a buff, bro. I think that would be more preferable.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Look at the attention to the ASP lane, though. They're trying to put Cairo behind, because the Yuzong level 4, for the first neutral objective, is going to be too difficult to deal with. They won't be able to get it, though. But both EXP laners are not level 4. So it's going to be a bit more time here.
He stole the XP card from the Phoebus. Phoebus would have been level 4 right now. If Narakorn was here to disrupt the Kalea, this would have been much better. Now they get level 4 at the same time, both Yuzong and Phoebus. So it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate here for both sides. Seros is going to be able to farm at the purple buff, however, so that's a small win for ACT. They can just delay this turtle take. And Buriram United, they're going to have to wait it out. They poke the Kalea, but now the Suyu is finished taking the purple buff. 1 level advantage for Seros, and they still have the Black Dragon. So I don't know about this for Buriram. This turtle take just became a lot awkward, just off because of 1 XP crab.
Oh! Wait, Mystic Gush already expanded by Agi. That's a huge resource. Black Dragon form immediately as they saw that. Straight for the turtle. Man, the decisiveness of ACT is definitely a huge issue right now. Both teams, they can play discipline, but ACT, when they see the right attributes, they go for the trigger play.
Oh, they get the Gord in the mid lane, even forcing the ultimate from the Khalid. Oh, he wants to go for more! Zeros finds another one! But MZ is able to outplay the Kalea. The Surge of Life didn't really land in time to save himself. The good thing, though, he saved the flick, as he know he jumped just for the sake of like taking down the Khalid, not worth it to flicker out. But ACT finding once again another good tempo in this game.
On cue, man, as I was mentioning, how they notice what attributes, what factors need to be there to go for a play, and they just go for it, right? They know that Agi has no purify, has used the mystic projectile, and is overextended. Go for the dive straight up, and they are forcing Buriram United to play defensively, like reactively instead of proactively. And just like that, this Gord pick immediately becomes just that much less threatening because now the Gord can't move around, right? He's forced to play it very safe even in the lane here, unless MZ is in the picture. So just like that, they also predict and control where the Khalid is going to go.
So funny is like Buriram, they're doing it right now. They're playing a minigame. Look for Sylvie. The Gordon Khalid cannot do anything unless they see Sylvie on the map. So they see the Kalea in mid, so they make rotations towards top lane. But Cairo already in the know, dodging that gank from Lois and Agi. Now they block the mid lane, and they see Seros already setting up on Agi. No flicker on the Gord, even committing the Tsunami Time. Raging Sandstorm used by MZ. Doesn't land on anybody. The Khalid is now taken down by the Suyo. This jungler from ACT is massive. 2-0-2 on this Suyo. 5 minutes in. And look at Flukio once again hunting for the Harley. I'm a much bigger threat than you, bro. And ACT finds everything. My boy, Flukio. Oh my god, the amount of pressure from ACT is crazy.
It's insane, dude. It's a replay right here by the official gaming phone Infinix. He stays in the bush, goes for the jump, and again, a lack of instant crowd control, spammable crowd control, makes sure that they can't really punish. Oh, right now, in real time though, Phobius going for a play, but gets traded 1-for-1. Seros will be losing some stacks on the Sky Piercer, and that's also Flukio taken out. Wait a minute, Buriram United swinging back.
Okay, they're cooking. They're definitely cooking here. Claude equalizing the goal against the Harith, but again, the Suyo. So much bigger problem. At least they've dealt with him for now, and they've gotten themselves a tower on the bottom lane. Now, ACT need to be very careful about these skirmishes because, again, it can be a little awkward to just play a scaling game against Buriram United. They have a Claude. They can definitely repel a lot of the fights with the Phobius, so they shouldn't get overzealous in this window that they have. For Buriram United, they still need to do more. This Kalea is still a big problem for their side. Again, as I said earlier, the Khalid and the Gord cannot do anything on the map if they don't see the Kalea. Now, Sylvie, they pressure actually the Kalea, but their re-engage is there from ACT. Claude is able to take out the Kalea at least. Now, ACT just finds 2 more important kills, including the Claude. And look at Zeros already invading the purple buff.
Even the early retro expanded right there. And Karn's fearless in the front, knowing that he has the tools. Flickers out though, respecting it. Zeros going for an assassination. Agi has no idea. Blade Surge, not a kill. Very, very close though. Lack of stacks on the Sky Piercer saved Agi's life. But he cannot keep walking around like this. The checking of the bushes needs to be done by Buriram because ACT are looking for plays like that all the time, dude.
Yeah, they need to be holding hands with the Khalid. Oh, Sylvie gets jumped on. Again, the pressure is on the Kalea. They need to solve this Kalea problem. Arns overextends, gets taken down by the Guard. The amount of damage from the ultimate is so much. Now Cairo has to solve this for ACT. They need to find a re-engage. Where is the Black Dragon form? There is the Dragon. Buriram United just push ACT out away from this little pit.
ACT are getting overconfident right here. Losing the mid lane that's been doing so well. A huge amount of their gold difference is in that mid lane. I think Karns was ahead by 1,000-something gold difference. So losing that was a huge blow to their fighting potential. And now, by all means, ACT isn't like out of the advantage just yet. But it's definitely a great sign for Buriram to be a bit more confident, to move, knowing that their composition can pose a problem for ACT.
Yeah, this is really, really good for Buriram. Knowing that ACT, their window is right now, like this composition thrives around these times. But Buriram is able to equalize their footing on the map. The Claude's getting a lot of free farm, and the Suyo's not getting a lot of Sky Piercer stacks. So Buriram United is smiling at the moment. But again, job's not done. ACT could just regroup, look for the next big objective, wait for timings on each other's ultimates, Black Dragon form, Zaman Force. They can still look to find more aggressive plays on the map. But again, Buriram United, they're playing it carefully. Look at MZ. He's just playing cat and mouse against the Kalea. They just need vision on Sylvie. And because of this, the Claude is able to freely farm on the map. No pressure whatsoever. So at this point, ACT is the one who needs to make a move on the map. They're the ones getting pressured as of the moment because of these blocks from MZ.
Right, they're happy to scale up with the Gore Claude, right? So now ACT are going to be forced to try and force some more plays there. So Karns immediately forced to flicker out there. Nanakorn is doing a great job on this Fulvius, man. Letting it go might have been a huge mistake, as now he goes for Sylvie. He'll jump out of the area. But look at this, man. Buriram now have control on where and how they want the fights to begin.
Oh! Raging Sandstorm from the Khalid. Sylvie might go down. He does. He did force out the Purify from the Khalid, but I don't think if that's worth it because he used the Flicker as well. And now Buriram United can just pressure top lane. They know they have no protection here for ACT. And it might be a free lord for Buriram United. Although the Yuzong is here on the bot side. They can look to punish Cairo right now, but he moves back. He knows that Buriram is coming to the side of the map. Zeros is pressured by the Khalid. Oh, maybe overextension from the Khalid, but the deadly magic from Lois. Is the damage enough? The dodge with the blade surge. Perfect timing from Zeros. Lois doesn't find the kill.
Not even close, man. Oh, MZ, Raging Sandstorms backwards. A lot of resources already down for Buriram. Now they gotta respect it. They gotta back away. ACT don't have the burst damage to really go and one-shot the Tsunami Slam target. But still, he's taking a ton of damage here from Izzy.
Yeah, Buriram gets mid-bush play again, but Cairo taking down the Harley with a Petrify combo. Here comes the Black Dragon form. No jungler for Buriram United. There's a golden opportunity here for ACT to actually take this Lord, but Easy and Nanakorn doesn't want to let go of this neutral objective as they want to fight for more. Sylvie finds the Tsunami Slam on MZ. No follow-up, however, but Karns with a Raging Sandstorm of his own sets up on the mid-bush, takes down the forwards, and MZ gets zoned out by Zeros, and he gets added to the Sky Piercer stack of the Suyo. Easy with the Blazing Duet. Oh, look at the damage from the Harith. As Flukia was ready for the re-engage, and now they are able to freely take the Lord. Lois is nowhere to be found. They don't want to look to engage. Buriram United loses the Lord.
Well, first of all, what the heck was that Lord take, dude? It got bursted down so fast by ACT. But even before that, the Black Dragon out of nowhere finally gets huge value. This is a tank build Yuzong, by the way, that went for the Radiant Armor Rush, knowing that he's up against the Harley and the Gord. And he was still able to go for a solo play there. And afterwards, ACT, great move to really force some more kills. And now MZ forced to use all the tools backwards here before a decisive fight. ACT, this is the kind of pressure that they want to exert over onto Buriram.
Yeah, and suddenly we're back to game number 1. Look at Flakeo. He's going to be able to delete these towers in just a second. But the beauty is, at least for Buriram, now they have farm. They can fight back against ACT. But this Lord defense is going to be very hard, especially if ACT times it right. They take 2 towers top side, may be able to take more bot side, and as well as on mid. And they still have the Black Dragon form at their hands. Cairo can just use that, wait for the towers to go down bit by bit. And ACT, they can look to set up one more big team fight before this Lord dies. But Buriram United actually is able to defend bot side. They let go of mid just to be able to deal with the Lord. And because of that, they still have base towers as of the moment. But ACT, they can just start freezing the map.
Calm, cool, collected, man. There's no need to force anything, right? By all means, the late game is kind of terrifying from Buriram, but it's not like ACT doesn't scale either. Look at this fight in the jungle, though. Whoa, MZ getting jumped on with Tsunami Slam. Mythic Gush already used up. And Sylvie jumps onto Lois, zones him out of the fight. Seros trying to get an assassination, but Izzy will finally get taken out by Cairo. And Nanakorn falls soon after. ACT again turns it around, dude.
This is what I'm saying. Like in game number 1, just the overall aggression is paying off for ACT because he forced out a lot of mobility skills from Buriram United, and suddenly you find Cairo looking to engage on the Claude, forced to use the Blazing Duet without Purify. Cards with a flicker, doesn't land it on Lois. It's a good set, however, because it allows ACT to break open the base of Buriram United. There's a Sandguard, however, for MZ, so he gets to stay alive, but the towers are now going down for Buriram United. It is looking like the same picture from game number 1, ACT inside the base of Buriram United. 20 seconds before the Lord spawn. Sylvie finds the Tsunami Slam onto MZ, use the Purify, and now ACT, they can just play it slow. Wait for the Tsunami Slam round 2 for Sylvie, and then just go for Lord.
I mean, ACT, they got the far side base turret as well, so everything, it looks chaotic, but everything is calm, cool, collected here for ACT. 6k gold lead, macro advantage, burst damage advantage as well to a degree. Buriram, they have to get some big AoE combo if they want to go for something. Cairo gets out of that Mystic Gush, and just like that, Buriram, they have to back away, man. This is too dangerous.
Yeah. Lord's half HP. They still have a Black Dragon form with the Petrify. If they ever want to fight for Buriram United, Black Dragon form has been used. Oh, Fierce Dive already onto Notacorn. Just forced out the disengage from Buriram United. Very calculated. A disciplined approach as well from ACT. Forced to flicker out from the Phobias as Notacorn was scared for his life right there because of the Furious Dive. And because of this, ACT, they still have everything. Almost all battle spells will be ready for their Lord push.
It's looking like the beginning of the end, man. Buriram, unless they get like a big 3-man, 4-man Raging Sandstorm or Dark Wave, and a big Blazing Duet from Izzy, who has the Winter Crown this time. I mean, you can see a big combo turning it around, but ACT will not let them have that opportunity. They won't stick together without spacing like that.
Yeah, look at this Harith, man. It's becoming a big problem. Carnes as well with the Flicker Raging Sandstorm and the Valentina. Now Black Dragon form! It's a wombo combo from ACT! Buriram United, they were not ready as they were not united to fight back against ACT! And they get the sweep here in our first match in the playoffs as ACT moves on to the next stage.
A dominant sweep, and they had all bases covered. They are the one who knocks, man. Buriram United are forced to react time and time again. And honestly, against a team like ACT, that is just not where you want to be at, man. They just go for the place when you least expect it. And just like that, a decisive, dominant end right there. A wipeout into the crystal. ACT, man. They don't show a lot of different looks, again. But what they do show is definitely very impressive.
Yeah. The simple, the better, and the better team that prevailed today is ACT against one of the tournament favorites, Buriram United, as they dropped them out. Remember, guys, this is the play-ins. ACT moves on to fight King of Gamers Club, and Buriram United, they're out of playoffs contention. What a revenge for ACT after a 2-0 loss in the regular season. Waited for 3 weeks and they exact their revenge against the United. What an amazing display of, aggression against Buriram.
They say revenge is a dish best served cold, but ACT went in hot and just deleted the whole team. Like a triple kill for Flukeo into the win. Let's hear from them on stage right now.
ขอขอบคุณทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตมากๆเลยนะคะสำหรับตลอดเวลา5สัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมานะคะในรอบ Regular Season นะคะโอ้โหถือว่าเวลาเนี่ยผ่านไปเร็วมากจริงนะคะสำหรับทุกฟอร์มการเล่นที่บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดโชว์ให้กับแฟนๆดูเนี่ยทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ออนไลน์นะคะถือว่าเป็นฟอร์มที่ดีมากๆแล้วจริงๆนะคะสำหรับทางทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตค่ะยังไงก็ขอเสียงนะคะให้กับน้องๆบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตหน่อยค่ะเดี๋ยวให้น้องๆนะคะได้โค้งขอบคุณนะคะแฟนคลับนะคะทุกคนเลยเนาะก็ขอเสียงอีกสักหนึ่งรอบนะคะให้กับนักรบสายฟ้าบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตขอบคุณน้องๆนะคะสำหรับความสนุกตลอดเวลา ที่ผ่านมานะคะ ตอนนี้เดี๋ยวให้น้องๆนะคะ ได้ไปพักกันก่อนนะคะโอเค ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะของเรานะคะจาก ACT Esport Club วันนี้ก็คือ ACT เปิดโหมดเอาจริงแล้ว หลังจากรอบที่แล้วเนาะเราก็แพ้มาแต่ว่าไม่เป็นไรวันนี้ เราก็เอาชนะแล้วก็เข้าสู่ในรอบ Playoff ได้ เดี๋ยววันนี้เราจะไปเจอกับ KOG มีอะไรอยากจะบอก KOG ไหมเราพูดก่อนเลย
ก็อยากกลับไปแก้แค้นครับเพราะว่ารอบที่แล้วผมพลาดนะ
แต่รอบนี้เราเตรียมแผนมาดีแล้ว
ใช่ครับ
การ NC ล่ะ
ก็ตอนนี้พวกผมตื่นรู้กันแล้วนะครับ
ตื่นรู้แล้วไปเตรียมแผนมาแล้วสำหรับรอบ Playoff เอาจริงแล้วดับไม่เหมือนที่ผ่านมาแน่นอน
ครับ
แน่นอนแล้ววันนี้เนี่ยเราชนะบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตได้เพราะว่าบุรีรัมย์เขาใช้ดับเดิมแผนเดิมหรือเปล่าเราก็เลยรู้ทางแล้วจับทางได้แล้วก็เลยเอาชนะมาได้ในวันนี้
คิดว่าไม่เกี่ยวครับไม่ได้เกี่ยวกับแผนเดิมแต่เป็นการที่พวกผมทำการบ้านกันคิดว่าวันนี้ทำได้ดีกว่าครับเลยชนะบุรีรัมย์ครับ
สำหรับฟุกิโยล่ะคะคิดยังไง
ก็ผมว่าไม่น่าเกี่ยวนะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราเชื่อใจกันครับเพราะว่าทำอะไรก็ไปด้วยกันครับ
คือมันเป็นแฮปปี้เบิร์ธเดย์บัฟหรือเปล่าเพราะว่าเราก็เพิ่งเกิดไปเมื่อ2 วันก่อนใช่ไหมแล้ววันนี้ก็เป็นไคโรเป็นการ NC ขออภัยค่ะเป็นการ NC ที่เพิ่งเกิดไปเมื่อ2 วันก่อนแล้ววันนี้ก็เป็นไคโรมันเลยมีพลังแบบเฮ้ยวันเกิดเอาหน่อยหรือเปล่าแบบ Happy Birthday บัฟเป็นไปได้แล้วก็วันนี้เนี่ยคือเราเตรียมแผนดัฟมากับโค้ชเป็นยังไงเตรียมแผนหนักไหมคะสำหรับที่จะมาเจอบุรีรัมย์ในรอบ Playoff ในวันนี้
ส่วนตัวพวกผมที่เป็นผู้เล่นไม่ค่อยหนักครับแต่ต้องขอบคุณโค้ชครับวันนี้เขาคัดดัฟได้ดีมากครับเขาแบบเมื่อคืนเขาแบบนอนตี 1 ตี 2แล้วตื่นเช้าครับ
แล้วเราล่ะนอนก่อนเลย
นอนก่อน
เลยไม่ซ้อมแล้ว
ใช่ครับ
แล้ววันนี้เนี่ยได้เรียนรู้อะไรจากเกมที่แล้วที่สามารถเอามาปรับเพื่อที่จะเอาชนะบุรีรัมย์ได้ในวันนี้
เป็นเรื่องความใจเย็นกับการเชื่อใจทีมครับอันนี้พวกผมเชื่อใจกันมากครับว่าจะต้องไปถึงรอบต่อไปจนถึงแชมป์ให้ได้ครับ
เราคอเกมกันมากขึ้นไหมหลังจากรอบที่แล้วคิดหนัก
เราคอเกมกันเพราะว่าเราคอเกมกันดีอยู่แล้วครับแค่แบบมีแค่เรื่องรายละเอียดกับความใจเย็นครับ
สำหรับฟุกิโยอะคะ
ก็เกี่ยวกับเรื่องเชื่อใจทีมนะครับแล้วก็พวกเราก็ทำกันได้ดีด้วย
ก็คือวันนี้เนี่ยมันมีความเชื่อใจมากขึ้นแล้วก็ด้วยความรู้สึกที่เราอยากจะไปเล่นในรอบ Playoff มากๆก็เลยทำให้เราเอาชนะมาได้ในวันนี้นะก็ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะเดี๋ยวยังไงก็ไปรอเจอกับ KOG ในรอบโบ5ในเย็นวันนี้เนาะก็ขอบคุณน้องๆทั้ง2 คนมากเลยนะคะขอเสียงแฟนคลับ ACT Esport Club หน่อยได้ไหมคะโอเคค่ะเดี๋ยวให้น้องๆไปพักนะคะแล้วก็ส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Confident message they're coming in from ACT. You know, that's definitely the air that the vibe they're trying to go for. Man, they looked impressive though. Both games, they had like a setback and they just kept on track, man. They just understand how they wanted to win the game. And in the end, the aggression. It's crazy to see that these teams, we're behind by 2K gold. It doesn't matter, man. With the draft that we have, we can make the plays happen. And as long as we have plays in the bag, you know, there's always a chance for us to really go for a comeback team fight victory.
Yeah, and I just want to say what a commanding performance from their gold laner Flukeo, man. Flukeo on the Harriet was such a menace. I'm pretty sure King of Gamers have probably watched this game. They're probably gonna ban Harriet all 5 games. You know, it's a best of 5. So, you know, a lot of the teams will have to look into this game, see what the comfort picks are for ACT because they look too clean with something that's so simple, that is so elegant. And this is the classic MLBB. You make it simple, you keep it clean, and then you just play to the absolute best execution you can do. And in this game, even though I would say there were some, there were some points in the game where it kind of looked awkward, but the decisions, the intentions were very clean from the side of ACT Esports. And coming from an open qualifiers team, by the way, which I did not expect, because again, first 2 weeks it was amazing for ACT. Following weeks, not so much. But now in this playoffs, they look terrifying, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, respect bans are definitely in order for this team, but that's the danger here, right? They're pretty straightforward. They have a one signature style. In the playoffs, man, teams are definitely keeping an eye out for your strengths and weaknesses. So they definitely have to prepare some kind of curveball, some other different looks, just in case, just in case something happens. Because up against them next is KOG, and those guys are a different level.
Yeah, they're the big dogs. They're the top dogs of MSL Thailand. But for now, they get to enjoy their victory here against Buriram United. And the MVP of game number 2 is a guy that couldn't play game 1, but was able to play game 2. In fact, set up a lot of tempo for ACT. And in this game, it was a Tsuyo, able to land so many good, so many good blade surges onto the backside, finding the gourd, shutting down the Khalid. And because of that, he was able to set up a good amount of window for ACT, especially now with the Sky Piercer on the Tsuyo. He became an actual threat. Game number 1, he was playing a pseudo Fredrin gameplay on the Tsuyo. This game, he was a full-on Tsuyo.
It wasn't smooth sailing, man. Initially, it looked really good, especially right here. Like, he was able to get some steam going for the snowball, get the assassination onto Agi here because of how vulnerable the gourd is. And he got like a stack or two, right? This is the first stack he got on Sky Piercer. But afterwards, he gets taken out, right? That's where the Phobia's threat. Look at this, man. It's a valiant effort from Narakorn to really go for trades here, 1v3. He was able to actually pressure the mid game quite a little bit. But then afterwards, right, the team stabilized. They know that they have the tools readily available. And then they just slowly but surely claw their way back with that extra damage, with their control of space, especially with the Black Dragon form. And even though they were on the back foot for the longest time, the moment they need to step up and actually win the fights, they do.
I want to give my commendations to Sylvia as well. Like, this Kalea performed so well in this game. Not afraid to use the Tsunami Slam on the Khalid with the Purify. Most people would just be annoyed that there's a Purify on the Khalid, but even so, he just forces out so many good skills in a team fight, which allows Zero, Skyro to find their targets because the enemy doesn't have mobility skills anymore. And at the end of the day, when they allow each other, they make these heroes on their side much stronger, especially the Harith, right? Like in game number 1, it's the same story. You force one dash, it becomes almost impossible to escape from the clutches of the Harith. It was the same story in this game number 2. Add to the fact that they gave so much initiations as well for ACT. Even the Valentina was setting up amazing Raging Sandstorms with the Flicker, which doesn't really help Buriram United because now you're facing 5 heroes that can jump you. And that's why the last base defense that they tried mounting, there was zero response. Absolutely no answers from Buriram United because all 5 members of ACT just jumped in.
And if I recall correctly, that wasn't the gourd was last pick. They saw the Yuzong, they saw the Tsuyo, and they go for the gourd. And I think more importantly, they have the Harith, the Harley, but they had nothing to really set up the Harley for success. So unfortunately, Lois just was unable to get a lot of big moments. If you look at the damage charts, the Harley did less damage than the Phobias, right? That's just less than ideal. But more than anything, the lowest damage in the game was easy on the Claude. You see again how far he was zoned out, doing less damage than the Khalid, man. That is definitely less than ideal.
Yeah, it was basically sitting duck the whole game. Too passive because they didn't have enough space in the mid game to be able to provide him some farming room, which is a bit annoying against this lineup of ACT. Again, we talked about the Harith, Tsuyo timing. These guys, they don't really, they don't really care about you farming. They don't give you space. They eat up the mid game timing of the game. They force a lot of fights. And for Buriram United, unfortunately, their lineup really cannot stand this combo from ACT, especially if you add the Kalea and the Yuzong to the mix. There's really no guy for Buriram United that can hold the game down and tell the Claude, "Oh, it's okay, bro, just farm." There was no guy for that on their side.
Yeah, no real way of getting proper protection, no real way of setting up. I think that was a big problem for Buriram. Unfortunately, that cost them, I guess, their chance at attaining that victory, right? That proceeding through with the playoff stage. So congrats to ACT. Nice try, Buriram. They're gonna come back stronger, definitely. After a result like that, they definitely wanted to go even further. But problems has just begun for ACT. Again, they're up against a very strong opponent in their next match. So I think we're gonna see them being forced to do something different at least next time.
Yeah, challenges are definitely becoming bigger and bigger. So hopefully they bring new flavors against KOG, because again, KOG is looking super tough. Like this team, even if you talk about like comfort, flexibility, versatility, doesn't matter. Nothing equates to being as dominant as a team such as KOG, because they just have, I would say, the better macro amongst all the other teams here in MSL. But I do hope for an amazing time for that series. That is going to be a best of 5 match. So a lot of things to expect between ACT and KOG. But we're not moving to best of 5s yet. We're still, watching best of 3s as Tenacity and Solix are gonna be playing next. I would say these two teams, they came as a surprise to me, because again, the last time I was able to cast for MSL was week 2. Tenacity and Solix weren't really in a good of a position as they are in right now.
Right, and honestly, I think they are pretty evenly matched, so you can look forward to that. Because for now, me and Rashi and Midnight, we're gonna throw over to the break. See you guys after the short one.
Richman Shop No 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ
มาเจอกับพวกเรา2คนแบบนี้อีกแล้วค่ะพี่ปาห
ค่ะ
มายความว่ายังไงคะ
คู่ที่ 2กำลังจะเริ่มขึ้นนั่นเอง เย้
โอ้โห น่าตื่นเต้นเพราะว่าคู่นี้บอกเลยว่าเดือดแน่นอน เพราะ
ค่ะ
เขาเคยเจอกันมาก่อนค่ะ มีโอกาสได้กลับมาสู้กันอีกครั้งหนึ่งหลังจากที่มีการปรับเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพผู้เล่นใหม่
อ๋อ เหมือนอารมณ์เป็นล้างตา
ใช่
อันนี้คือเตรียมน้ำล้างหน้ามาเรียบร้อย
แต่ไม่รู้จะเป็นของทีมไหน
นะคะเพราะว่าทีมแรกนะคะก็คือเจ้าแพทดื้อค่ะ Tenacity นะคะ วันนี้ต้องเจอกับทีมวัยรุ่นยุค 90 อย่าง Solic Esport นั่นเองค่ะ
ใช่ บอกเลยว่าวันนี้ Solic Esport นะคะ เตรียมแผนมาล้างแค้นเทนาแน่นอน
ยังไง
เพราะ
เล่า
ว่า
เลย
ตอนเจอกันในรอบเลกูล่านะคะ ก็คือเทนาเนี่ยเขาเอาชนะโซลิกไปได้ แต่วันนี้โซลิกเขามีการเสริมทัพแล้วด้วยจอยสั่งมา ก็เปลี่ยนไลน์อัพใหม่อะไรๆก็จะไม่เหมือนเดิมกลับมาเจอกันอีกครั้งก็อาจจะมีโอกาส
นะคะ อันนี้ก็มาลุ้นกันว่าจะเป็นโซลิกที่จะมาล้างแค้นหรือจะเป็นเทนาที่จะมาตอกย้ำชัยชนะในวันนี้
ตอนนี้คนดูก็พร้อมแล้วพิธีกรก็พร้อมแล้ว
ค่ะ
แคสเตอร์ก็พร้อมแล้วเช่นเดียวกัน เพราะฉะนั้นขอส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Well, thank you for that introduction, Minnie and I, baby. Right now, it's still me, Arashi, but I'm accompanied by the young man from the Philippines, Mr. Leo. How you feeling?
As a 22-year-old young man in the heart of Manila, I am great. I watched the match that you and Midnight called. Again, who'd have thunk that a qualifier team in ACT would drop one of the biggest names in Thai, not just esports, but Thai sports in general. Buriram is out of the picture for season 1. Now we're down to 5 teams.
the 5 teams, and now after this match, we're gonna say goodbye to one more. So hey, this is a tough situation to be in for sure. This match against Tenacity, with Tenacity against Solix, it's definitely an interesting one. From my understanding, they're both similar at a similar level, but they have very different styles almost.
Yeah. Solix took a lot of L's in the early part of the season. Again, it's a mid-season switch up with their gold laner and a jungler that kind of really, jolted them back into the fight. But for Tenacity, they've always been a good contender. If ever Bacon Time did not find, that last wind in them and started to clean up their matches more 2-0s than 2-1s, there's a world where Tenacity was second seed. So, I believe that Tenacity have all of the incentive now to show up because they're third seed. They're a much higher performing team than Solix. So, there's a world where I see this being a sweep also.
That's true, man. It's almost like there's a bit of similarity between the first match and the second one here, because Tenacity are a lot more flexible, right? Whereas for Solix, they've been able to pull off some really good things in the Land of Dawn. But at the same time, you see them having a reliance on the Alice, for instance. There's some factors here that Tenacity are definitely taking note of. So in the drafting phase, you definitely feel like Tenacity has a bit more of a say in the matter.
Yep, Tenacity has wider hero pool. Mechanical skill and just carrying potential is spread out between them. For Solix, it's clear that they want to put power picks on certain roles early on in the draft.
Well, this is a playoffs bracket right here. As you can see, once we find the results for this match, we're going to see who is going to participate in the lower brackets, right? Which is going to be interesting because as of right now, I think people have very clear favorites for match 3 and match 4. But who's to say that an upset can happen?
Yep, it's a fight for 2 lives. Whoever wins here basically gets that ticket to say, hey, I can lose 2 times, but this match, there's no losing. It's the rookies versus the veterans. Tenacity, they're not rookies in the sense that they're all new. It's just compared to Solix. Compared to Solix, they are young bloods. Solix are onks. Have you ever heard of that?
Are they?
Have you heard us just blast that? Just put it out there that Solix are old men.
Is that the prevailing opinion? I have not heard that so far. I mean, again, they do play a bit more conservatively. Why is that, Leo? Like, why are they known as the Unks?
Okay, so before the injection of Danny Carter, aka Sek Loso, because he looks like a Thai rock star from the 90s. He's a Burmese jungler, pulled in by Coach Kazin. Solix was mainly made up of older talents. Again, dudes that go as far back as other MOBA titles in the space that played under teams such as Old Bacon Time. So that's how OG this squad is. So they're called Unk. So, you can compare them to like he's like a few. You know what I mean? Like a few, like a Haze, like a, you know what I mean? They've been playing for a while. And then again, compared to Tenacity, who are just younger dudes in general.
Gotcha. So we have a bit of like a Shaolin soccer type of matchup where on one side, you got experience, you got wisdom, but on the other side, you got the youth and the explosiveness. So hey, that's going to be interesting. As we take a look at some of the clips here from Tenacity, I think Song Jinwoo definitely stands out just a little bit. The name might be a part of the reason why, right? The guy is known to quote-unquote aura farm. But honestly, I think overall as a team, like you mentioned, Leo, they have a lot of methods to really get ahead, to really have to use as a tool to attain that victory on multiple roles.
That's right. And it's not like they've played with the same roster the whole season. They also have an injection of new talent. They got in Lord Guys and BS mid-season. So
BS.
At least they have that as a mirror. With the very few things these two teams have in similarity, they at least have 2 new talents that come in to shake up the game. So, with that said, Solix ended the season with a loss. Tenacity ended the season with a loss as well. So they both have that chip on their shoulder. So there's more similar with these teams than we'd care to admit the first time around.
That's true. But for me, though, I think for Solix in particular, I recall very vividly there was like a last-minute like switch up. But we're gonna take a look at the player entrance right here. Tenacity, definitely looking tenacious, as the name suggests. But they seem ready for some action.
That's why they're the GOATs. I mean, literally, their
Literally,
mascot is a goat, and the fans call them GOATs. So that's what you got to do when you're young in the game, is just, don't show any sign of fear.
On the other hand, though, for Solix, this is the, as you mentioned, Leo, the UG squad. But they've had moments of brilliance themselves. They've had some very creative roster switch-ups as well. So that is something that they can use as a curveball here in this match.
Yep. But the one piece that refuses to move is, of course, Sherry, Sherry. One of the few players who gets the first pick Alice, the first pick Uranus, the first pick Phoveus. So that might be to their detriment, or they could use that and weaponize the draft. Again, Phoveus is big in the meta. The other heroes not so much. Alice, Uranus, nah.
Yeah. Well, let's see, man. The coach just this die, this guy, and Zin.
Hey, did he get rid of the K? He was K Zin in the regular season. Now he's just Zin.
Interesting. He's trying to streamline. He's trying to be efficient here, Leo. You can see it from that choice. Both teams definitely feel ready. But again, I wonder what kind of curveballs are here, because I get this feeling that both teams are not going to be playing the usual style. As they look like a team lineup here for Tenacity, Sung Jin Woo, Water, Lord Guys, Griff, and BS. And honestly, Griff and BS have been standing out just a little bit more in the last few matches I've seen from Tenacity too.
Yep, Griff was an MVP in both of their previous games. The only games they won in those last two. Well, they beat Full Sense eventually. But for Solix, I think the switch up you were looking for were those in Danny Carter and Xiao Tu. So they're the ones that came in mid-season. The former is a Burmese import. But who really has my eye here is Mimark. Mimark has such a weird hero pool. Mimark plays a Valier, and sometimes teams ban it. Sometimes teams ban the Valier, so they don't want to play with it.
I mean, dude, even in match number 1 earlier, we saw that Valier ban as well. Let's take a look at this VT real quick.
พิสูจน์สำคัญของทุกเส้นทางที่ผ่านมา Tenacity ทีมที่มีผู้เล่นจากหลากหลายเส้นทางต่างรวมตัวกันเพื่อพิสูจน์ตัวเอง
ผมมั่นใจว่าผมสามารถพาทีมคว้าแชมป์ได้ครับด้วยประสบการณ์ของผมที่แข่งมาครับแล้วก็สกิลเพลย์ของผม แต่หลังจากผ่านการเปลี่ยนแปลงครั้งสำคัญพวกเขาค่อยๆพัฒนาขึ้นจนกลายเป็นหนึ่งในทีมที่ร้อนแรงที่สุดของลีกวันนี้พวกเขากลายเป็นทีมที่พร้อมล้มได้ทุกทีม โซลิดทีมที่เต็มไปด้วยชื่อที่ทุกคนคุ้นเคยผู้เล่นที่เคยผ่านทั้งช่วงเวลาแห่งชัยชนะและเวทีการแข่งขันระดับสูงมาแล้วต่อให้จะเคยแข่งหรือว่าประสบการณ์จากที่อื่นก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับแม้เส้นทางของพวกเขาในฤดูกาลนี้จะไม่ได้ง่ายดายแต่หลังการปรับเปลี่ยนครั้งสำคัญพวกเขาก็ยังคงพิสูจน์ว่าประสบการณ์ยังคงน่ากลัวเสมอดาวรุ่งกำลังลุกขึ้นท้าทายและตำนานกำลังกลับมาทวงคืนศักดิ์ศรีเป้าหมายทีมยังไงเราก็เป็นที่1ของลีกอยู่แล้วเมื่อมีการแข่งขันเกิดขึ้นแล้วผมจะเล่นให้มันทะลุ 100% ไปเลยครับและตอนนี้ได้เวลาของพวกเขาแล้วใครจะเป็นผู้ได้ดำเนินเรื่องราวบทต่อไป
There, definitely showing that they want to excel over the other. Looking at the team head-to-head though for Tenacity, man, the KDA ratio already tells a very terrifying story. This team likes to play aggressive, and Solix is it's no different, but they usually are a bit more comfortable playing it slow and playing it patient, but that might actually play to their detriment in this match.
That's right. Against a team like Tenacity, you can't afford to lose the early or the mid. But Solix has proven that they can claw their way through tough situations, which is weird, given that their jungler is an assassin specialist. Danny Carter really likes those mechanically demanding heroes like Hayabusa, Joy. Who knows what we'll see in this best of 3. What even more if they make it through to a best of 5. We might have to see him flex towards the likes of a Nolan or a Hayabusa, rather a Lancelot. Ooh, that would be spicy.
Spicy indeed, Leo. And honestly, this guy has been showing up on the Assassins, that's for sure. And he's not really afraid to take risks, which is very impressive. You know, he's been known, I think, at least I've seen him go 1v3 and like go for an assassination, get out. And that kind of X factor type of feel is something that has to be watched out for, right? Because when the game gets slow, when it's like a bit of a lord dance, a bit of a macro battle, that X factor, that willingness to try and take a risk is something that kind of swings the favor in towards your team. And this might be a dangerous grass type of game, Leo.
Oh, if we go to dangerous grass, that would be great for the assassin matchup. But regardless, in Flying Clouds, I think assassins are still good because that means deaths happen faster, fights happen sooner, and then you can come back when you make a mistake, which is good in this jungle matchup because Danny Carter, no matter how good he is as an assassin, he's still going up against one of the best junglers this side of the Mekong with one hell of an afro. It's Water, the Laotian import for Tenacity. He's played all over the region, and here is the team captain now for Tenacity. You know, Danny Carter has his work cut out for him.
For sure. And already you can see the respect coming through here, the aforementioned Valier for Tenacity. And for the side of Solix, the Fanny along with the Freya. So compared to match number 1 at least, a bit of a difference. We'll have to, if you have to see like something like a Kalia maybe, a Phoveus, right? That will really be telling to see what these teams have in mind, especially for that early neutral objective game.
That and the Harith. Oh, it looks like they're going to play with fire. If you remember game 1, match 1, Harith was such a power pick. Harith was such a... It dictated who won, right? So it's still out there. Harith and Phoveus are still out there.
One more band's available for Solix, but are they going to expend or are they going to try and trade it back? They go for the Marcel band early. I think it has to be a Harith, no? Grith on the Harith is an absolute menace.
Or you can take the Phoveus and then disincentivize the Harith. There it is! They're doing it!
Ooh, man. I don't know, because we've seen the Phoveus earlier, match number 1, up against the Harith. You have a lot more passives, but at the same time, the survivability alone of the Harith makes it such a desirable pick. Not to mention the laning phase, how you can actually contest for the gold buff as well. For Solix, though, again, with Sherry in the picture, is this going to be a inevitable Alice type of angle, a Uranus?
See, that's the thing. If in the past week something changed, we're about to find out in the first half. Rarely does Sherry get his pick in the second half. Unk always gets his pick early on. But it looks like they're investing in the damage first. So 2 cores for Solix, the Leomord and the Harith. Okay, so maybe if Unk doesn't get his pick on 3rd, red 3 here, then he'll see what's left.
And we talked about how Danny Carter is a bit of an assassin-oriented type of player. Now on the Leomord, we'll have to see. Like, the killing instinct will still be there by all means, but it's a different type of style. Less mobility, as Tenacity understands the importance of getting a gold laner. Go for the Claude. This is the trait we've seen time and time again. With the Valentina in the mid lane, though, that's pretty good, considering that they want to have some aggression, they want to have some kite ability. Mobility and burst damage have always been a big factor, but in the playoffs so far, it's been almost like the deciding factor.
Yep. At this point, with Kalia at large, Khalid as well, you have to think of what happens in mid. Speaking of mid, there's the Gord. Again, you already have the combo. Harley is not here. They chose to go Leomord, so that's got to be a decision made by the team. But they're going to do the shred via Harley and Harith. So it's Harith and Gord. So there's still a combo there. Attack the roam, dude. Just take out roamers.
You can go for roamers. You can go for junglers as well, technically. But I think roamers are going to be more important because with the Gord, you can really excel when you can use the Mystic Projectile to be oppressive, to scout out, to start like long-distance engagements. Without the right roam for the job, it gets difficult to move around and find the right angles to try and set up an attack. but it's a jungle approach from Solix. It's the Suyo taken away from Tenacity.
So do you ban Suyo and Harley? And then you let Water kind of just figure out what to do? Because Water's played Nolan. He played Nolan just, what, last week, was it? 2 weeks ago? And he's also played Joy. So he can do it.
Yeah, options are definitely available there. But the Alice, as always, teams have done their homework, man. Tenacity, don't let it go. The Harley, as predicted, comes through as well. Now for Tenacity, do they want to crack down on Unk Sherry even more? Or do they want to try and cover their bases a bit more?
That's the last big pick. They're asking, shall we attack him? Yeah, ban the Uranus. Okay, coach.
Is that the approach, man? That definitely could be the angle. Badang, actually.
Okay.
I think they might want to go really aggressive, so having a Badang that can push him back could be a problem.
Okay. To be fair, Moss is the boss. Played a mean Badang against the Fanny the other week, and it stopped it in its tracks. This glue, though, I don't know where this glue is going.
EXP,
it's a flex at Red 4. It's a flex at Red 4. That's amazing.
Can go both ways. It's definitely a winning matchup against the Phoveus, though. So that is something that Tenacity definitely have to consider. It's a little bit more, but their jungle pick is something we've been waiting on. And so far, there isn't really an easy answer, right? Like a super efficient answer right here. If they want to just focus on denying the Gourd, like proper participation, then the Assassins will do, right? And let's forget about the fighters.
It's Joy. All right. So we mentioned this. The one game they won against Bacon Time last week, they played the Joy and the Khalid. That's a really strong trio mid. Very lethal. A lot of damage. Khalid, Valentina, Joy. Now we find out where the glue is going with this Red 5 pick.
The final reveal right here. Against this kind of damage, see, the Joy is an assassin, but you can shred through tanks too, given enough items. You know, so the Leomord and Glue aren't completely safe by all means. Do they want to get more crowd control? Because right now, they can only initiate with a Mystic Projectile, a Slam Pass, and maybe the Phantom Steed. By all means, not really enough to really dictate the pace of the game.
So what, like a Gatot or a Hylos?
Yeah, some more engaged or counter-engaged would be cool. The Kalea, man. The very critical Kalea that was so important in match number 1. Falls into the hands of Solix. That's a really good pick.
Okay. They don't want to slow the game down. If it was a Hylos or Gatot, that could have done it, but it looks like what you were looking for, Arashi, is here. Solix will not slow it down, instead will embrace violence. They will, even on the losing end, again, you said counter-engage with a Kalea. I'm just worried about that Gord. I'm just worried about me marks, man. Like, there's no one to hold it down to protect him. He has to play this the hard way.
I think eventually it has to be Moss, right? That's the problem here for Moss, because do you want to be aggressive with it? Do you want to go for the pickups, or do you want to try and protect the backline? Because against a Khalid and a Joy, it gets quite difficult. So, hey, there's problems to spare for both teams. But ladies and gentlemen, into the Land of Dawn we go for game number 1 between Tenacity and Solix.
On a spectrum, I'd say the damage is through the roof for Tenacity, right? But I think when it comes down to it, Solix has more tools. Solix can definitely still claw themselves out of weirder positions because of that. Oh my god! Early game, consider Boss! Goes with the flicker, survives via just surge of life. Has to recover. Get the hell out of there.
Way too close for comfort, man. Moss, you wanna be a bit careful there, especially against this matchup. Again, Valentina Khalid has so much brawling power in the early game. But I do agree, Leo. Later on, they're going to have to rely on big ultimates, or maybe only on Sung Jin Woo if they want to threaten some kind of pickoff. So, looking at this now, Moss tries to turn it around, goes for BS, but they get out of there. Lethal falls into the hands of Tenacity, though, so small victories there.
Yep, this retreat, oh my god, one more!
Whoa!
Moss almost takes down Lord Guys, forces the Purify. As I was saying, with the retreat of BS, Solix should find more room to kind of, again, invade. There it is. Look, Danny Carter going for the small camp steal. All that BS could do is kind of disincentivize him with a scimitar. Might be enough. Oh my god, Danny Carter calls in the Phantom Steed! First blood drawn by Solix.
Man, the quicksand guard will not save him. Oh boy, Tenacity already on the back foot just a little bit as Solix gets some momentum here. With the Leomord, they can control this neutral objective so good. And Sherry on the glue. It's not the Alice, it's not the Uranus, but it works the same way. You dive in, you sustain air, you are really annoying.
Whoa. Oh my lord. Without Danny Carter's Phantom Steed, I'm not so sure this turtle is such a smart take. Tenacity now circling the objective. Sherry here gets jumped on, looking for that mount. Moss goes to dive in, still no. Tsunami Slam, there it is. Blazing in with that Phantom Steed, but the stolen one works better. Down goes Moss, but Danny Carter secures. Must pay the price. Griffith with a blazing duet takes down 3. One more. Hunk. Get another Hunk. He's running out of here. And he will survive. In comes Shao. Looking for the punish. Flying Clouds. Oh, the fights keep going, but they got to stop sometime.
And good moves right there, but now Water tries to go for a trade. Oh, electrifying beats under turret. A bit too much that he can handle. Gets out of there though. Both teams going toe-to-toe with the aggression.
He made like water, my friend. He got on out of there. So at the end of the day, despite the turtle take by Solix, I think Tenacity got what they wanted.
For sure, man. Using the Phoveus efficiently there, that's why the level 4 is just that much more terrifying by all means. And the fact that Sao Sao got to the fight kind of late allows Tenacity to get a lot more value from that play. And now they're looking to extend that even more. Again, prio-wise in the mid lane, they have a lot more to say. Sustain is the one department where Solix has a bit of an edge due to the Kalea.
Yep.
Whoa.
But that's just HP. There's no amount of peel that can go through the sheer damage Tenacity has, at least until the late game. So if that sequence plays out over and over again, I think Tenacity will win like 4 times out of 5, at least for the next 10 minutes.
And again, the fact that they can dive together so efficiently. You saw what happens to Memarks, man. He was in the back trying to do damage with the Mystic Gush, and he just got dove on by the whole squad. The gang pulled up and just beat him up 4v1. So Solix has to find a way to avoid that same outcome in the next couple of fights. And with 15 seconds to try and come up with a different solution here, it's definitely looking a bit troubling for Solix.
Okay, it might be better, Arashi, since Shao is nearby. Shao 2 is nearby. It might be better because, again, he came in late in that last fight. Griffith beat him to the punch with the Blazing Duet. So, let's see, turtle number 2.
Sung Jinwoo is theoretically even further away as well, but both EXP laners are in the picture. Moss definitely looking for a chance to go for a play. Tsunami Slam!
BS does get on out of there. The Gush canceled out. Danny Carter again. The sharpest retribution in the game. Still goes into the back line, finds BS. Wailing away. Lord Guys though steals it. And he takes him down. Griffin with another Blazing Duet takes down Sherry. It's a roamer for 2. And then Lord Guys gets a double kill. Memarks is squished.
Oh man, the neutral objective focus here of Solix, it's great, it's working out. They have 2 turtles, but at what cost, man? Tenacity is making it very costly for them to get a lot of these resources. And with this tempo, with this lead, they can start invading or even cutting like this. Water 1v1 with Danny Carter. But the Horseman still has the edge for now.
Uh-oh, Moss here. Bang! Gets cut out. Tsunami Slam, but still Griffith's bullets ring true. Sung Jin Woo gets taken down. Shao 2 does find one. Flickers back, but Lord Guys ain't done with you. Be my back. Shao will survive. Gush used defensively. Now here comes Ankh Sherry, gets the mount. Can Bees survive this? Oh no, too much damage. Lord Guys gets taken down by Sherry and Memarks. Off camera though, how'd that happen? Water 1v1 against Danny Carter.
Oh wow, the rematch won by Water. Definitely impressive there. That dive though was definitely overzealous from Tenacity. Lord Guys picked up, turned into Cherry, turned into the glue, turned into Patrick for a little bit. That was definitely a bit of creativity. It didn't really pay off though. Right now, the gold lead is still 2K for Tenacity. And with the chain of events, they are still having their whole jungle available to farm up. So this lead should increase just a little bit more before the next turtle fight.
I think it's that factor, Arashi, that made it worth it. I think because there was no punish from Solix, that overextension down bottom wasn't so bad after all. And at the end of the day, Griffith didn't die. Lord Guys died, yes, but it was still a beneficial trade. Oh my god! The Tsunami Slam on the Lord Guys! In comes Danny Carter. Phantom Steed. Him and Shao wailing away at the turtle. Bees, will they engage? It's Sung Jin Woo and Water here looking for more. Danny Carter, 3 for 3. Sharp retribution as always, but in comes Water. Cleaning up Shao. Danny Carter gets smothered as well. He's drowning in it. Double kill for Water.
Man, how is Tenacity doing this, man? Solix, they got the pick off, they got the clean neutral objective, and somehow, some way, Tenacity find a way to get 2 kills as punishment, and they're getting the structural advantage as well, man. Turrets are falling in the top and bottom lane. That means more angles for Water to go for these plays, and this guy is doing great so far. Mid turret taken out as well. The jungle is no longer safe for Solix.
Oh my god, 7.5 minutes in, gets a Holy Crystal. Water means business. He is 3 levels above Danny Carter, which, in perspective, makes it impressive for Danny Carter that he was able to go 3 for 3 on the turtles. But again, you mentioned the math doesn't make sense. How do the kids say it? The math isn't mathing, Arashi. You take all the objectives, sure, but the map ain't yours.
It's the other thing Tenacity is doing, man. The farming. They're allowing Water to actually farm up a lot faster around because the action always happens away from him until the neutral objective is there. And he doesn't even go for the 50-50. He goes for the dive in the back line. Like in the previous fight, 2 members immediately demolished by the electrifying beats. So Tenacity definitely have an angle on how they want to approach these fights. Solix have to adapt here and change how they want to play this.
So Memarks holding this brush might not be the smartest. Projectile thrown out plus the gush. These purifies, rather flickers through that. So Gush already spent out. Tsunami Slam as well. And this is all just for the macro play. They were going for this turret down bot.
Can't really get it just yet though. You can see Solix definitely feels the pressure, man. They are grouping up S5. Because again, earlier, you saw Danny Carter go for the 1v1 and it did not work out in his favor. Now Sherry is all the way on the bottom side. The Lord is up and Tenacity have enough damage to really go for a quick Lord shred. Solix, are they gonna try and check? Because Sung Jin Woo is ready for the punish.
Sherry is very far off. Moss does bump into Lord Guys. Lord Guys gets taken down by a Gush right in the face. So it's a 4v5. Solix have a massive advantage.
And it's only the Mystic Gush expanded by Solix, so they can go for a lot more. Tsunami Slam again. BS gets taken out eventually. Blazing Wind from Griff to try and clear the wave. It will be cleared out as Water comes in, tries to go for the dive. Electrifying Beats in the backline. Memarks gets taken out. Jenny Carter full suit as well. 3 down, 4 even for Tenacity. And it's a complete wipeout.
Oh no, it's just Sherry left. The mount on Water. They gotta buy time. Patrick! Mayonnaise is not an instrument! He gets taken down! The last member of Solix bites it, and that allows for Tenacity to get a clean Lord. It all went sideways. Arashi, I thought it was theirs. It was a 4v5, then a 3v5, then in comes Water like a tsunami.
Bro, like that was the plan all along, it seems like. We said that Water was gonna be a problem. But dude, the timing of when he goes in the back line, Solix had ultimates already. And yet still, they just cannot handle it. Like we predicted earlier, Leo, Moss is trying to go for the Tsunami Slams. He gets Lord Guys time and time again. But afterwards, that means Water has all the space in the world to go for these crazy mobility plays. But look at this, man. They're clumping together and just taking waves and waves of damage from the electrifying beats.
That's right. I'm pretty sure there was a call by, again, Lord Guys or somebody in, I would assume, Thai, because Laotian and Thai are very similar, saying, there's no more Tsunami Slam, go for it! They can't punish you, kill him! And that's what Water did. And that's why the map is now blue, with the Lord up top, and Tenacity are up 7k! Arashi 7k!
7k, dude. 6.7 actually for the side of Tenacity. And they're going for the turrets for now. They don't have the best of sieges, especially against a Gord, right? But if they have the right play, the right stun, they can go for a dive here onto Solix as the Lord collides. Oh.
Why is BS so deep in there? And how did he not get punished? What was that?
I mean, he's up to his usual BS, dude, every single time. This guy is just so oppressive when he's allowed to be. And right now, without any adequate damage to really go for the punish, I mean, BS can do, his usual BS. Tsunami Slam again, though.
Okay, Sung Jin Woo does come in. Flicker, Infernal Pursuit. Look at the back line. Cherry coming in. BS does take on me marks. Water finds another. Daddy Carter finds a double in Shao 2. And now Sherry finds the mount. But it's not enough as he goes down. Lord, guys, puts him in his place. It's just Moss left. The boss can't defend this. They're on the base. Tenacity are going to match point.
Dang, that is a brutal beatdown, man. Despite all the early wins for Solix, Tenacity got the trades, they got the exchanges, and the moment they realized that they have the power spike, they timed it, right? Once they saw that they have the right tools for the job, just keep going for those dives, and the backline of Solix, man, completely non-existent. The Joy is such a unique pick we haven't seen too often, but in MSL Thailand, it's an absolute menace, dude. How is that fair?
It's difficult to expect your Gord to get its licks in when your lineup doesn't allow for a front line to exist. I think it's just logically impossible for Mimarks to have performed well here.
Wow.
Especially with that Valentina and Khalid combo. There's no way. So after that mid-game ramp up, the late game, we didn't even get to the late game. The game ended under 13.
Yeah, it was a mid-game beat down through and through, man. There was no late game to speak of here. This again, I'm so impressed with how Tenacity, despite losing what they're looking for. Usually, you see teams that are phobias. The whole idea is level 4 turtle, get some dominance right there. But then they start losing the retry battles because Leomord, right? And it doesn't matter. They just figured, okay, how do we turn this around? How do we still get value from this play? And they keep getting it. Again, especially in the third turtle, I believe, Solix started off with a pickoff onto Lord Guys already, and somehow they got a 2-player punish. How?
I think the logic is something similar to how some Fannies can perform without purple buff. So, Tenacity are just a team that can snowball without turtles. So they just go for something else. And you mentioned it. I think that's the beauty of this formula, of this mystery, is the answer is right in our faces. They don't go for turtle. If they miss it, they just go for the next thing that's there. Kills, and then the map. So every turtle, they traded out for a turret, which makes sense. First turtle, bottom. Second turtle, top. Third turtle, mid. And I think what made that all possible was Water's hyperactivity throughout the game.
That's true, man. 0 deaths as well. Considering how he was playing, that is definitely impressive. He was on 1 HP multiple times throughout the whole game, and he just has that calculation on point. And it's insane, man. The whole style, abandon mutual objective, find things elsewhere. We've seen it before, but being able to consistently try and find punishes after, either Solix really don't respect Tenacity enough there, or Tenacity just has a way of maneuvering around. And the Joy pick, you just get reminded of when this hero was so meta back then. Going for the 1v1s, getting one against Danny Carter as well. You start to remember why the Joy is so overloaded. You can clear waves, you can farm fast, you can burst, but also DPS through tanks. And towards the end there, we thought Griff was maybe going to take the front seat when it comes to carrying, but Water did not need any assistance whatsoever.
And maybe that's why I wanted more of a front line for the roamer. More now it's been happening, Arashi, that people play Hilda in the EXP lane. So maybe this was one of those games. Imagine if there was a Hilda that can threaten the kill on Water when even after Moss is done with the Tsunami Slam. Maybe that's what they were short on. They needed something a little more sure than a glue.
That's true, man. Especially with how the glue operates. You're great when your team is having an advantage. You can zone really well. It's almost like you're a different version of a Yu-Song, technically. But crowd control and mobility, we've highlighted how important these things are. And this game, you can see it, like the mobility from Tenacity to chase and also to pull back away from the big engagements, the Mystic Gushers coming in from the side of Solix. It allows them to just pick and choose, and the crowd control, man. Again, just sets up for all these moments for Water, for Sung Jin Woo even to just dive in the back line. So having the Kalia was great, but the glue, I think I agree, Leo, just doesn't supplement the, I don't know, the playmaking threat enough from Solix.
Well, we'll find out soon enough if Solix adjusts that and changes their priorities, because there's literally one chance left. Game 2. And then we'll see if they get a next chance. But for now, again, 12 minutes, 30 seconds, we'll call it. Water, dude. Water didn't die. They got to put more pressure on Water.
Well, again, how, though? They need more damage and more crowd control to do so. And again, you cannot allow Moss to just have to do everything. You gotta feel for him, dude. He was defensive, aggressive. He was trying to do everything. And in the end, with all the tools available to Tenacity, they just keep turning it back around onto him.
Of those two things, damage and crowd control, I think CC is the thing that Solix needs to invest in more to force us to Game 3. If they somehow can play a lineup that has like 3 or 4 bits of crowd control, then they're off to a better start. Because here I'm looking at their lineup, it's like too reliable, and then, skill shot the rest of them. It's not enough. Dude, Water had such a great game, he was so close to getting 1K gold per minute. That doesn't happen in the game anymore.
I mean, with the Joy clear speed, the mobility, he was already farming up a Storm. In the team fights, though, once he really got ahead, he was farming heroes, right? He was just he was deleting 2 members at the same time. The AoE of the Joy, this is why it gets really dangerous. And you're seeing why Tenacity banned away the Badang too, right? That could have been one of the options to really stop the Joy in his tracks. But Tenacity just understood the bigger picture.
I am not surprised that Game 1 went this way, but also I'm surprised that Tenacity played this clean. Again, sometimes they are an example of a team that changed throughout the break. They cleaned up so well, and I think Solix has 2 ways to respond to this. Shock, and they just cannot respond. Or number 2 is they just put their big boy pants on and say, okay, we're going to play the heroes that need to be played so that we can force Game 3.
I'm wondering if like a roster swap is an option, because if I recall correctly, the last time I saw Solix play against ACT, I think they got Ong Sherry and with a switch hit, like a switch up into Remix, if you recall.
Remix. So do they need a remix?
Pretty okay. That could be an option here for Solix. That's the extra layer of flexibility they have, but I think it begins with the draft too, Leo. I agree. Crowd control. Against a team like Tenacity that wants to take over like this, you need to stop them somehow, right? They're not going to move the way you want them to move, so you need tools to force them into those areas, into to sticking around when they should be disengaging.
Yep, you got to play for the streets, as they say. Don't expect that you're going to get to the mid-game unscathed. Assume that the fights start at minute 1. So again, letting them get the Valentina, letting them get the Khalid, it was really less about the Joy. To be honest, even if Water was impressive, Water was our MVP, it was less about it being a Joy and more of just the space he was given to play and how well he used the tools he had left to him. So, yeah. I don't know if I want to see Remix, but backs against the wall like this, maybe. It could be their last game. It could be the last match they play this season. So, maybe get Remix in there.
Well, in the same vein, do they really want to go for a player substitution, like when it's their last game, right? The synergy, the chemistry, the communication.
Okay. Here's why that makes sense to question. Sherry is team captain. Sherry is Unk. Sherry has been here through thick and thin. And the reason why I reckon why they played with Remix in that last match you called, again with ACT, right? It's because it was literally season's last match. It was the regular season last match. They qualified for the playoffs anyways. Maybe it was more of a for the road kind of thing. So yeah, it's less likely that we'll see Remix. I think Sherry's gonna stick to it. He's gonna have to. He sinks with the ship, if you will, as a captain.
Right. On top of the on that factor, we talked about differences, right? Danny Carter on the fighter, man. There were some moments for sure. The red shoe was solid, but you want to see him on an assassin, no? Right? Go for the duels against water. That solo off cam has to be demoralizing, dude.
I'm glad we didn't see it. I would have said very choice words if we saw it. So I agree. If it comes down to it, no matter how strong a Leomord is, if you're better on a Joy, a Hayabusa, a Nolan, they banned the Harley. They let it go to the second phase, banned the Suyo, banned the Harley. They could have picked it. I think that's also a point that they need to revisit. Give Danny Carter a better hero.
Yeah, Danny Carter on a better hero. And again, by the way, speaking of unusual things, Lord Guys, this guy was able to have so much presence. I'm guessing expanding rivers, potentially. But yeah, the guy was active around the map, but at the same time, he was also caught a lot of times. And you start to wonder if that's intentional, right? Because with everything used on the Valentina, that's part of the reason why Water was really able to get a lot of advantages, mobility-wise, So there's a layer of mind games that is being played by Tenacity for sure. But now, Solix are going for that first pick.
Here we go. They ban a select set of heroes. I think they're just banning to allow for junglers to be wild out there. So again, Zushin has to go before all this. Marcel's out already. Valentina, they gotta respect the Valentina. That has to go.
Valentina can be it. But so far, the Baksha is still a big concern here for a lot of the teams, man, with the high tempo type of game plan. But I don't know, with the glue Fanny for the set of Solix, you don't really get a grasp on what they're really aiming for, by all means.
This feels like let's ban these so that we get better picks on the way out. Which I'm guessing they want to get a Harley or a Suyo blue one. That's got to be what Coach Kaizen is thinking right now.
Could be it. So far, again, the Sushin has also been very respected, and you can see why. The mid lane right now has so much more to do, right? You saw Lord Guys having so much more impact because he was ahead so much more than Mimarks. But now the Valir earlier was banned out by Tenacity. It's still available right now.
That could be red 3 here. But that means the likes of Kali are still open. That leaves Harith, Phovius trade open. There it is.
Oh, never mind.
Okay. Please give Sekmoso his hero.
Yeah. First pick though, it's gonna be the Freya. It was left open the whole time. Solix banned it themselves earlier, but now with a Freya in the picture, there's some flex available. There's a strong laning potential too. Tenacity, what's the response here?
The look on this gentleman's face, he's like, wait, y'all, did we just forget to ban the Freya? But Water seems to be chill about it. Water's like, yeah, no, it's all right. We got this. Don't worry about it.
It's not a big deal. We can adjust. We can counter it through macro, right? Through mind games. Phovius Valentina is the option. They really like this Valentina, huh? It hasn't really been as popular as it used to be, this Valen. But Solix, Yi Sun Shin very early on. Again, there's some flex potential here. But I wonder... Oh, they got the signature Alice though, so that one, that's going to Sherry for sure.
This is one mess of a first phase. I would be lying to you and to the thousands watching all around the world if I said I understand where Solix is going. because I don't, Rashi. I don't. The Freya I get. And then you swerve us with the early Yi and Shin plus Alice while Suyo and Harley are out there? I wish I could explain.
So many questions. And I mean, they took away their flex potential too, right? By showing the Yi Shin there, they almost guarantee that it's going to be a gold. And by showing the Alice, they guarantee the Freya is going to go gold lane too. So Tenacity
And then
know
that means-
exactly what to expect here.
Yeah. And it's because of this honesty in the draft that Tenacity can draft an honest mid laner and duo roamer duo saying, okay, we like what y'all are doing. We need someone to stop that Freya dead in its tracks. And we pick up the Hylos. That's a revitalized roamer right there.
A revitalized roam, they can definitely make it difficult, especially in the early game. So with that advantage in the trio mid possibility, I think Tenacity are definitely going to go for another aggressive assassin type of hero. The Suyo, I think the Suyo looks very appealing here. But the Solix ban the Leomord instead. They think it's going to be a neutral objective angle for Tenacity.
It could be either. They drafted such a solid 3 in the first that it doesn't matter what they do in the jungle anymore. Same story as game 1. That mid trio is so good that you could just put whatever in the hands of Water and it'll work.
And they have the option to leave that final pick to hide Water's what Water wants to go for even more. So
yeah.
Tenacity, I mean, they in the predicting, in the information battle here, they definitely have a bit more of an edge. For Solix, the final ban, is it gonna be another jungler? The Harley is
Suyo or
up by all
Harley.
means. Yeah.
Suyo or Harley. Okay.
Suyo.
So they're saying, make my day. Pick the Harley, Water. And there's the thing. He doesn't have to.
Yeah. They can go for the Harith here. It's open.
Yes. Red 4, but like Red 5 jungle, you don't have to pick Harley if you don't wanna.
I think the gold laner first is going to be a much better call here.
Claude is open too, dude.
Yeah, Tenacity have their pick of the litter.
Oh, wow. How did this happen, man? It's because you first phased the Yi and Shin.
There you go. That's the Harith, man. The very terrifying Harith. By all means, it's an overload of magic damage, but all Tenacity have to do is go for a physical damage assassin. And by all means, that's not really available right now with the Suyo taken away. But if Tenacity snowballs, even if they have like a Harley here, it's still gonna be a very terrifying composition.
That or a Nolan or a Hayabusa.
Nolan too, yeah.
Water can take care of that, dude. Solix, what's in Rome?
Oh,
it's a chip!
Uh-huh.
And an Odette! Debut pick Odette! Me marks! I didn't think you could get crazier. But since they keep banning your Valier, you pick an Odette.
Vas and Odette. I mean, again, it's a lot of
my
close
lord.
range heroes for Tenacity, but that's a swan song available to be stolen by Lord guys too. It seems like this is a
That
really
too.
comfort over meta, Leo, right? Like the chip, like what are you gonna use to set up after the shortcut? You know, the lack of crowd control is still there for Solix, Leo.
Hail Mary play. They can go. See, again, I told you that trio is so
Yikes.
good. They can pick whatever. They can go shortcut into Valkyrie's Descent or shortcut into Throne of Ruin. But again, those are ults. They're such big ticket
Exactly.
sequences that even the Mountain Shocker's an ult. That's a CC, but it's still an ult.
Nah, I think this is rough, man. It looks like a bit more of the same type of deal. Now instead of just the Joy, you have to deal with the Harriet as well. They really have to rely on me marks doing well. And with this composition, like, I don't know, man. Like the chip Odette doesn't really seem to be that fearsome if you compare it to a Hylos Valentina. It's looking rough for Solix.
One thing I can tell you is the ranked game server in Thailand is gonna be hell tonight. People can start playing Odette, and then I saw it on MSL Thailand. Get off my back, but still, this could be one of two things. Harashi, could be one, pure comfort. This is something that they've done multiple times in scrims and then it works. Or number two is, as you mentioned, it could just be that last pocket strat that's like, for the road. Maybe you can just try it, maybe it works.
All right, let's see how this one goes, man. What could be the final game right here between Tenacity and Solix? Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. That's already a bit more of a passive look coming into Tenacity. I think they're respecting the Freya potential. That's definitely a prio pick, a strong lane. So we'll see what Solix can do with that advantage.
As you should. If the gold lane is winning for Xiao, then you could say at least the EXP lane is a dead lane, and then mid, I reckon, should still go to Tenacity. Oh, Lord Guy's taking a lot of damage here. Marks, this is something that we don't really calculate as much. Odette's early game poking. Because we don't really see Odette much in professional play. She has pretty good damage output.
And she has some safety in how she pokes as well with a passive, right? Those bounces. You don't have to be all up close to the minion wave for that to happen. And I think he can set up for ganks really well too. And so far, at least before level 4, Solix doesn't really have that shortcut option as well. Later on, I do wonder which lane are they going to try and target using the shortcut. Ideally, I think it should still be the jungle, right? Because the Joy is quite vulnerable if he gets jumped on. But look at this, though. Bit of a flag from Moss.
Okay. Water waiting for someone to cross into that Y brush. Oh, the fight might break out in mid. Danny Carter holding that brush here. Spots him out, throws out that Mountain Shocker, and Tenacity just walks away.
Doesn't land. One OT down right here. Marks has this one song, but is the team prepared to back him up?
Oh, Throne of Ruin stuns 3, Water still secures, and Xiao overshoots with the Valkyries that sent Sherry very low, and he gets taken down by Water. Lord Guys gets punched by Moss the Boss, and in comes Griffith, taking down that chip. Massive win for Tenacity. Turtle plus a 2-for-1 trade.
Once again, Lord Guys is the only casualty. This is looking like a bit of a pattern here. Tenacity, they always send Lord Guys to do the crazy plays, and he almost made it work too. He stole the Swan Song, but unfortunately he got popped before he could activate it and get that extra bit of shielding and damage. And so far, now at least, there'll be the shortcut angle, but... Oh, there you go, shortcut. Danny Carter goes for a kill, gets one. Sung Jin was in the picture, but that's a bit of a treat back for Solix.
Lord Guys is anomaly in professional MLBB play. Rarely do you see mid laners become sacrificial lambs for their team, but I think he understands that. He understands that today it's about Water, it's about Griff, and I just have to steal the right ult at the right time. Solix, they're showing some teeth. They're not letting go just because they lost first turtle.
I wonder what's the mindset for Tenacity as well, because that fight was really well initiated using the Throne of Ruin by Sherry. You're seeing why this is a comfort signature pick for the Unk. With 30 seconds to go right here, you're seeing Solix prod away at the vision, trying to find some bushes, some knowledge in the jungle of Tenacity. And at least this time, there's less of a response, less of a punish available for Tenacity themselves.
Tenacity are looking for that big moment again, another haymaker, a way to punish weird shortcuts. And I'll tell you now, Arashi, I think they can do it again because it's the same spot. The turtle is in the same spot. So even if Sherry does find another almost perfect Throne of Ruin like in the first turtle, Tenacity just have a better response. They'll know that Lord Guys should get the IMU better, should be able to pop that ult sooner. And look, he's already there. He already has it.
Bit of a waiting game right here. Marks definitely eager to go in. Moss getting jumped on.
Oh, shortcut. Coming through, Throne of Ruin, no one home. In comes Bees, Glorious Pathway. Sung Jin Woo jumping on him. And there's a Swan Song. She's singing. Taking down Marks. Water gets the kill. Water run away from Sherry. Sherry flickers in. Almost takes down Water, but he dashes through. Water skedaddles on out of here. And now Xiao can't find a bead on anyone. Not even the Bees. Bees gets taken all the way back while Moss gets punished hard. Front line gets punished now. In comes Water. Takes down Danny Carter. Sherry falls. So does Xiao too. Marks left. Oh, what is Water and BS doing? The retribution. Water wasn't done with it. Highway robbery right in front of Mimark's face.
What can you say, man? They just got completely outclassed there. Water survives from that encirclement, comes back in with barely any HP, and seals the deal for Solix. They were doing so well, and yet somehow Tenacity, again, through pure micro outplays, they were just able to turn it back around. Looking at that replay right here, the Swan Song trade, and then afterwards, Solix grouped together for Sung Jin Woo to just bash him down with all this AoE, man. Water, the greedy guy, comes in, takes out Danny Carter and Cherry. That should not be allowed, dude. That seems illegal.
The former Leon Esports Laotian import for Tenacity has reached a new peak in his career. I'm gonna say it now, Rashi. Possibly the best Joy I've seen in 2026 so far. And that's pushing it. It's just impressive how this guy plays it. He's on his way to another Holy Crystal. Shao 2's in trouble. Oh man, Shao 2 hasn't been able to play. This is such a heavy-hitting hero that isn't finding its ideal play state. I feel for Shao 2, man.
Well, hang on a second though. The macro angle here with the shortcut. There's only 2 members down. Solix, shortcut popping soon.
Oh, Sherry looking for it. Throne of Ruin. Clocks it in. Water with a 3 for 3. Lord Guys takes out Danny Carter. Swan Songs, they're singing at each other. They do trade out for Waterfalls now. 3 for 2. Solix wins.
There you see the value of that huge combo. The fact that the Throne of Ruin now was timed better with Mimark's Swan Song, that was definitely a lot more damage than Tenacity were expecting. Finally, Water, who's been on 0 deaths the whole time, falls for the first time in the match. A great start to a potential turnaround for Solix, but they have to find more moments like that.
So they did shrink the lead, cut it in half effectively, but they're not out of the woods just yet. There's a Lord in about a minute, and Water is back to farming up. There's still about 3 levels, Arashi, 3 levels between Danny Carter and Water. Where do they look for a comeback? Oh, BAS though. Oh my God, Danny Carter! Gets burst down, Sherry can't save him. Why walk? Plus the shortcut coming through to save the situation down bottom, but they've already lost a member. Moss is gonna get punished here. Moss has no business surviving. A Salmon Force answered by a Swan Song! And a Swan Song by Lord Guys too, they're singing! And the chorus goes for Tenacity.
I mean, that was a big ulti, a big Swan Song that almost turned it around, but Tenacity were ready for it. They will lose a turret though for their troubles. So Solix still has a bit of an advantage by all means, but Cherry getting still chunked down in the mid lane. Danny Carter though, you gotta feel for the guy. He got demolished even without the electrifying beats. Water has his number, man.
He continues to get demolished. Man barely has an item. He only has the Hunter Strike.
That's
oh man, even with Lord Guys playing more, utility Valentina, I hate to say it, but right now, even if he's down like 500 gold, the cover is better than the original. His Swan Songs hurt more in effect than Mimark's.
Oh.
Glorious Pathway. They chunk him down. Mimark's falls. And the Swan Song once again able to deal a lot of damage in conjunction with the Salmon Force, even with tier 1 in mid. Sherry gets taken down by Grift. And just like that, it's a 2-man pick-off.
Dude, the planning from Water is insane, dude. How does he keep finding routes to escape to kite back? It's definitely not an impulsive thing. He definitely has it planned out before he even starts the sequence. And his team does well adjusting to it, making sure that the avenue of escape is always open. And look at how fast they're bursting down this Lord, dude. They've given up 0 turtles and now going for the Lord as well. It's looking rough for Solix. They have not been able to use the shortcut as predicted, Leo. There's no setup for Moss.
If ever it does so happen that Tenacity faces off against Bacon Time later tonight, they better ban out the Joy. This man is a threat with the Joy. I'm gonna say it now. He reminds me of a Laotian King Kong with an afro. That's what this Joy looks like. It doesn't cross the river as much. If I remember from M6, King Kong would clean up the jungle. But again, if you're talking about impactful Joys, this is it. Xiao jumps water, and now here comes Moss and Danny Carter. Run away from this, will ya, Water? He doesn't. Gets taken down. BS can't save him.
Man, very impressive macro trap there from Solix. They finally take on Water again, slows down the snowball just a little bit. And with that, I think they really saved their 2 outer turrets outside of the base. Sao Sao trying to extend the lead even more and trying to get a turret for his team too. But Tenacity, they back away. They respect the threats. They're a man down after all, and that's their main damage dealer that got taken out. Water definitely has to be a bit more respectful. This is the problem when you have a player like Water. When he's in the tough situations, he can go for an escape, but sometimes, that gives him some overconfidence that can be taken advantage of.
And the escapes that he does are when his teammates are around. In that pickoff, he was all alone. BS was on the way, sure, but he was mainly all alone, so this is still a team game. Remember that, Water. Don't let your ridiculous streak with this Joy get the best of you. Lord in a minute. I wonder if there's going to be a pickoff right before. Song Jinwoo engages on the Moss. They have to keep their eyes on Xiao. Xiao 2 down bot is pushing. Oh, Glorious Pathway coming through, forcing a Swan Song plus a freeze out of E-Marks. Moss goes up to the top. Griffith coming in, late entry. Swan Song coming through for Lord Days. But then here comes Griffith, the Zaman Force. In comes Song Jinwoo, Flicker, Inferno Pursuit. And now the damage comes raining in. Moss goes down. Sherry follows through. Griff finds him. And Xiao does shut down Song Jinwoo, but it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade.
2-for-2 in favor of Solix. Like there's a roam EXP for EXP jungle. Water a bit overconfident there again. He dashes out, but Danny Carter was there waiting for that opportunity, hits him with the Mountain Shocker, and deletes him. In this game, right here at the 12-minute mark, the items are starting to pop up for Solix. So Tenacity, after losing the 2k gold lead twice in a row right now, they want to be a bit careful, man. They're still leading, but by all means, there is still the macro angle for Solix, right? The shortcut and the Mountain Shocker.
So whatever we said for Water earlier has to ring true for everyone now. Maybe Lord Guys can't play as utility as he wants to. Maybe he has to learn to respect himself a little more and allow for himself to stay. Oh, Lord here in Rescue Range! Danny Carter with a steal! Zaman Force plus the Swan Song! I am you, down goes Sherry, and the rest of them will crash through. Moss falls, Xiao gets away. You get the Lord, but we win the trade 2-for-none. Tenacity have to repair the map.
Again, it's the Roman EXP, and Solix are very happy to go for a trade like that. They're on the back foot for the longest time, and now at least, even though they had a losing team fight, they have the Lord that will buy a bit more time, that will allow them to kind of scale back a bit further. By all means, Tenacity will clear the Lord, and they won't have a macro advantage from it, unless I've spoken too soon. But that aside, it extends the game and makes it a more late game scenario. And in the late game, the shortcut becomes a more valuable tool as opposed to the Glorious Pathway and the Revitalize. So Tenacity, you want to start locking in here, man. Solix has a chance.
Yep, it's not as easy anymore. We're already two minutes way ahead. 2 minutes too long of how game 1 ended, and it looked like it was supposed to be the same. So Tenacity, I think they're on their last legs here to hold this lead. If they lose another major exchange, then say goodbye to the lead and maybe say goodbye to ending it in a 2-0 sweep. They got to play a little cleaner. Arashi, they got to learn that, again, as you mentioned, it's not just the full-on lean. Maybe Water has to get better at finding the back line. But who is it, though? Do they focus on Danny Carter first? Or do they, I don't know, wait for the shortcut and then re-engage?
The problem now is that Tenacity aren't as mobile as they were just because they have a Hylas and Phoveus. These are frontline heroes that want to stick around, right? They want to slow, they want to stun, and stay in the fight. So they can't really kite back out of the Swan Song. So the only option they have is to match the Swan Song with their own Swan Song. But when they do so, that's where Cherry comes in and becomes the equalizer, right? And because of that, because of how simple the game plan is for Solix in a team fight, that means Sao Sao and Danny Carter, as long as they find ways to get to Water and Griff, it's looking tough.
And of the two, it's Grift who hasn't died yet. So at least someone is locked in enough to not overcommit. Water, though,
right?
Something clicked, man. Something just made him a little more willing to dive in. So protect yourself at all times, Sir Water, because Solix is punishing you hard. Game has slowed down. Lord in 20. Oh, Mountain Shocker to confirm where everyone is from Tenacity.
Might be the setup for a shortcut angle as well. You're seeing Tenacity respected. The wave on the top side is set up for a slow push for Solix, and they're sending a two-man party to clear it out. Sending Song Jin-woo to check out the portal here. And this is a problem. Tenacity can't walk up there without being threatened, and now that's why they're forcing, that's why they keep forcing for the Lord 50-50s, and Water is forced to get in there in the danger zone. He cannot take his time the same way he did in the previous game.
The same reason why Solix can keep pressuring the map is because of that chip. This is a stroke of genius. Again, it's what keeps Tenacity honest. And it looks like they are going to commit. Glorious Pathway by BS. Water coming through, looking to punish Danny Carter. Moss here very low. Zaman Force. Sherry comes in. Water takes out Danny Carter. Me March with the Swan Song. Xiao Tu loses the 1v1 against Song Jin Woo. Aura farming off camera. And Me Marks gets taken down 3 for none. Same thoughts. What?
No way, dude. How did they keep doing this? Again, they were not supposed to win, right? The wave was pushed up, the shortcut was there. Solix were biding their moment, and then Tenacity go with the I don't know what you want to call it, the bum rush towards Danny Carter. They use the Glorious Pathway. They send Water all in close to under turret as well. And somehow, some way, it separated Solix just enough for Tenacity to just get all the value there. All the things that made Solix win those earlier fights, the Swan Song, the Mountain Shockers, the Throne of Ruin, when they're not positioned together, it just doesn't work. And Tenacity somehow, I don't know if that was intentional, but they put Solix in a position that they can't go for AoE damage.
May have been the call. Again, I agree. I think it's more of Tenacity forcing them to sequence it off timing, which made it irrelevant. There was very little impact in what ults we saw out of Solix. So now they have control of the map once more. Lord up top, Chubby Wave in mid. Early Mount Shocker coming in from Danny Carter to ensure that Xiao's split lane push is clear. There's a Glorious Pathway. Mimax with an early Swan Song. No one home. That is a two-man Throne of Ruin. But Tenacity want more. They'll continue to break through. Shortcut calling in Xiao to come back home. We need you for the defense. Xiao takes a lot of damage out of Griffith. And Griffith will not finish the job, but he will finish Danny Carter. And now the base is up next. Tenacity sweep Solix. Moving through the brackets.
It doesn't matter how close the game looks, man. You can count on Tenacity to get a dominant finish right there. A straight up demolition. Oh boy. Despite the late game angle and how Solix were able to delay, Tenacity has overpowered them time and time again.
It was written on the... It was written all over, man. If it came down to it, all Tenacity needed to do was play cleaner. Solix still had the mountain to climb to be able to force us to game 3. This is the play-ins. Such is the nature of competition. GG well played to the Unks of MSL Thailand. This is Solix's last game in Season 1.
It's been a great showing, man. It's been entertaining. And the fact that they were able to find moments of success here against a team that's been as dominant as Tenacity. The fact that they were able to they were looking good in the late game after the strong early game that Tenacity were showing. Again, it is impressive, but unfortunately, it's not enough. This was the play here, man. Water just got Danny Carter. You see Mimarks try his best to try and get something, but everyone isn't clumped up together. Cherry late to the party as well. It's just tempo. right? Burst damage, mobility. It's been the name of the game here for Tenacity, and really, it's beautiful to see how it plays out.
The only real slow part of the team is that high loss, but let's go to Sage.
ขอบคุณพี่ๆทุกคนนะคะจากทีม Solid Esport ขอบคุณมากๆเลยนะคะจากทีมนี้ที่มามอบความสนุกนะคะคอนเทนต์แล้วก็การเล่นต่างๆเนาะตั้งแต่ regular season นะคะจนมาถึงในรอบ playoff วันนี้ค่ะทุกเรื่องราวเลยทั้งแพ้ทั้งชนะนะคะตลอดการเข้าร่วมการแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 ที่ผ่านมา และนี่คือทีม Solid Esport ให้พี่ๆนะคะได้โค้งเนาะขอบคุณแฟนคลับแล้วก็ขอเสียงตบมือดังๆนะคะให้กับฉายาวัยรุ่นยุค 90 นะคะกับ Solid Esport ทั้งออนไลน์แล้วก็ในฮอลนะคะสำหรับความสนุกตลอดมานะคะที่ Solid ได้มอบให้กับ MSL Thailand นะคะก็เดี๋ยวให้พี่ๆไปพักกันก่อนนะคะขอบคุณมากเลยค่ะโอเคค่ะตอนนี้นะคะก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะทั้ง2คนนะคะจากทีม Tenacity ตอนนี้นะคะก็อยู่กับ Water แล้วก็ซงจินวูนะคะโอ้โหยินดีด้วยมากๆเลยบอกได้เลยว่าจริงๆเป็นเกมที่สูสีมากเล่นกันได้แบบยื้อฉุดกระชากกันมากเลยนะคะเกมเมื่อกี้รู้สึกยังไงคะสำหรับเทนาที่ได้ผ่านเข้าไปในรอบต่อไปแล้ว
รู้สึกดีใจครับ
ดีใจ
ครับ
ไม่ดีใจกว่าปกติหรอเพราะว่าอันนี้คือแบบรอบต่อไปคือเป็นโบ5แล้วนะ
ก็
แล้วเราจะไปเจอ KOG เราจะไปเจอเบคอน
ไปแก้มือกับเบคอน
ไปแก้มือกับบีบอส
ใช่ครับ
ซงจินวูล่ะคะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างวันนี้
ก็ดีใจเหมือนกันครับที่ได้ผ่านเข้ารอบต่อไป
ได้ไปแก้มือเนาะ
ใช่
เราอยากจะแก้มือมานานแล้วกับเบคอนเนี่ย
ใช่ครับ
แล้วคิดว่าจุดไหนที่ทำให้เราชนะเกมนี้ได้เพราะว่าเกมแรกเนี่ยคือ Water Go per minute เนี่ยคือเกือบพันเลยคือรวยมากสรรพากรต้องเข้าแล้วเราคิดว่าจุดนี้หรือเปล่าที่ทำให้เราชนะหรือว่าจริงๆแล้วมันเป็นการดับเกมของเราดับตัวละคร
ส่วนหนึ่งก็เป็นเพราะ Water ความเก่งครับ
เพราะว่าเกมแรกก็คือ9 นาทีเวล 15แล้วอะ
ใช่ครับ
มันเกินไปป้ามันไม่มีใครได้แล้วนะเราคิดว่ายังไงตัวเราเองอะ
ก็ผมเก่งนะครับ
ก็ผมเก่งมันก็ไม่เกินไปหรอกเนาะเพราะเราเก่งโอเคแล้วเนี่ยเราเจอโซลิกอีกแล้วมันต่างจากรอบที่แล้วไหมเพราะว่ารอบที่แล้วยังเป็นไลน์อัพเก่าอยู่เขายังไม่ได้มีจอยสั่งมาแต่รอบนี้เขามาแล้วเราเจอกับเขามีความรู้สึกแตกต่างกันไหมคะ
ก็รู้สึกว่าเขาเก่งขึ้นครับ
ทีมเขามีความเก่งขึ้นแข็งแกร่งขึ้น
ครับผม
สำหรับซงจินวูล่ะคะ
ก็คิดเหมือนวอเตอร์ครับว่าทีมเขาเล่นได้ดีขึ้น
โอเค B1 B2 คิดเหมือนกันโอเคแล้วเราโฟกัสใครเป็นพิเศษหรือเปล่าในทีมนั้น
ก็โฟกัสเฉาๆครับ
เฉาทำไมเราแบบไม่ยังไงเขาเล่นเก่งหรอหรือไง
รู้จักกันมาก่อน
มันก็เลยมีนิดนึงสำหรับวอเตอร์ล่ะคะโฟกัสใครเป็นพิเศษ
โฟกัสพี่เชครับ
พี่เชลี่ทำไมเราโกรธอะไรเขาหรือเปล่า
หมั่นไส้เชครับ
อุ้ย
ถึกเกินครับถึกเกิน
ถึกเกินแล้วไอ้น้ำอันนี้เป็นคำถามสำหรับคนดูทางบ้านคิดว่าจะมีทีมไหนปล่อยให้เราได้โชว์สกิลแฟนนีไหม
คิดว่าไม่น่ามีนะครับ
ไม่น่ามี
ใช่ครับ
เพราะว่าเราเก่งเกิน
ครับ
แต่เล่นตัวอื่นเราก็ไม่เป็นไรเราก็เก่งเหมือนเดิม
ใช่ครับ
ซงจินวูล่ะคะคิดว่ายังไง
ผมก็เล่นตัวไหนก็ได้ครับ
เล่นตัวไหนก็ได้เพราะว่าเก่งทุกตัวชอบนะคะทีมนี้แบบมั่นใจเลิศเลยล่ะแล้วคำถามสุดท้ายคือเราเตรียมรับมือกับเบคอนไว้ไหม
เตรียมครับ
คือดับมันต้องโหดเลยป่ะแบบดับที่ไม่มีใครคาดคิด
ใช่ครับ
ใช่ไหม
ดูเซอร์ไพรส์
สำหรับวอเตอร์ล่ะคะมีอะไรอยากบอกเบคอนไทม์ไหมเดี๋ยวเราเจอกันแล้วในตอนเย็น
เดี๋ยวผมจะมาแก้มือใหม่ครับผมคิดว่ารอบนี้ผมได้3-0แน่นอนครับ
3-0มาแน่นะ
ใช่ครับ
โอเคได้เลยค่ะก็ขอบคุณน้องๆทั้ง2คนมากๆเลยนะคะเดี๋ยวให้น้องๆไปพักกันก่อนเนาะแล้วเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเซอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Very interesting interviews. Man, the stage is on point, man. It's definitely something you want to pay attention to. Unfortunately, we don't have subtitles. You know, and it's like when you go to Japan and you're like, where are the subs, man? Like we hope, we wish we could understand, but unfortunately, not for now. What do you think about that match, Leo?
The match was impressive. Again, Tenacity are great. We do have a real-time translation. Homie of mine by the name of Facepalm came in. Here's a quick run-through of the interview, okay? How is this Sol different to the one you faced in regular season? Water says they are getting better and stronger. Sung Jin-woo says they have more depth in the hero pool, which we kind of saw how crazy that Game 2 draft was. And then they were also asked, anyone in Solix you focused on particularly? Water said, Sherry. That guy is tanky. And then Sung Jin-woo said, Xiao. We know each other from before. So there you go. So there's a lot of history between these two teams, and I'm pretty sure it was bittersweet to have eliminated them in the play-ins.
Wow, you got your own like real-time translation, Leo. That's impressive. Finally, we can actually
Facepalm
understand.
is awesome, dude.
Dude, I believe there's been so much context like we missed on the English broadcast because of that. You know, because of the lack of
we don't speak
our
Thai.
comprehension. Yeah, unfortunately. I'm surprised no one mentioned Danny Carter though, because I was telling you during the interview earlier, like, man, they did not allow Danny Carter to play the game at all, dude. That guy was held down.
They knew how much of a threat he was. They knew how important Danny Carter popping off was. And you would have sworn the MVP was going to be Water again, or maybe even Griff, who didn't die. But the final moments were all because of Sung Jin-woo. Whenever he went Flicker, Infernal Pursuit, like that's what made Solix go, yo, maybe we should back off, and then they'll die.
There were a couple of really high-value Flicker Darkwave plays from Sung Jin-woo. And again, all things considered, with how the fights were going, right? Him only having one death is still very, very impressive. If you look at it here, the only reason why the forward momentum favors Tenacity is because Sung Jin-woo is there to kind of hold things down, right? That's where Water can go around and move around. And initially, we didn't mention it, there was a weakness. You know, the fact that Sung Jin-woo and BS can't really kite back and forth as much as they wanted. But towards the end there, disruption becomes more important than the actual maneuverability. So you can see here, when the fights go in favor of Solix, it's because they play together as five, right? Aside from that, when Tenacity goes in, when they have like a number advantage, of if they're able to separate the fight in two fronts, that's where they do their best work. And honestly, again, credit to Solix for being able to pull off some macro plays, macro traps like that. But eventually, being forced to fight in these tight corners against all the AoE, with all the spammable crowd control coming in from Tenacity, it was just too much. It was so overwhelming for them.
Now you mention it, that might have been the only pitfall for Tenacity. If Solix were able to out-macro them some way, somehow, and make this game last a little longer, that may have what forced us to Game 3. But fortunately, Tenacity saw that coming. Tenacity said, yo, we have to play tighter. Our macro has to be better, at least for 5 or 10 seconds at a time, for us to get it across and to finish in the sweep. So that's what happened in those last two sequences, going from the purple all the way to the finish here.
Whew. Man, yeah, I think Solix themselves understood that, and that's why Tenacity did what they did. We weren't expecting it, but dang, dude, even before anyone set up, the moment they saw Danny Carter, again, glorious pathway, like Water just starts jumping around, trying to get to him. They didn't even succeed initially when they tried to go for him like that, but that was enough to really get Solix confused. Despite the fact that they had their head in the late stage macro game, I think they really weren't expecting that kind of, I don't know, YOLO maneuver coming in from Tenacity, and that was their downfall. If you look at the emblems here, weapon mastery for Mimarks too. So the longer the game went, those swan songs were gonna be so good, and you can see the damage numbers, man, like 82,000 damage, definitely a respectable amount. I think the only reason why the fights really started turning around is because the Winter Crown was built by Water, right? Once that happens, Water can do the exact same thing and just Winter Crown away from the Swan Song, or even Winter Crown while channeling the electrifying beats.
Yep. And again, that made Solix stay a little longer than they were comfortable with to be able to finish the job. So yeah, you're right. I think that was another weird power spike for Water after the winner crown. And then that was another benchmark for Solix to have to go over, that me Marks' damage output wasn't enough, which is impressive. Again, fair where fair is. 82k, more than anyone from Tenacity was dealing. That just shows that maybe Odette is a legit threat. Maybe we should start respecting Odette more as a mid laner instead of just a meme, because that's what Gord was about a month ago, and now he's real.
Yeah, mid lane AoE is something that's really rising in popularity, because it used to be just utility and burst, right? But now actual AoE damage output is slowly but surely creeping back into the meta. So that's definitely an interesting factor. Aside from that, man, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you can macro against Tenacity, but they seem to understand when they can use micro to counter your macro. You know what I mean? And that's dangerous, dude.
If anything, macro is on their side. Whoever they face off in the future in the playoffs have to play a tight game. So this warning goes out to Bacon Time. Bacon Time, watch out for that Joy. Bacon Time, watch out for, you know, Griffith's entry. Even Song Jin-woo's late game entries. Watch out for that. And if anything, play a better macro. Split up the map. I don't know what kind of Bacon Time we're going to see today. If it's a cleaner Bacon Time or a Bacon Time that gets swept by Buriram United, who fortunately isn't here anymore. Buriram got knocked out in the first match, so Bacon Time is like, okay, reset.
So you're thinking it's a rock, paper, scissors type of deal between Bacon Time and Buriram? Well, we'll never know, man, but they certainly came up with some really interesting picks the last time they showed up. So a lot of people have been saying that might have been some kind of limit test, some kind of experimentation, because they brought up the Kadira, bro. They brought in the Faramis as well. And in final thoughts, Leo, because we're going to throw to the break before the next match.
I'm excited. Let's go it. Round 2, best of 5s, 2 lives, baby.
Let's go. Check it out after this break.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะRichman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ กลับมาอีกครั้งนะคะกับการแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะ
เราเจอพวกเรา2 คนแบบนี้แปลว่า
ความสนุกกำลังจะเริ่มต้นขึ้นค่ะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ เพราะว่าตอนนี้นะคะเราก็ผ่านกันมาครึ่งทางแล้วเนาะ
ใช่แล้ว
คู่นี้ก็
ค่ะ
จะเป็นคู่ที่3ใช่เป็นการเจอกันของทีมอะไรบ้างคะ
ตอนนี้นะคะก็จะเป็นการเจอกันของทีมอินซีดำไร้พ่ายอย่าง KOG King of Gamer Club นั่นเองค่ะ พี่ปางรู้ไหมว่าทีมนี้ไม่แพ้ใครเลยใน 9 แมตช์ที่ผ่านมา
Regular Season
ใช่
ไม่แพ้ใครเลย อันนี้เป็น Miracle Winner เลยใช่ไหมคะ
อาจจะเป็นเพราะฝีมือ
ทีนี้ก็ต้องมาดูกันแล้วแหละว่า แมตช์นี้เขาจะยังคงความชนะได้อยู่ไหม เพราะว่าเขาจะเจอกับนี่เลยค่ะทีม ACT Esport Club นี่
ที่เพิ่งชนะมาเมื่อกี้เลย
ใช่ชนะแบบ 2-0 อันนี้ถ้าถามก่อนฝั่งนี้มาเชียร์ทีมไหนคะ KOG
ฝั่งนี้นะคะ
KOG อันนี้ทีม ACT อันนี้เขาเรียกว่าเป็น
เหมือนอยู่ตั้งแต่เช้าแล้วไหมคะ
อันนี้เป็นการ์ดกำลังใจค่ะน้องมิ้น ซึ่งเราสามารถทุกท่านสามารถเขียนการ์ดกำลังใจได้นะคะ อยู่ที่บริเวณด้านนอก แล้วก็เอาเข้ามาชูได้ อันนี้
จะได้มีกำลังใจ
ใช่ ส่วนอันนี้นะคะเป็นขวัญใจ KOG ไม่ได้เลยไม่ได้เลย
ใครอันนี้
เราแอบเห็นอยู่วันซ้อมอ่ะนั่นแหละ
คอนเทนต์
โอเค
เดี๋ยววันนี้จะมาดูกันนะคะว่าอินซีดำยังคงไร้พ่ายได้หรือเปล่าหรือว่าจะเป็นโดนชวด ACT
โดนชวด
เพราะว่าวันนี้ ACT เขาตื่นรู้แล้ว
ตื่นรู้แล้วใช่
รู้แล้ว
เมื่อกี้เห็นเลยตอนที่ให้สัมภาษณ์นี่เขาเรียกอะไรนะแสงออกหัว
Happy Birthday ปั๊บ
นี่ใช่โอเคแล้วตอนนี้คิดว่าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วทุกคนพร้อมไหมคะ
ขอเสียงหน่อยได้ไหมคะ ขอเสียงแบบดังๆเลย
พร้อมไหมคะโอเค
พร้อม
รู้กันว่าพร้อมแล้วน้องอุดหูรอแล้วบอกว่าอยากจะดูแข่งแล้ว โอเค ถ้าพร้อมแล้วนะคะ เดี๋ยวขอส่งต่อเวทีนี้นะคะ ให้กับ3แคสเตอร์ค่ะ
We just witnessed ACT and Tenacity advance through the playoffs, and on to the next stage we go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSL Playoffs, day number 1. It's going to be me now, Gani, and alongside Midnight to my left. Midnight, how are you feeling now we are in the best of fives?
I am feeling excited. I want to see amazing MLBB action. I want to see more heroes, and I want to see some flavor, because the past 4 games, even though it felt nice, it felt amazing to witness amazing MLBB, you know, it kind of felt one-sided. It's a bunch of sweeps, 2-0. Maybe, you know, this time around we get to see Game 4, maybe even Game 5, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the two teams that advanced, it feels like they're more above tier, I gotta say, than their opponents, at least based on their previous match. So I want to see, I guess, the evolution, right? ACT, they managed to beat their opponents earlier on with a very, very direct approach, I gotta say. And I want to see KOG, you know, being the undefeated team from the regular season. Will they hold to that record, right, against a team, the Twins, ACT?
Yeah, you know, being the top dog, being the #1 team in the regular season, of course, a lot of teams are looking to take you down. They've only managed to drop 2 games, and they haven't lost a series. So all this time, KOG sitting at the, you know, the highest table, but ACT, they just did exact their revenge against Buriram United, and hey, they lost against KOG as well, so maybe their revenge journey isn't done yet, because they are still yet to beat KOG. As far as I'm concerned, they didn't even won a single game against King of Gamers last time they met in the regular season, so it's kind of personal, you know, for ACT. There's a lot of motivation at stake here for the team that came from the open qualifiers.
Definitely, and we got to take a look right at the team that holds the record of undefeated match-wise here. Again, King of Gamers, just like their name, is able to sit on the throne, and so far so good, at least for them. After seeing ACT's match, I'm sure they will pick up a thing or two to maybe give us a surprise, you know, picks wise, maybe gameplay wise. But again, based on the highlight here, Midnight, their coordination and precision is definitely something teams to look out for.
Yeah, the thing about KOG is that we talk about a lot of dynamics between the teams. Like some teams are very versatile, some teams are aggressive, some teams are creative in draft. KOG, they're a combination of all of them, you know, like this is a team that knows its identity, knows its play style, can play outside its limits, but most importantly, very decisive on these macro calls. A lot of the games that we've seen from KOG in the regular season, it's just so dominant, and it doesn't come from domination through mechanics, but it comes from overall map gameplay, like the precision between you know, the layering of skills, where to play, how fast do we play. It's just on point for KOG. That's why they're the kings of the regular season, and they're almost untouchable. Again, they did drop 2 games, but those 2 games were at least a game where you could say that KOG made some mistakes, and it's also like a good point for ACT that they're not against a team that is invulnerable, you know? Like there is a lot of pain points that they can attack definitely against KOG, but they really have to hone in on those pain points, because so far, KOG has been really solid, especially when they get a good footing in the early to mid stages of the game.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you, the kings of the regular season. Without further ado, this is Kings of Gamers!
Man, what an aura. What an aura walked to the stage. The #1 team in the regular season, ladies and gentlemen.
Still able to find wins after 9 matches in total. That's crazy. And on the other side is a team that, again, chemistry-wise, they're on point. And after winning earlier, that momentum will definitely be a part of this match. This is ACT Esports.
Hey, you know what? You gotta love an underdog story. Again, this is the team that came from the open qualifiers. Did have some shortcomings in the regular season, but overall performed solid. And at this stage, you're up against number 1. No backing down here for ACT.
Definitely not. And in case you missed it, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a best of 5 match. So I'm sure that that will be a part of the gameplay of the coaches, right? Justine is so far the coach to beat, at least from the regular season, still untouchable. Now, Midnight, you're a coach yourself. That pride definitely kicks in when your team is untouchable or undefeated.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. You know, for King of Gamers, they're going to be so confident with all their picks, all their strategy. I don't think they're going to feel any pressure in their drafting stage, but they just have to be on point and critical about ACT's drafting as well, because this team has been keeping it simple. It's all about execution. It's all about the aggression. It's all about timings. And we've seen that from their previous series with the Suyo and Harriet. So for sure, the coach here of KOG might have taken note of those 2 heroes. Suyo and Harriet, maybe there's a lot of respect heading into this matchup between the 2 junglers and the 2 gold laners.
Definitely, and I think another layer that Justine needs to add is the Kalea, right? Another hero or another
ใน
layer
ซีซั่น
of
ที่ผ่านมา มีอยู่หนึ่งทีมที่ไม่มีใครสามารถโค่นลงได้ ทุกทีมต่างๆ พยายามไล่ตามพวกเขา และวันนี้อีกหนึ่งทีมกำลังจะเข้ามาท้าทาย King of Gamer ทีมไร้พ่ายแห่ง Regular Season ด้วยการรวมตัวของผู้เล่นมากประสบการณ์ และนักแข่งระดับนานาชาติ พวกเขากลายเป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดของลีกในตอนนี้
ก็จะพยายามเป็นทีมที่เป็นแชมป์ใน MSL ซีซั่นแรกให้ได้ด้วยครับ
แต่ในรอบเพลย์ออฟคือเวทีที่ทุกเรื่องราวสามารถเปลี่ยนแปลงได้ ยังมีอีกหนึ่งทีมที่พร้อมเดิมพันทุกอย่าง พวกเขารู้ดีว่าคู่ต่อสู้ในวันนี้คือบททดสอบที่ยากที่สุดนี่คือโอกาสในการหยุดทีมไร้พ่าย และเปลี่ยนเรื่องราวของฤดูกาลนี้หนึ่งทีมกำลังปกป้องบัลลังก์อีกหนึ่งทีมกำลังพยายามโค่นมันลง
ตอนนี้ผมว่าท็อป 4 ง่ายมากครับ
เดี๋ยวแค่รายละเอียดเล็กๆน้อยๆที่เราต้องเก็บให้ละเอียดเพื่อที่จะคว้าชัยชนะได้อย่างแม่นยำครับ
ทีมไร้พ่ายปะทะผู้ท้าชิงคนต่อไปศึกแห่งการหยุดทีมไร้พ่ายกำลังจะเริ่มขึ้น
Both teams are ready, and I was about to add about the Kalea, but let's take a look first here at the head-to-head between the roles here, and again, the jungler, right? One of the twins, Zero's also just a versatile player, can definitely roll in or fill in the jungler, and also the assassins here that, again, might threat the mighty KOG.
Yep, it is I would say, a tall task for ACT to fill in, especially for Zeros to be able to duke it out against Skazen, one of the more well-known junglers here in the league. Of course, because I'm a Filipino, I know this guy and his capacity. But we've seen, we've seen some amazing things as well from Zeros. So I'm really looking forward to this matchup, as well as on the gold lane. Flukeo has been really dominant on this gold lane performance, especially when he get his hands on signature picks. Lately, it has been the Harriet, but I'm also looking forward to like the gold lane hero exchange, because so far the Freya has been a big threat in MSL Thailand. I mean, all regions are always threatened by a Freya picks, but MSL is no excuse,
especially in this current patch, right? So without further ado, let's see the first game of the best of 5, ladies and gentlemen, between ACT and KOG, and we will have a broken walls here. Midnight, that was a curveball right there.
Yeah, I like to see some crazy maps, but here we are in the most neutral map out of them all. KOG banning out that Suyo. I knew it. I knew it. Somebody was watching the games earlier.
And they can't deny the Harith pick as well, right? I think the Freya ban needs to come through from the side of ACT. And yeah, they're taking their time here. So far, KOG has been really dictating the drafts pretty well.
Yep.
Ooh,
limited
that's
options
a
here for
curveball.
ACT. Yeah, that's a curveball indeed. Even though they could get their hands on the Kalea, they just respect the Marcel of KOG, especially with that combo as well. There's a lot of like potent combos that could come out from KOG with the Marcel. We've seen that in the regular season. But yeah, we go back to the first pick, Harith. Very tempting, honestly, for KOG to take, because what is the answer from ACT? Like a Claude Leomord? Doesn't matter. If you pick up the Harith, you're eliminating comfort here against ACT.
That's the thing, right? And I think KOG is discussing though, because the Freya is still available. It's gonna be the Freya. So the Harith here, I think the play from ACT is you can take the Freya as long as I get the Harith. Now, we mentioned as well about the Kalea. Maybe that's the pair that we can expect coming from ACT. You know, their first picks, I think that's a very solid picks. And you mentioned ACT, you know, they like to play a direct approach, an honest and simple. I think that should be the play. But no, that's going to be the Khalid. So they want mobility here. They want a strong mid trio instead.
Wait, they gave KOG the Kalea. And this Freya could be flexed still on EXP, so they can get their hands on either Claude or Harith just to deny some mid-game timings from ACT. Although, taking the Leomord is also tempting here, or even a Valentina. So many good options here for KOG. Just depends on what composition they want to build around this Freya. Kimmy, interesting.
I did not expect the Kimmy as well, right? Knowing that a lot of mages are still on the board. But I guess what KOG is saying is, you know what? The mid laner here is not going to be the star. It's just going to be a sporting role. And, you know, quite independent, hard to catch, you know, with the Purify expected to come. So, yeah, I think more focus on the gold laner and the jungler later on. I think what KOG is trying to build here.
Yeah, it's a big problem though for KOG if ACT realizes they can just snatch the Leomord here. Even though it's gonna be up against Kalea. Oh, okay. They pick up the Sora. Very comfort here for Cairo, but I guess it still falls down to the the idea of like they can get the Leomord Red 4, remove some of the Kaizen heroes. At least they're gonna limit some options here against KOG. Because the whole comp of KOG relies heavily on getting away with like early game snowball. Like if they get some form of tempo in the early game, then they just scale better with the Kimmy, with a scaling assassin as well. So I'm kind of interested to see what ACT goes with here for the second phase. Because honestly, if KOG is looking forward to scale, maybe they pick up the Yisun Shin jungle as well.
Ooh. That can be the case, actually. Yisun Shin jungle, right? Another layer that definitely can disrupt the composition of ACT. And with that addition, right, Sora, I think it adds ammunition to contest the first turtle, right? Because you can expect KOG to 5-man rotate towards turtle with a Freya. But maybe with a Sora, it can increase the odds of that neutral objective take. Let's see though, for the final ban of ACT, they went in for the Valentina ban. That's natural, knowing that they picked up the Sora, and they add another EXP laner ban, and that's gonna be the Uranus.
Yeah, I like the Uranus ban. They don't have damage for this guy. They have a Zushin, so it is a problem for ACT if ever that comes out from the side of KOG. And I like that you pointed out that this Sora does solve a lot of issues for ACT. Like it provides some form of control against KOG, so you prevent that early snowball that KOG can get, because now you can actually contest early objectives. Although we say that, they still need to get an early tempo jungler. The thing is, you might be tempted to go utility here. That's why there you go. You go Fredrin just to be able to like put a lid or stop KOG from doing so many good things in the early game. But KOG can just run away with a scaling comp. Now that you see Sora, Frederick, if we just dodge fights with with this composition, we're scaling so much better compared to ACT.
And this is why I think Coach Justin, he anticipated that Fredrin pick with the Kimmy, right? A hero that can keep range, definitely can poke a fighter jungle. And we saw ACT played a Fredrin earlier on, and I think that's why Coach Justin take this Kimmy in the first phase. Now, you're right. I think they can go for that scaling jungler and just pick their battles from the early game, right? And that's going to be the 2-pair coming. It's going to be the Kai and the CC, another hero that can deny the power of Fredrin, neutral objective takes.
Oh, this is so good. This is so good from KOG. Like, comp-wise, I like the idea behind this composition. Like, you have some form of scaling while also being a monster in the early game. And the problem is, you can do this on blue side because guess what for ACT? You don't know where the CC and the Freya is going. So this Sora, you might have to flex to gold or EXP depending on what matchup you prefer. But this last pick has to be really, really good for ACT. Nothing comes to mind, honestly.
That is hard.
Maybe Terizla, or they need damage though. Gotta go normal Claude. So now they can put the CC on XP and then Freya on gold. Oh, this is so good from KOG.
I mean, so far, so good, right? It seems like KOG, they want to contest that early with technically, there's a Kimmy, but yeah, I mean, very strong early to mid fights here. So ACT, can they hold the storm of that early game with the composition that is built for that early game, especially the mid trio? Let's see, folks, for the opening game of KOG and ACT. It will be the first round, and let's see who advances through and who has to go down to the lower brackets.
It's going to be a battle of tempo, honestly, for both teams. ACT will try to prevent some tempo building up on the side of KOG, while KOG will be fighting for it. First turtle is going to be very crucial, as well as the level 4s on both roamers, especially in this Kalea, right? Because it does give you some access towards the frontliners of ACT. If they can shut this Khalid down, then they have so much early game space to work with here for KOG.
We will get to see that indeed. Well, it's not going to be a Khalid Purify this time around. We saw a Khalid and a Kalea interaction earlier on. It was ACT though on the Kalea this time. Sylvie is going to be on the Khalid. But yes, the first neutral objective is going to be very important, especially when you committed a Fredrin on your composition. But hey, against an Akai, it's going to be very tough here. Heavy spin can definitely disrupt your momentum going in. That's a steal.
Hey, you voted for 5 games. I mean, I did put KOG 3 games, but I want to see more games than 3. Niall getting heavily poked here. That's the power of the Zushin. I honestly, this is big win condition here for ACT. Like, this dual mid of theirs has to work. The Zushin and the Khalid is going to be able to provide some form of pressure in the river, but they're working with a window here. Once the Kai reaches level 4 and the Freya starts cutting waves, then that is when you start feeling the problem on the of this lineup from KOG.
And as you mentioned, Akai is already level 4. 10 seconds on the clock for the first neutral objective of the game. I guess they gotta decide here. Do they really want to commit on contest? Because top lane is already filled and occupied with KOG members. Here comes Sylvie. It's jumping in on towards Kaizen, just trying to poke around, but seems like KOG says, you know what? We'll be patient this time around. Freya is coming.
Yeah. It's a good pull as well. Good reset. Good patience from KOG, but ACT, they're not gonna let go. They want to fight for this. They have a Zushin, however. Problem is, Freya's already here.
Traction Pulse already invested. That's going to be ACT jumping in on the collapse now. First one to fall. Turtle, though, will be secured by KOG. And here comes reinforcements. KOG, with the firepower that they have, is able to take 2 more. They only lose Hyan, but not only, that's a very important member taken down. So ACT, they got compensation.
Yeah. It's classic approach from KOG, however. Like, they bursted a turtle and then immediately went straight to the enemy jungler, able to take out Zeros. Oh, King's in. So be careful, though. Good for now.
Still able to be, he's able to at least take range. KOG now. If you see at the gold gap, it's nothing, right? Almost at an equilibrium. So ACT, I like, at least they realize that they take this Freya down. Now the Freya cannot be as aggressive because he is slightly behind on EXP if you compare it to Flukeo.
Yeah. So ACT honestly could just play it slow, play it chill, just prevent fights, try to just give vision without getting jumped on by Nile on this Kalea. Sylvie has a massive responsibility on his shoulders right now. Again, river control is going to be very, very important because that's when KUG will start ramping things up. When they get mid prio, when they get river control, then you will be able to see KUG choke the map against ACT. So far, so good for ACT. Nothing's happening. Claude's farming. Everything's A-okay.
Everything is good, but remember, ACT is on a window. Heavy spin here used, interestingly, but again, ACT is able to keep range. The jungler is rotating towards top, whilst the turtle will spawn in the bottom side of the map. So again, with the Kalea already having Tsunami Slam in the kit, expect an engage here, or surprise engage from ACT. From KOG, rather.
Weird timing here from KOG. They don't have the heavy spin, so they have to wait a bit. I think for more than 10 seconds, or 15 even. ACT, they can make a move here. They have a Khalid that is already setting up a Raging Sandstorm here with a Flicker. Good zone from Karns.
Yeah, they got to buy time here, at least. Oh, KOG getting jumped on now. Again, first one to fall. Payan jumps in. Sylvie, health HP. Payan deals damage, but that's going to be the knockup. Purify popped. Oh, Pyro finds a kill. Take a look at Payan. Again, taking it all, but here comes ACT. Just collapsing on KZen, who is isolated, and down he goes. 3 members off the board. ACT, they lose the neutral, but they win the fight.
Yeah, they're so focused on taking down this turtle from KOG. They lost attention. They lost their focus on the Claude. KZen did a good job of just controlling the turtle while also holding the Fredrin down. But ACT, they didn't even care. They just looked to fight. They wanted to take down heroes. They wanted to go for the trades because, again, they know they're scaling. They don't care about neutral objectives. As long as we're taking heroes down, we're eliminating map pressure, we're giving space to Claude, we're making him farm. It's a similar story as to how they won their game against Buriram United. Everything's about making the space for their gold laner.
Making their space, indeed. And Flukeo, right? So far, so good on the farm, like you mentioned, especially getting that extra 200 gold in the inventory. Definitely adds up, definitely adds to the mid-game transition very well for the squad. And you can see the chastised Paul drone already prioritized by Sylvie, realizing and understanding that, going up against Kimi, going up against Freya definitely can be an issue.
Yeah. The thing is, ACT though, even though they have a scaling comp, yes, the Claude is strong. The thing about KOG's lineup is that they don't really, oh, he's in, accidentally pressed. They're all right there, but going back, it's not really a comp that loses out strength over time. You still have the Kimi, you still have the Freya. Freya's a strong hero, even in late game. And you also have to consider the fact that there's a CC on their lineup. It's not so easy for ACT to actually deal with the CC late game.
Let's see how will they do that later on. That's going to be the taunt coming in. Nile, again, just sandbagging most of the time. 2 big fights here. Nile taken down first. And I haven't seen like a game-changing Tsunami Slam You got to keep that in mind here from Niall. Let's see the final turtle that will definitely be contested by both teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard for the Kalea to actually find the target here. Even if he does go onto the Khalid, there's that re-engage from the Fredrin, re-engage from the Sora. So they really have to be picky here with the jumps on the side of KOG. Oh, they find a Claude, force to Purify. It's a big battle spell. However, they don't have their big ult for the turtle.
Let's see here, Kzen. Heavy spin is still in the bag. Airborne, that's going to be the jump. That's going to be the stun. Kzen again finding the neutral objective, but here comes the fight. Karns in the back, not going to survive as KOG. This time around, they will focus on the fight as ACT is able to keep their distance, but in the back, 33rd is dealing damage to Pyro. 2 members off the board. KOG again on the engage. No Purify means Fluke KO is a vulnerable target, and down he goes.
Yeah, this time around, now they find their window, they find their targets as well. Because of the fact that Flukeo had no Purify, he was so scared to dive in, to jump in with the Blazing Duet. They did isolate some targets on the side of KOG, but the Kimi was able to just dance around the Claude. The beauty of being able to attack while moving, right? Kimi able to move away from the Claude, and that allowed 4 members of KOG to just target lock this Frederick.
Yeah, and the chain reaction is nasty. Now they are forced to fight again. Heavy spin on towards Zeros. This time will not be able to escape. It's a 5v4. Payan looking for a jump. ACT still able to keep range, keep their distance, but they lose Zeros. Take a look at that final turtle chain reaction, right? They win the fight. All tier 1s are down, and now ACT, they're working space or breathing room is restricted. Purple buff even will not go to the hands of ACT.
Yeah, this is what we were mentioning earlier, right? Like the fast-paced movements of KOG. They just know where to go. They know which part of the map do we pressure. After top, they immediately go purple, remove some farm from the Fredrin, take the map away from the Claude, and after that, they just took another tower again. KOG, they're not gonna stop. They still have ults. Khalid, Raging Sandstorm, not gonna connect though. And they will force the passive. Oh, Kzen?
Purify off the board. They're keeping tabs. That's gonna be Sylvie now. Stunned up with a heavy spin, still able to get out. At least Kzen says, you know what, let's not commit just yet. You know, knowing that your neutral objective, the First Lord, is gonna spawn. And there it is. 4,000 gold lead now. What, 3 minutes ago it was at a balance, maybe. But now, KOG, they're running away with it.
Yeah, 3 towers and a full river and map control from the side of KOG. Now they slow the game down. They're just gonna wait for the Kzen's ulti with a heavy spin on the Akai. Maybe start the Lord a bit, hit it, make sure that ACT comes here. Because Claw's gonna be busy dealing with the wave bottom side, so they can just wait around for their ultimates to come back up. And now Kzen has his, so they immediately start going for the Lord. And it's a free neutral objective here for KOG.
Yeah, ACT seems like that final turtle really cost them here this game, because now with the Lord, right, marching already for KOG, I don't think they have time to restabilize here. Top tier turret, at least the tier 2 will fall. Again, ACT, they need to hope that KOG overextends, or, you know, there's a misplay coming from KOG, but it is unlikely to happen knowing that they're 6,000 ahead.
Yeah, all eyes going to be on the Kalea and the Akai for the engage. Lord is walking up towards this bot side. ACT, they need to prep up for defense. They do have battle spells. However, they have the Purify on the Zushin, Purify on the Claude, very crucial battle spells. Problem is, there's so many people that can jump from KOG.
Yep, that's going to be the Kalea jumping in. The taunt comes through. Sylvie now sandbagging for his team. Heavy spin, stun him. Down he goes. Both roamers off the board. Cairo jumps in looking for an engage. Doesn't really find the connection. Here comes the Freya Payan. Looking for an engage. Still able to dash out, but here comes the knockup. Carnes finds a kill. Cairo now looking for an escape. Kzen not able to disengage. 33rd though will find a kill for compensation, but that is still KOG losing 4 members. This is what ACT hopes to get.
Yep, good team fight control here from ACT. Cairo dividing that fight into 2, separating the damage dealers from the ongoing fight. And Freya was left alone to deal with the Fredrin, with the Zushin, even Nile. When he jumped in, the taunt was there from the energy eruption from Zeros, and Khalid did the same thing, divided the team fight into two. That's why we didn't see a good follow-up come from KOG. Just overall good team fighting from ACT, honestly. Like, look at this fight. Cairo removing the damage dealers on the backside and allow the Claude to just chill, hit the heroes in the front, and then just go for the targets.
Definitely a well-executed defense there from ACT. Though, keep in mind, that's still the far lane that they lost. The tier in the bottom side there. KOG, even though they lose 4, knowing that the Lord will spawn top, they can play around the slow push on the far lane here. ACT definitely here needs to find a good fight again here. Still behind 3K, practically.
Yeah. Have to force something, honestly, because if they're just going to wait for the waves, KOG, as you've said, they will definitely have the advantage. Because the way that the map is set up, there's no way for ACT to easily just go into the Lord pick. KOG have the time on their side. So they can just play the slow game. Now they see 4 heroes on bot side. I don't know what this is, but they see 4 members on ACT on bot side. So they immediately burst the Lord.
Yeah, definitely they can and will blitz the second Lord of the game here, ladies and gentlemen. And with a 3K in hand, I don't know. After that mistake, I'm sure KOG will be more disciplined on engaging the next fight. And so ACT, let's see. That's going to be the Tsunami Slam, though. Popped early. Sylvie now caught, stunned up. That's going to be damage coming through. Still able to get out with the flicker. Now jumps Cairo, winner crown. With the blazing duet, finds one, but Fluke kill goes down regardless. Payan just deals a lot of damage and is still going for it. ACT just 3 members up, and with the Lord marching bottom lane, still 25 seconds on the clock for Sylvie and Fluke KO.
That's such a good reaction from KOG. The initial jump from the Kalea prevented the Khalid from re-engaging with a heavy spin as well, locking the Khalid down. And Payan, man, used the ult out to avoid the shifting skies. Now they see the base.
Uh-oh, the Lord is touching the base. 3 members only defending. Kzen not finding the engage. Will have to reposition. Here comes the heavy spin, though. Seros still able, but that base is very vulnerable. Here comes the mid wave. Will they able to crush it out? Oh my goodness! They will be able to defend it this time with a double kill from Flukeo.
Oh my man, Kzen, he might have been feeling bad right now. He pushed the Fredrin away from the Kimmy. That's why Zeros was able to live, and because of that, they're able to defend. Now Cards looking for a play. They see the Kimmy and they find him and take him down. Now forced to flicker out. Oh, actually, can he do it? Can he get out? Skyfisher!
Still has a,
okay,
still has the immortality. Still able to hold on to the immortality at least, but that is another failed attempt with the Lord from KOG. The defense, the composure from ACT is what kept them alive.
Oh, okay. No blazing do it from Fukea. Good thing is, 50 seconds before Lord spawn, everything's gonna be up for this fight. Maybe except the flicker from the Kalea. But again, going back to the team fight top side, Payan dodged the shifting skies with a Valkyrie's descent and then moved back, flickered in front of the Claude, took him down. Unfortunately, when they were going for the end, that heavy spin pushed some of the members of ACT away instead of into the base. And that allowed some of the members to heal back from ACT, and they were able to go for the reset and re-engage again.
Yeah, the timing from Flukeo on the respawn was perfect as well. Because if he had come in a little second too late, that would be the end. But again, right, it is just KOG with the lead. 2 failed attempts though. You know, we're entering almost the 18th minute mark. So the goal here almost is irrelevant, but it's still KOG now with the control of the Lord. This time around, ACT will not go for the split farm or a split clear. Cairo though commits the recall.
Bot side. Somebody has to deal with that wave. Now they see no Sora. They can just fight.
They will find it. That's going to be the Crimson Beacon committed early by Carnes, trying to deal damage. The Lord will be taken by Pai. And Ceros, flickers from Sylvie. That's going to be Nile now. Going down. Fluke KO finds the angle to take the Blazing Duet and down 2 members from KOG.
I don't know, KOG, they've been really overcommitting on these neutral objective takes, using the heavy spin to just make sure that the Frederick is away from the Lord, is able to get it, however, will they lose 2 on the process because they've committed 2 big ultimates, the Valkyrie's Descent and as well as the heavy spin to just take the Lord. I don't think it's worth it, honestly, at this point for KOG. What you want right now is to win a fight. You want to be able to shut down this Claude. You want to be able to force some skills from ACT so you can re-engage with the Freya, with the CC. But because they're committing so many resources and so many attention towards this Lord, KO is able to just freely play in the team fights.
I think that is the big that should be on their minds now, right? Not wasting big resources, big ultimates on towards just the neutral objectives. And again, ACT, they dodge another big bullet. It's still another reset here. KOG needs to at least wait for 100 seconds now to have another attempt, have another go on the Lord. They know that they are still at the advantage, knowing that the turrets from ACT are all taken down. And ACT, they got to play a little bit more, defensively still, knowing that the far lane, the bottom lane, is constantly going to push towards your base.
Yeah, and they also have to worry about the angles of KOG, like they could be coming from multiple angles. It can't just be the Lord. The Kalea, the Akai, or even the CC can make plays from the backside of the team fight. So ACT, they have to be careful about how they thread their side of the jungle, especially if they want to contest for these Lords. So it's not just the waves that they have to worry about, but also the bushes, the lanes where KOG might be coming from, weird angles, weird concealed plays from Nile. We've seen that so many times in other regions, MPL ID, MPL Philippines, these weird late game calls where teams are just moving from all over the map, like bot side, top side, anywhere they could be coming from here for KOG.
Yeah, I think they gotta slow things down now that ACT has the firepower. Oh man, it's tough. It's tough. KOG now. It's they gotta play their cards right. Now that the Lord is up, let's see. It's going to be the 4th attempt on the Lord. First and second, they got the Lord. They got the push, but the 3rd time is the Lord was irrelevant. ACT pops to conceal. Doesn't really get it, but yeah. It's gonna be another reason.
I mean, they wanted to force because now they have to deal with the bottom wave. I think you either risk it, let go of this bottom wave, or you just let this Lord go. And ACT at the moment, they don't seem to be sure what they want to do. Now they're gonna send the Claude bot side. KOG can just retake the Lord pit because of this. Now they have Lord Prior once again. And there's so many waves to deal with here for ACT. Again, this is the thing that we were mentioning earlier. Like KOG, they have time on their side. They can just play it slow. They can just let the Lord go. They can also farm for a bit. Now that the Claude's massive, KOG can just get some more items on the Kimi and the CC, get the immortalities up, and just wait for an opening against ACT.
That's what they're expecting. That's what they're hoping indeed. Freya showed bottom lane earlier, and KOG, they repositioned to a safer zone. That's discipline right there. Now with the Freya coming back in there, poking the Lord here, waiting on information on the whereabouts, especially the Claude here that hasn't shown in the map. It's just going to be another reset until then, right? KOG playing their cards right here. 22 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and this is just the first game of the best of 5. Here comes the engage. Here comes the Lord. Will be taken by KZen again. But here comes the fight. Order crown pot. Payan pops a win in nature. All alone. Flicker. But nobody to cover him. Down he goes with Flukeo securing it. Cairo will be the only trade. But with the Lord evolved now in play, KOG can still play on the offensive side.
They want to go. They want to go for the end. They have the Lord. This is an evolved Lord, by the way. This is gonna be hella strong inside the base, and they have 2 waves marching in for KOG. Can they actually base lock?
They have Zed here that can play through range. Here comes the minion spawning, helping ACT out to buy time. KZen still able to disengage, reposition. So far, so good here from ACT. Still able to restabilize now without Payan. They're hesitating, right, on the engage, on the collapse, and with the composure and patience, ACT, what a defense yet again.
This is going to be annoying for KOG. A little bit hard to end the game, especially with how ACT built this composition. You can see the Zushin is going for full utility, the slows from the Ice Queen wand, his movement speed as well. He's able to chase heroes down in a team fight. And even though Payan deals so much damage, it's just one win of nature from Flukeo. Even the Freya has his own win of nature, but you cannot beat the mobility of the Claude, especially under the Blazing Duet with the Purify as well. There's just so many kits from the side of ACT to kite the members of KOG, especially if KOG just wants to focus their attention on the Lord. So I think, honestly, if KOG wants to win this game, they have to drop this Lord obsession and just fight ACT head on.
Let's see if that will happen or not. Because I think Payan, without the Purify, definitely cost him some sort of, potential engage, knowing that the Zushin is already on the opponent's side, right? When he wants to engage, Karns with the Lanterns definitely can reposition Payan, and we saw that multiple times where he got repositioned to a very awkward place, and cost him the fight. So let's see here. 10 seconds on the clock for another Evolved Lord.
I don't know what it is with MLBB, but all 5 lords spawn top side. This is
That's true.
this should be investigated.
That's
Sorry,
true.
what is this?
But hey,
imagine,
the
imagine
bottom,
if,
but at least the top turret from side of ACT already collapsed as well. That's a 2-man taunt.
Yeah,
looking
true.
for an engage.
True.
But yeah, you're right. 5 lords spawn top. That's gonna be the poke coming from Flukeo and friends. Half HP on the Sakai now. ACT, can they, utilize this to their advantage?
Yeah, they're going bot side. They're playing the slow lane, push the tower with the Claude. Payan is in a very interesting position, however. They can go for a B line play against this Zushin and Claude. They don't... Okay, now they see the Claude. But KOG cannot even do anything. Now, Khalid is setting up a weird play of his own. Cairo is going to look for the bushes. They still don't see the Freya.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be played around the conceal. Here comes Sylvie. Finds a raging sandstorm on time. Here comes the collapse. Now, who gets the low heavy spin pot? It's going to be KZen again. Now, ACT, they got to focus on taking members down. Ceros all alone, isolated. Take a look at Freya top lane. Payan finds a clear. Finds the angle with a wave coming on towards their base. And ladies and gentlemen, that should be the end of game number 1. KOG. It was hard, it was tough, but they got the dub.
Oh man, the patience from this Freya. They knew it was literally nigh impossible for them to actually take that Lord fight. As we saw the beauty of the team fight here from ACT. They know they're a much stronger composition. They can play around the kits that they have, the slows from the Zushin, the stunts and the controls from the Fredrin. So Payan was like, okay, if I cannot fight them, let me fight your base. Your base doesn't fight back.
Man, again, the adaptation coming in from KOG. It took them 5 lures or 4 lures, but at least they finally, on the final attempt there, able to find the angle. Take a look at the Freya here, already clearing up, and that's it. ACT, they defended very well, but unfortunately, having no turrets alive, yeah, they can't really be proactive per se in that game. They gotta just stay on the defensive. They gotta stay on the reaction. And fortunately for the side of KOG, they finally adapted and used the advantage to their side. What a game! What a win!
Yeah, you could definitely argue that there's a lot of ways for ACT to maybe have won this game, but because of the damage that KOG has dealt in the mid stages of the game, where they took out all the tower, especially that bot side for 5 lords, they had the slow lane advantage. I mean, KOG, they're maybe having their lucky day. Even if they didn't take down the tower top side, they would have had the advantage all game long because of where the Lord spawned every single time. But again, it's just that damage that prevented, like you've said, ACT from being proactive in the game. They had the much better team fight in the late game. They had the superior damage, they had the superior control, but it's just that one Freya play because of the fact that the tower in the top lane was already dead and gone, and Kyro didn't check the bush. It was the weird angle that proved to be the breaking point of the game here for ACT. And our MVP of the game is the CC 33rd with so much damage dealt on the late game. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure he was dealing more damage than the Freya in the late game because of the amount of survivability that he has on the CC.
Yeah, especially, CC on the Vengeance, very hard to take down. And, he made, he was the Ghost MVP, I gotta say, right? He was not the standout figure in that game, but he definitely enabled his team in a lot of ways here, being the tanky member, being one of the players or one of the heroes that can engage, can also deal damage. Yeah, shout out 33rd, man. Great first game on the CC, which, in this current patch and meta, you don't really see a lot of successful CC.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to a couple of players. They feel like CC is kind of a dead hero, but there are games where you can see the value of having a CC, right? Especially when they saw this Sora, you do have that option of just flexing the CC to gold, flexing that CC to EXP, even though CC XP doesn't feel too nice. But if it's a familiar matchup like a CC Sora, then it's fine. All you need to do is just do your job, pop that Vengeance when necessary and deal damage in the team fights. And he was stable in doing that. So with the Curtain Skull, all the links, dealing damage to the proper heroes. But the problem was in this game, it didn't come down to whoever was the better team fighting team, but how much time do you have inside a team fight? I think that's why the CC was able to do much and provided so much space for the other members. It's just that they weren't able to capitalize because the Freya really couldn't lock in on anybody on the side of ACT. That's why that play in the last team fight was so amazing from Payan. He realized that, okay, this is not working out for us. I've tried Imo buy and sell. I've tried Win of Nature on a Freya that lasts for a second. Doesn't work, guys. Let me just push.
Yeah, I think again just adaptation right in game as well. But you can see the power of Akai and props to Kaizen, right? 0 neutral objectives for this Fredrin for Zeros.
Yeah,
100% neutral objective take on the Akai. So Kaizen, despite him not having a good stat, 156, at least he did his job well. A couple of times though, that was taken by Freya, but that was purely through communication. Heavy spin to separate the members of ACT so that Freya can focus on the Lord. But hey, intelligent communication still coming through from the side of KOG, able to build that early. That third turtle again, folks, was very crucial for KOG to have that control, right? Because after that, the chain reaction was almost unstoppable from the side of ACT, from the side of KOG.
Yeah, it's a Filipino special, man. It's a Filipino passive. We don't care about micro, we care about macro. We care about lords, we care about bombs, we care about map. But yeah, Kaizen did a fantastic job of just being on top of the objective control, even though sometimes too much. Like it's borderline obsession. Like at that point, just go for the team fight, you know. But again, it's just the stability of, knowing what the team wants. Because at the end of the day, it's team communication, right? Like if the team wants Lord, then team wants Lord. If somebody steps away from that mission, then the whole thing breaks apart. So I do like that he's very consistent when assigned a specific task. Because again, as you said, it's 100% objective rate. The Fredrin didn't really get anything. And that's just one crucial part of why KOG is very successful at what they do. Even though sometimes they make weird choices, at least they're 100% committed to that weird choice, you know?
Again, gotta just commit, right? Once you go in,
Yeah.
you commit. And at least we saw that from the side of KOG. We saw some resilience, though, from the side of ACT, being just on the back foot for most of the game, for most of the time. They're showing that they're able to squeak in wins. And let's see now. I'm all for the second game. Drafting wise here, Midnight, I don't think the Freya should be open this time around, especially if they stay on red side.
I agree. Even though ACT, they do play it, but again, as you've said, if they stay on red side, there's a good chance that KOG just takes it away, because it's such a good hero in this current patch. Like, it's almost unstoppable. Given enough farm, given enough momentum, tempo, it just destroys heroes, it destroys towers, and it destroys their hopes and dreams of winning an MLBB game, you know?
We saw that from game one. At least it was evident. I was quite surprised that the Freya, committed the flicker instead of the purify. But hey, it was a gamble. There was a risk, but I guess it worked. I still prefer the purify in that game. I could have sworn if that he went on the purify, I think that game could have lasted shorter. But hey, a dub is a dub, a win is a win. It's still one game. But the journey, folks, in case you missed it, it's still it's going to be a best of 5 now. So they're not at match point just yet.
Yes, sir. We never know. There might be 4 more games in this business. And there's a lot of catching up for ACT to do in this game. A lot of adjustments definitely for this series. But coming off from that game 1, at least we have a preview, right, of how close this series is. Even if KOG gets a good standing in the early game, ACT does have that capacity to just claw their way back, especially on Flukeo, man. This guy, very reliable on the gold lane, so strong on whatever hero you give him, Harith, Claude. He's gonna be able to perform in this game as long as nothing too crazy happens. We saw that game number 1, like nothing too crazy was happening in the game. The Claw was just farming. KOG was just doing normal objective things. They were able to scale up towards that late game. So I'm excited to see what they're gonna be giving Flukeo on game number 2. Maybe we see the Harith on first phase, because this was the first time today we see Flukeo on a different hero, and that was a Claude Red 3, which, by the way, they did have an option to pick up the Harith.
I think it was red 4, sir. I think.
Red 4. Yeah.
Red 4. Yeah, red 4. But yeah, I too expect the Claw to be, or the Harith to be picked up in the first phase, but instead it survived the first phase, right? That's why the Harith man came through on the second phase from the side of KOG. They respect the Harith potential from Flukeo, and thus they ban it. Sora, though, was picked red 3. I can't really say much until we see the sides, but I still expect from the side of ACT that they take the red side here.
Yeah, gives them more option, honestly, because one good thing about blue side for them is that they get to have that prio between Claude, Harith, or the Harley Leo exchange. But now that they've shown their cards that these two teams are willing to go down the utility route, I think red side has more appeal for their draft, because it just gives more flexibility for red 3, red 4, and red 5. Like, those last 3 picks are very, very important. That's why I think red side is kind of underutilized in this patch, because a lot of the teams are not willing to go down the utility route,
Interesting. You're right. You're right. So it was a cloud red 5 then, right? Fredrin was picked 4th and Sora was picked 3rd. But ladies and gentlemen, we will do have a side switch. ACT will have the blue side instead. And take a look at KOG. They immediately banned the Freya out. Now, does the Harith come through first pick here from side of ACT? But that's a respect as well from ACT. No Akai here for KZen.
Yeah, not gonna lie, it's just full respect, you know? Like, if you look at the macro side of things, like, it wasn't really that threatening, but because of the fact that they didn't get any objective, you know, might as well remove it. Kaizen's very, very annoying on these kind of heroes. And yeah, it does go down to first pick Harith, maybe a good prior for ACT, but they also have to consider Baxia. There you go. 'Cause if they pick Harith, then Baxia goes to the side of KOG first too. Maybe they go like Baxia Claude or something. So they remove the Baxia. Phobius is still open, by the way.
You're right. The Phobius is still open now. KOG, do they want to contest the Phobius? Or do they, you know, because the Marcel is still on the board as well. It's going to be the Harley. Yeah. So, yeah, KOG saying, you know what? You only get one hero, but we can get 2 power picks. Let's see what ACT decides here.
Yeah, they go Harith. Maybe they leave out Marcel here for KOG. Take the Kalea, honestly.
I think that should be the play, right? Remember the previous series? Oh! We forgot about the Suyo. We forgot about ACT Suyo. KOG, they deny it, and they paired it with the Phobius. Very strong for that first objective take from the side of KOG.
Yeah, I like this. This is deep, honestly, for KOG, because these two, they prevent the Kalea from coming up from the side of ACT. So now they get the Leomord. Even if they go Kalea here, you can just go Gato second phase for KOG. If they take Marcel, then you go Kalea. If they don't take Marcel nor Kalea, KOG can snatch it up themselves, and that's a power of red 3, right? Like if you pick Kalea or Marcel, then you can protect the guy with the 2 bans that you have for second phase. So now they see Khalid. It's too tempting, honestly, to go for the Kalea, but they might just pick a different option. Maybe they go Claude here and then go Rome red 4.
I think they it's neither. They're gonna secure a mid laner instead here. So what they're saying is they're anticipating, you know, the alts, and I think Valentina fits very well in this current patch. You know, whether the opponent has a big ult or not, Valentina is an independent hero. You know, and it's gonna be the Valier ban, knowing that, you know, KOG, I think they're gonna commit on towards a dive composition. They're gonna go in, that they're gonna go shoulder to shoulder. So they ban the Valentina out. Now that leaves the Marcel up for a ban, and ACT, they took no time to ban the hero away.
Yeah, I actually like the choice that they made here for KOG. It's so deep. Now that they can, that they've picked up the Valentina, they can remove some of the annoying heroes, especially the mages on the side of ACT. Now, ACT has to think about 2 roles, the roam and the gold lane. So they commit for the roam ban just to protect this Khalid. Now they can set up an amazing Kalea pick here for KOG. Or they can reserve the Kalea for last, pick up the gold lane here. This is so good. Like, this is a good setup from KOG. What a good first phase, honestly.
That was a very intelligent, you know, approach. Let's see here. Red 4. What's it gonna be? You mentioned being, I think they should just pick up the roamer here, right? Just leave the gold laner last, having the last pick value, the play coming in. KOG, they need crowd control. I think a hero that can crowd control. There you go. It's gonna be the Badang.
Okay,
Locked in.
I would like this. I like this against Harith, Khalid.
And a
You can
Khalid.
stop the Quicksand Guard. I mean, decent against Leomord. ACT, though, they can get the glue on XP, even the Yuzong. They cannot go Sora because of this Valentina. So I think Yuzong, Lapu, or Glue, those 3 are good options. And then for mid, you might want to pick up something that can disengage, something like a Lilia.
Oh, like the Lilia. That is also, yeah. I think Lilia is good going up against a Phoveus, against a Badang, and a Suyo
Yeah.
that wants to get close to you. You know, I think a Lilia is a good shout, and also it clears very fast, though very vulnerable pre-level 4 and on the dot midnight, as you call it, Neil de Guzman. Lilia will come into play.
As much as I love Uranus, I would have wanted a more oppressive XP laner because the amount of disengage from KOG is so insane. Like you need one more engage. The Uranus can be a frontline nuisance against KOG, but they will find a way to deal with him in the later stages of the game. So KOG, if they go Claude here, it should be okay. Either Claude or Moskov, honestly.
Yeah, hero that can shred. You know,
Yeah.
the Uranus down. I think that should be the play from side of KOG. They're taking their time here before committing onto their final hero. But yeah, I think a good AOE and a good shred is going to be the Claude. But no, instead they want to play around the map, right? With the Moskov, you know, far lane is in control. A surprise SOD can definitely come into play.
Yeah.
So that's the approach that they're taking.
Yeah, this is why I would have liked the Yuzong or Glue on the EXP here for ACT, because you prevent this Moskov option from being a good thing. Because with the Claude, yeah, sure, they scale, but we're a much stronger team fighting lineup here for ACT. But now with this current configuration for ACT, they have a Moskov problem in the later stages of the game. This Uranus, if he doesn't get a good start in this game, let's say there's no tempo for ACT whatsoever, Moskov's going to have a free game during the Lord fights.
The window is definitely smaller here for ACT. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the second game of the series. First game, it was a long one, 22 minutes, if not more. But KOG, they got the dub. Let's see and witness together what will happen here on the second game. ACT looking to equalize. Lanadon, here we go.
Yep. Again, same thing as game number 1. Very important is the tempo here, but this time it's for ACT, not KOG. KOG is actually playing to scale, playing for neutral objectives. They're going to try to avoid some skirmishes because there's a lot of brawly heroes on the side of ACT.
This is ACT just taking away the orange buff. Now, Sylvie will be the casualty here, but they take the orange buff. KOG now looking to close the distance. Oh, Hazen finds the stun. That's a double from the Suyo. Almost a triple Z though, secures it. That's going to be Carnes with the power of Lilia finding a compensation kill now. No black shoes just yet, but here comes Sylvie. 2 members off the board. 3 from the side of ACT. But that orange is still taken away. Still benefits KOG.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, if the Suyo didn't get 2 kills there, then, you know, the offset would have been enough for ACT. But now, even if they did steal the orange buff, it doesn't matter because he got extra XP from that. And now they get mid-prio. They get so much tempo out of that early skirmish. And I don't want to curse it, Gani, but it looks like they're going to have a hard time here for ACT. Because now they have a big problem with their hands. They have the Suyo problem. They're going to have a Phoebus problem. And they will also have a Moscow problem late game.
Yeah, the risk on that steal was not worth it at all here for side of ACT. And now with the turtle up, with the position that they're currently in, I think it's hard for them to contest. But let's see here. Seros is slightly ahead EXP-wise, but both junglers are level 4. Cairo jumps in. Kaizen finds the neutral objective. That's a stun on towards the Leomore. 33rd being a hassle for ACT. 33rd finds a good dark wave, but not anymore. KOG satisfied with just the turtle.
Yeah, good peel coming out from Nile, pushing the right targets, allowing 33rd to actually escape. The Phoebus was really looking not too good there. It was gonna die, but because of the punches from Nile, able to zone away some of the members. Oh, orange buff, round 2, grant them orange. They don't know KOG, they have no idea.
They thought that, you know, that play was all over. Shame, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you type ACT saying, you know what, we don't care. We will take your orange buff regardless. KOG looking to find a fire back, but the orange buff from the side of ACT is nowhere to be found, still spawning in 10 seconds. Good play, good recovery at least from side of ACT.
Yeah. And they're getting some green camps here for KZ. Overall, good resource trades on both sides. But at ACT, again, they have to make sense of this Uranus pick, right? Like, so far, he has died once. And we all know how unfortunate it is for a Uranus to die in the early game because you lose that tempo, you lose that advantage. Okay, Zen.
They want to commit on towards this fight. That's going to be damage coming through. KZ deleted alongside now. That's going to be SOD landing. Sylvie 1 HP as Zed. Not enough resource to get out there. It's 3 members off the board. ACT finds the clap back.
Yeah, now there goes the recovery for the Uranus. 2 quick kills for Cairo, and he's back in the board. This is the strength of the Lilia Leomord combo, especially with Nile assisting as well on the Badang. It looked like a good peel from the Badang with the wall, but actually made it almost impossible for KOG to run away from the Leomord and the glooms coming up from Karns.
Yeah, again, being too jumbled up there was definitely the death of KOG. Oh, taken very low here. KZ not able to take the neutral objective. And I believe this is the first neutral objective on the board for Zeros. Now pops the steed. Stunned up. Here comes the damage. They find the collapse to fight and down 2 members. Nile and Zed off the board. Open things up here for ACT. SOD.
Good recovery,
landing
honestly.
33rd. That's going to be the damage coming through, but 33rd, a little bit too far there. Glooms will be eaten up by the Phobius. Down he goes.
Yeah, Lilia is so good this game, honestly. Like, he's making a lot of work for ACT. The amount of damage that KOG is taking. Oh, Zed!
I don't think they respect the damage coming from side of ACT.
Yeah. I don't think they expect even, not just respect, they don't expect the amount of crazy damage that this lineup outputs. Especially with the amount of control that they have, right? Like, the only CC for ACT is actually the Raging Sandstorm, but again, because of this this Padang, it's kind of making it awkward for KOG to fight into ACT. Because when you peel, you're also blocking some of your members from moving away from that spot, and that's where the Leomord and the Lilia shines. And they also have to worry about this insane front line coming out from the Uranus. Like, yeah, sure, he died early game, but so what? He got 2 kills. He was able to recover. Now he has an Oracle, has her Dreadnought armor, heavily reducing the damage from the Phobius and the Suyo. He's moving to build a Dominance Ice next.
It's definitely will, hinder the development of KOG. That's going to be KZen jumped on, still able to dash out. That's going to be the Sun on towards Nile, though. All alone, isolated, still has the flicker to keep his distance. But take a look at the backside. That's going to be Sun on towards Flukio. Shaman Force pops now. Does he have enough damage? There you go. With the jukes, he will be able to escape, and down 33rd goes. What a mechanic there shown by Flukio.
Yeah, and this is the crazy part about, the region development with Harith, right? Like, teams sometimes don't care whether they pick Harith into Phobius or letting enemy take Phobius when they have a Harith, because it feels like, yeah, sure, you get the passive, you can jump here, front and back, but the thing is, you're still going to be under the Zaman Forest. You refresh the jumps that you have, all the while getting so much damage dealt onto the Phobius. So most of the time, the Harrods don't even care because the Phobius is just dying under your ultimates. And then you add the Leomord and the Lilia into the mix. So 33rd is not going to have a fun time jumping in these fights.
Definitely not. And it was evident. Oh, there's a solo kill on the bottom side of the map here. KZen, the Suyo was struggling there to get out. And another big win for ACT, claiming the neutral objective and getting a kill on KZen, who has the Sky Piercer. So the stacks not looking good here for KZen.
Yeah, definitely not. And scaling wise, it's also kind of scary for KOG to fight into this composition of ACT because the Suryo has to face so much magic damage, and even under the immortal form, it's not gonna protect him. So they need a lot more for KOG. They need more items. They need more damage from this Moskov. They need time, honestly, on their side. But ACT, all the time in the world, they have Can just push the towers here, force some passives in the middle lane, and then just clean the map from KOG so that the Moscow is not able to take farm.
No, indeed. It's a similar story, but different side here. First game and second. 7,000 gold gap here for ACT. Now, in the first game, KOG with a sort of lead struggled to find, the end. Let's see how ACT handles it with this composition. 30 seconds on the clock for the first Lord here, ladies and gentlemen. And KOG, they're just banking on Payan here, who is still at a 0-0-0 stat to get the farm, to get the Holy Trinity, and then be a figure or be a standout figure for KOG.
Yeah, they have a long way to go down as Moskov needs the DHS. He does need the Malefic Gun, and he does need the Rose Gold Meteor. So ideally, you're looking at like 3, 4, even 5 minutes of farming for the Moscow. So they have to delay by a lot. And ACT is already knocking into their bases, trying to force some passives on the tower. And now it's a free Lord. Didn't even land the SOD at the right time. The ACT was on top of that Lord Prio.
Yeah, what a timing though if the SOD lands on the Lord.
Yeah, dude.
But yeah, now with the Lord in play for ACT as the 6th man, definitely can, with the passive, with the Holy Shield already triggered here, top and mid, ACT definitely can cause more problems here, turrets-wise, on the side of KOG.
Yeah, we also have to talk about this Divine Glaive coming out from the Lilia, already doing so much magic damage against the Fulvio, Suyo, even the Badang. Yeah, sure, you built your Radiant Armor, but the Glaive's already done.
Oh, here comes the attack. Uh-oh, what's happening? Midnight, that's gonna be the turret taken down in the mid lane. It's gonna be stunned, Fluke KO jumping in. That's going to be ACT now, focusing on the top turret.
I think that's it. Should be it. Tower, oh, Nile is not going to save this game for ACT. 33rd, making some space. Payan dealing with the Lord. Is this enough? They have the damage. They take the base. ACT equalizing the series against regular season number 1.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, ACT will equalize here on the series. And what the adaptation, man, from the side of ACT shown in that game, from the Giraffes already. And execution, they did not disappoint. The early game, the window that the Uranus gives, or the early game, the Uranus power gave, they were able to utilize it. And transition towards the mid game, they were able to stay just composed Midnight, and what a textbook win, I feel like.
Yeah, it came down to like a textbook victory here for ACT, but they did a lot of like bouncing back. Again, what happened early game was a bit scary, losing that Uranus, even though sure, you took the auras, you stole it from the Suyo, was able to get 2 kills. On paper, that was KOG's timing already. It was like game over at that point. But because of the fact that they had this recovery kill in the river, the Uranus was able to get 2 kills, able to get his items intact and the timings intact as well. ACT was just able to pressure more and more, and with all the kills that they took, the advantage grew further and further, and it came to the point where this Lilia and Leomord became too massive of a problem for the Suyo to deal with. So it came down to can KOG actually buy enough time for this Moscow, because they do need a lot of items. They need damage for them to actually fend off this Leomord and Uranus, but it proved to be too much of a lead for ACT. That's why they're able to just clean out the base. And again, good recovery coming up from Cairo from an early shutdown on the Uranus after just getting 2 kills. Got up the Dreadnought armor into the Oracle, into the Antique Cuirass, removing majority of the damage output coming out from KOG.
Yeah, again, I think the series, the focus is going to be on the EXP laners, right? First game, it was 33rd, getting the MVP. Second game, Cairo finds the clap back here. The Uranus was on point, and it was a big factor on that game. Why? The space that ACT has was massive. And, they make it look effortless here at Midnight, right? Moskov was irrelevant. The last pick value that KOG had was not a factor in this game. 0-0-0 till the end, I believe, or maybe an assist towards the end, but he was not seen. Maybe the Claude was a better pick in after all.
Yeah, like conceptually, if they're playing the long game, this match, maybe that would have made more sense. But I just think, ACT have this perfect idea of when to actually, force errors on the enemy side, because this river play, it came out of nowhere. Most teams would just wait for turtle, look to set up, play for their timings. But because of this one unorthodox play coming out from ACT, they took 2 kills, they found 2 important targets, and immediately after that went towards the enemy side of the jungle, took 1 purple buff, took 1 turtle, and then immediately took over the map right after that, because at that point the Uranus was almost unstoppable. If they tried to fight on the side of KOG, they don't have the numbers, they're not going to have the Moskov, and ACT were bringing 5 members on their side always. So it came down to the numbers game as well as the damage game, which unfortunately KOG loses on both fronts.
They definitely did lose on both fronts, and it was a different story as well if you compare the first game and the second, right? The first game, it went above 20 minutes, but this time around, we did not even touch 11 minutes of game time. Only 1 Lord here for ACT to equalize, and again, they do not want to cross 14-minute mark, right? Because if not, maybe Payen will be a strong figure, and ACT denied it. Very well executed again from the side of ACT. As a unit, the Lilia, you called it, and it played a big role. Take a look at the damage dealt by this Lilia. 42,000 damage. That's a lot for 10 minutes of game time.
Yeah, you gotta commend the players as well. Like, most teams would be afraid to pick Lilia into a Valentina because you're giving him the black shoes, but it just made perfect sense here for ACT against the Suyo, against the Phoveus, especially when they when they picked up the Badang. They needed a re-engage or disengage mage that can actually deal damage, so it just made perfect sense here for ACT. And yeah, you're right, Payen was literally, I'm not gonna say useless, but he wasn't really much of a use in terms of like timing wise and damage wise. Was literally sitting at 0-0-0 for the whole entire game, and he ended the game with 1 assist. So he wasn't able to play the game, wasn't able to like play how he wanted to. Moscow was non-existent in his last game, and you'd have to give props to ACT. They just know their lineups, they know their identity, and I think if you're gonna identify how ACT operates, they just want simple lineups, man. They just want simple lineups that they can understand and they can execute. And this Harriet is as simple as it gets. First pick, we get blue side. We don't care about any other things. We just care about taking Harriet for KO.
It does feel like the blue sides, at least for the series, has been the side that is more fruitful, points wise. So we will get to see now KOG not able to grab success on the red side. Will they switch things up on the third game here, folks? Again, it's a best of 5, so neither team is at a match point, and I want to see the adaptation, right? The Lilia, is it going to be denied or banned away from the side of KOG if they want to, especially if they want to prioritize the Phoveus? That's going to be a big hero to at least they got to think about, if they lock in the Phoveus, the Lilia is too expensive to give away.
Yeah. Uh, a lot of things that both sides can actually look forward to in this upcoming game. Maybe we see a different hero for KZ so far. What worked for him in the regular season were the Guinevere's, the Harleys, the Suyo has now been effectively shut down. So I think ACT, they're definitely confident on letting that go. So aside from mid and jungle, we also have to look into EXP lanes. The reason why the Valentina has been heavily priored here by KOG is just to remove the Sora from Cairo. Maybe they look into like letting that go, looking for a better matchup, essentially not locking our mage into a Valentina pick just to prevent a Sora. So a lot of adjustments for both sides in terms of draft. Bigger adjustment should come from KOG because the pressure is on them. Not saying that because they don't draft that well, but even with the draft they pulled out on game one, ACT was able to, push them on the edge. So I think there's a lot more challenges for KOG in terms of the draft because, again, ACT, they just keep it simple, man. They simplify things. They don't overthink. They pick their lineups.
And here's the thing, Midnight, before we get on towards more details on the upcoming game, we'll have a short interview here on what's going on there in Thailand. Let's see, folks.
ทางร้านโฮมนะครับเชียร์เนี่ยดูเอา KOG
KOG นี่นักแข่งตึงแล้วแฟนคลับก็ตึงด้วยอันนี้เชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมคะในทีม
ต้องตอบว่าเชียร์เพื่อนครับโค้ชฮิวโก้นะดับดีๆหน่อยเพื่อน
ดับดีๆหน่อยนะคะด้านนี้ล่ะคะเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษ
เซอร์ลอสม้าพยศครับ
เซอร์ลอสไม่เชียร์ซิลวี่ด้วยเหรอเขามาด้วยกันนะ
เขาพลังธาตุมืดอยู่แล้วครับพี่
พลังธาตุมืดอยู่แล้วโอเคก็คือเป็นไอดอลเราเลย
ใช่ครับผม
อันนี้เพื่อนเป็นไอดอลไหมคะ
เป็นเพื่อนกันแต่ถ้าไอดอลในแมตช์นี้ของน้องๆก็คงเป็นน้องผ้าเย็นนะครับก็คือลั่นจัดคนนี้
เมื่อกี้เพิ่งลักเปิดเขาไปเลยนะบ้านเนี่ยเพิ่งลักเปิดบ้านเขาไปเลยอันนี้เรามีโอกาสได้มาดูที่ลีโดไหมรอบ regular season
ไปเกือบทุกอาทิตย์เลยครับที่ KOG แข่งแฟนคลับตัวยงเป็นแฟนคลับตัวยง
เกือบจะเป็นนักแข่งละด้านนี้ล่ะคะเคยไปดูที่ลีโดไหม
ไม่เคยมาเลยครับผมดูแต่ไลฟ์จากบ้านครับพลาดไม่ได้ครับผม
นี่เขามีป้ายมาด้วย
นี่ครับเอาจริงครับACT เอาจริงรอบนี้
เพราะว่าตื่นรู้แล้ว
ใช่ครับผม
โอเคแล้วมีอะไรอยากจะบอกไหมเพราะตอนนี้เกมมันก็ 1-1 แต่ว่ารอบนี้เราโบ5
ก็ฝากผู้ชมทางบ้านฝากเชียร์ KOG ด้วยนะครับเพราะว่า KOG ปีนี้มาเอาแชมป์ครับ
KOG มาเอาแชมป์เขายังไม่เคยแพ้เลยแล้ววันนี้ก็จะ
ไม่แพ้ครับวันนี้
โอเควันนี้ก็จะไม่แพ้ACT ล่ะคะมีอะไรอยากบอก ACT ไหม
ก็ไม่บอก ACT ครับบอก KOG กันครับเล่นเบาๆหน่อยก็ได้ครับ
แบบอ่อนๆให้เหรอ
ใช่ครับ
ไม่ทีมเราตื่นรู้แล้วเขาพร้อม
เดี๋ยวเจอพลังธาตุมืดครับพี่
โอเคค่ะอันนี้สอบถามนิดนึงมาจากไหนกันคะ
มาจากบ้านครับบ้านอยู่ไหนมาสาทรครับมาสาทรครับ
เดินทางสะดวกไหม
สะดวกครับมาเลยฟ้าติดกับเลยฟ้า MRT ลาดพร้าวเลยครับ
โอเคค่ะด้านนี้นะคะมาจากไหน
บางบ่อสมุทรปราการครับ
โอเคอันนี้มาไกลไหม
ก็ไกลครับแต่ก็ใกล้ BTS ครับผม
เดินทางสะดวก
ใช่ครับต่อเดียว
แล้วเพราะฉะนั้นนะคะถ้าใครนะคะอยากมาชมแบบสดๆนะคะสามารถเดินทางมาได้เลยนะคะ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวชั้น 5 ค่ะโอเคขอกำลังใจแบบฮึกเหิมให้นักแข่งเราหน่อยอีกสัก1 รอบแล้วเราจะไปดูแข่งกันละขอขิงๆเลย
เอาเว้ยเมื่อกี้แค่มาลองแผนเฉยๆน้องอย่าเพิ่งได้ใจไป
ด้านนี้ล่ะคะ
6-7พอแค่นี้จบ
โอเคค่ะถ้าตอนนี้ทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะนักแข่งของเราก็อยากจะมาโชว์ฝีมือกันแล้วค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นขออนุญาตส่งต่อยกับแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you so much, Minimin, for that wonderful interview. It seems like they're having a lot of fun there back in the offline venue. But hey, it is a lot of fun. It's 1-1, folks, in case you just tuned in between ACT and, of course, KOG, the team that went undefeated in their regular season journey. Got to suffer a loss here, at least undefeated match-wise here, folks. So yeah, they got, and it was a one-sided game. All right, it's not like it was a back and forth. It was a 10-minute game for ACT. So let's see the adaptation here from Coach Justin. What approach is he taking now entering third game?
Yeah, they gotta have to, you know. We spoke about their confidence heading into this match, especially with their drafts. Now they gotta feel humble because let me spell it out for the people that couldn't believe what they just saw. They got dumpstered game number 2. That was literally a stop from ACT, and to face a team that came from the open qualifiers, by the way, this is gonna shatter some confidence on some of these players. So it's not just the draft that they have to adjust, they also have to maintain their composure, remind themselves, right, okay, mentality wise, we're still okay, we're the #1 team in the regular season, we made a couple of mistakes, maybe we adjust the draft, maybe it's too late game centric. There's a lot of things that they need to be worrying about in game number 3. But again, that conversation does put a lot of pressure on the players, even the coaching staff. While you have ACT on the other hand, right? Okay, they lost game number 1. It was close. Game number 2, we gotta stop. They're riding on a high right now. They're riding on cloud 9 for ACT.
Definitely momentum is on ACT's side. As we take a look here, we got Broken Walls first game. Second game was Flying Clouds. And ladies and gentlemen, third game, we will have Expanding Rivers. And let's see, right? Will this map affect a lot of the composition here? KOG again decides to get blue side. And folks, we would like to remind you, first game, blue side won with KOG sitting on it. Second game, ACT sat on blue side and they won it. So the trend, will it continue here, third game?
Wow, what is this? Full respect from KOG.
Blue side.
I knew it. Yeah, I know it. This is what happens when teams have their confidence shattered. They do some, I'm not going to say stupid, but they do some overcommitment on respecting enemy heroes. Now they remove Freya on the contention. I think what their eye... Oh, it gets shut down immediately! They knew it, ACT! They were like, oh, no, you're not going to get your hands on the Harriet. We're going to remove it. Now they pick up the Zushin here for KOG. Classic approach. But then there is that Suyo and Claude that could come out from ACT, can maybe ignore the Foyus, or maybe actually they can go for something like a Leo Claude.
I think that could be the pair, right? But what a chess match here from Justin and Shadow. Shout out to both coaches here.
Dude.
Already starting the fight before the Lana Dawn. But man, the Zushin first pick, Priode, and let's see, right? With the Uranus off the board, ACT's like, you know what? We'll have our own big figure, and that is gonna be the Baksha here in play. That's a risk though, I believe. Rotation wise, it's good. It's very good, but against a Zushin, you know, it definitely can be a handful.
I think they're banking on the fact that if they get Baxia right now, they can pick up an XP that also dives on the backline against KOG. So they're really looking to set up some insane tempo here with the Baxia, draft a solid team fight comp that can just go in and jump backlines. So for KOG, they have to keep that in mind. They need some peel roamers here on their side. So they go Cho carry. I don't know where this comes from. Too early of a Cho pick, I would say. Now ACT, they could just get some, you know, good peel heroes as well, like a Gatot. Even Kalea makes sense, even though they have a Baxia. We've seen this from Onyx TH. The Baxia Kalea isn't too weird of a combo because you have so much survivability early game, especially against this late game comp coming out from KOG.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting, right? The Cho, it's gonna be the Marcel here, picked up third. But yeah, I think what they're saying is the Cho is the power hero of Nile here. I think they already pull their trump card here, maybe with the Cho being Nile's power hero and paired with a carry late game. Any member of ACT, even the Baksha, can be shredded down. So I think that's what they're banking on here from set of KOG. Power over meta. It's gonna be the glue ban out here, second phase, and Shadow has been, I guess, in the minds of Justin here so far, already playing, mind games.
Yeah. You know what's crazy is that if Justin falls to the trap, I think there's a trap being laid out here by ACT. They're forcing KOG to ban Phobius themselves. They banned the Selena. Interesting choice. They're gonna leave the Phobius open maybe on the side of ACT because they're threatening Phobius Red 4. If KOG doesn't ban it, maybe they pick it. But even if, let's say, KOG bans Phobius, it leaves a lot of XP options available for ACT. Crazy ones like Benedetta, Paquito even, who just got recently buffed. And it's going to be insane, damage, insane dive, good backline heroes as well. They remove Fredrin. I like this choice. They don't let the utility route be open for KOG. They want to force KOG to get their hands on heroes like Suyo, who needs farm, who needs scale, but it effectively gets shut down by Baxia and Marcel.
Yeah, I think without the Akai and Fredrin available for side of KOG, it does restrict a lot of picks, or maybe it limits the choices here for side of KOG. Now, you mentioned the Phobius being banned. Seems like KOG will neglect the Phobius. Instead, they're more concerned of the Lilia.
Yeah. Phobius or Eve is the option here for ACT. They can leave the Phobius open, honestly. They have a Baxia. So I think Eve takes higher priority, but if they want to make it keep it safe, Phobius is the choice. But KOG, they can definitely answer it up with something like a Lapu or maybe even a Terizla. So I honestly think just take Eve here. Let the Phobius choice be on the side of KOG if they want to take it.
Maybe. Let's see here, ACT, what will they lock in? They have AoE. Oh, they want utility, and that's Zetian, right? Level 2, very strong without level 4, so early, strong presence, but late game, very, very good utility-wise. Yeah. And it's hard to engage. It's hard for the Cho to engage Zetian.
Yeah.
That definitely can rock the Purify as well. Exactly.
Yeah, like the Zetian can peel for himself, the Marcel can peel for the Zetian, they can peel for the Claude. Actually, there's so much peel for the Claude. You can almost call this lineup a banana comp, there's so many peels on their side. KOG, thank you. Suyo, Phobius, Suyo, Terizla, Suyo, Arlet, those are the options that I'm kind of thinking about. Art is kind of terrible. Okay, so they go Leomore, they go Phobius. Normal route. Do you go Paquito here? Is the question. Paquito, Hilda. What else? Lapu?
Glue is off the board. I think the Lapu, if they want to add another layer of crowd control,
Yeah.
I think that can work, but later on, it will be tough going up against a carry. But Paquito, that's an interesting one.
Give it to me. Give it to me. It's a good...
Pyro, can you rock the Paquito?
Yeah, give it to me. Oh, never mind. They go...
Esteros instead.
Yeah. They go classic. They go classic. This is what I call like the international placeholder of all roles. Like Terizla is just there. It doesn't win the lane. It doesn't lose the lane. He's just there. He's just a stable hero. In fact, if you're gonna look for a good example of a stable hero, Terizla's the picture you're looking for.
Well, there you go. From Coach Midnight himself. Definitely will help the neutral objective take, especially the first one, right? With, let's say if the penalty zone is in his kit, definitely enable for that first neutral objective type and objective fight and allow ACT to snowball from then and there. But let's see, right? Will some of the members from KOG hinder that farm as we enter the third game? Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1-1. The team that wins this game will be at match point. Lanadon, here we go, and a witness the third game between KOG and ACT.
Yeah, who comes closer to the semi-finals? The victor here. Now, I honestly think there's a good chance KOG establishes some good footing in the early to mid game, especially with the aggressive heroes that they have, the Cho and the Zushin. Even though we say there's a lot of peel from the lineup of ACT. That's in terms of like team fight prowess, right? But in terms of overall map movements, I think this Zushin and Cho is gonna be able to control River more competently than the Marcel does, and I feel like the box rotation is gonna be stopped by the Zushin alone, and then you also factor in the Leomord tempo into this game. So I think it should be an easy early game here for KOG.
Will it be an easy early game here? Let's see. With the power that you mentioned, that's a very intelligent play from Payan, right? The positioning, and now the cart Flukio cannot really is gonna be tough for him to farm. But again, it's rather a quiet early game here from both teams, not looking for weird pickoffs. But here it goes. KZen pops the steed. 20 seconds on the clock for that first turtle. So I think he can play it patiently later, waiting for the steed to come back up.
Yep. Play it slow, just for some battle spells from ACT. Utilize the timings that they have right now. Because as long as the Basha is not doing anything on the map, KOG is A-okay. And top lane, already seeing some force on the Terizla. They want to be able to put this Phobos in the turtle pit as soon as possible. Oh!
That's the penalty zone used before the turtle fight. Cairo spanked it, right? That's going to be a big ultimate not available for the first neutral objective. And KOG, they definitely can utilize this. Let's see the rotations with the shield unity. Zed pops up ult. Crimson Beacon already used. Sylvie still able to reposition. KZen here below 50% HP. Proactive on the turtle though.
Yeah, I don't know about that trigger from ACT. The layering was off to the penalty zone, and a few of the Phoenix didn't really connect with each other. Oh, Zeros? And the turtle pit can actually steal.
Not really. It's going to be KOG fighting it. 33rd, very low. Still able to get out with the flicker. Nile now looking for an engage. Has a Way of Dragon. Will not use it just yet. ACT, because of the resources that they spent earlier on, they cannot really have a strong contest for that first neutral objective take like we expected.
Yeah, now they force the Zed passive in the mid. Again, it's just a weird combo that they pulled off on the top side. Didn't really land with the shield unity, the Fear, the Phoenix. Would have been an amazing kill, honestly, on the Leomord. Cairo, very weird spot, however. No tower. Oh, nice take down there by 33rd. He actually killed the cannon first, so the tower shifts its attack towards the Terizla. Good coordination there by the Cho and the Focus.
Yeah, good call to at least take something more there. And yeah, Cairo, again, he's level 6, but with that kill, it actually equalized here by 33rd, who was level 4. Let's see here, ACT looking for a jump on towards Nile. 50% HP. Payan still able to dash out to safety.
Yeah, making a lot of space here for KOG as well as ACT. The gold lane dynamic hasn't really been touched that much. Both the Claude and the carry are still farming up, but I guess the bigger problem here is for ACT because the carry is going to be able to scale up in the late game. Oh, KZen.
Oh, in the steed form, but it seems like great disengage from ACT. You're not realizing let's not fight picking their battles here. It's still just 1,000 gold between them, so it's still definitely is anybody's game. Oh, now Way of Dragon. Purify will be triggered. Now on the other side of the map, it's gonna be ACT now looking for a disengage. Golden hour used up, and ACT is on the turtle with 5 members already occupying the turtle spit. Now Nile not having the Way of Dragon. Let's see, that's gonna be Steed. Seros finds the turtle. That's gonna be his stun. That's gonna be the damage as well. Falling for KZen. That's gonna be Sylvie now taken down. It's a 1-for-1 roam for a jungle now. Still able to dash out. 33rd now taking a lot of damage. Still able to stand up, but it's still a win for ACT, I feel like. Zeros now. No shield unity. Flail, Way of Dragon, flicker, classic combination, and down Zeros goes to the hands of Payan.
Yeah, good punish for KOG. Even though ACT could have walked away with a victorious turtle fight there, with the amount of kits and utilities they have, so overwhelming good in the neutral objectives, but if you prolong it long enough, then this Zushin is gonna become a problem overall. Payan though, low HP on the bottom side. So even though ACT, they're doing fantastic in the objective fights, KOG, they just understand that, okay, we can punish really well with the the full views, the Cho, the Zushin. They can actually take long fights because they have so much DPS on their heroes like the Zushin, even the Phobius. Actually, like the longer the fight goes, the more jumps he can land against ACT.
Yeah. This is going to be very tough here, especially if you look at ACT now. Already holding their ground. Flickers are up. Now, Midnight, in this situation, if both teams play patiently, who does it favor to? I think the carry, right? I think Payan, right?
Yeah. And in terms of like straightforward team fights, KOG wins out definitely. But it does depend on execution, and ACT has more kits on their arsenal. So I'd say it's more like 55-45, 55 going to KOG and 45 going to ACT. Oh, Zeros.
So it's not that far of a gap here. Let's see, it's going to be the last turtle fight here. The past two series, the last turtle has been very crucial for teams to gain more momentum. Let's see, will it be the same? See, Pop, Zeros finds the turtle. Now the fight breaks out. Niall looking for an angle to find a good way of dragging in the back. It's going to be one member, Zed. Crimson Beacon out to safety. That's going to be Cairo zoning out one member. Sylvie still able to get out, low HP though. And that's the Terizla doing Terizla things. Finding a kill on towards KZen. Now he's isolated. It does not matter. It's still a win. They get the turtle and they take KZen down.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, it does come down to like team fight execution. The thing is, they do have a lot of damage for KOG, but their team fight is not upfront. Like, they have to be very careful with how they pick their angles. Niall has to proc the passive of the Marcel before he's able to land the kick, because the Platinum Staff is going to be able to cancel this combo from the Cho, while ACT, all they need to do is throw their spells.
Yeah, I think again, like you said, ACT likes some simple approach, simple direct approach, and same story for ACT here in our third game. Now, they trade turrets, tier 1 top for tier 1 bot. And it seems like, again, both teams just playing it slow here, waiting for their gold layers to farm. It's going to be the Glaive. Wow, interesting for Karns. That's going to be a two-man knockup from Niall. ACT now looking to close the distance, but not able to find the gap. Zed here, below 50% HP, past the region.
Yeah, again, KOG, they have to be very careful with the angles that they pick, all these engages. Especially now that the Claude's active on the map, active on the team fight. Even though, again, you have the Scary that can shred anybody that walks up from ACT. Problem is, you have to be aware of where the Golden Hour is gonna land, where the Fury, when the Fury of the Phoenix is casted. How do you engage for KOG? There's so many problems and questions for KOG to solve before they can actually start a team fight first.
Definitely a lot of things to keep tabs on. That's a Steed pops. Now the Lord is very low. KZen looks for an angle to contest. Here comes the Lord fight. It's going to be KZen securing it. They got one member though. It's a 1-for-1 for now. Cairo flickers out of danger. Here comes ACT looking to close this distance, but seems like Cairo is kind of isolated, but Payan is hesitating to deal damage. And 33rd is very low. Sylvie looking for an engage here. Doesn't really find a connection. KZen still able to find the purple buff with the Lord marching bot here. ACT needs to restabilize. Now in mid lane, here comes the engage. Pops the flicker. Karns now, no flicker for the next 2 minutes.
Man, KOG still on top of these objective controls, even though it looks like ACT are dancing around them in team fights. Again, what's important is who got the Lord take, and now KOG, they feel the tempo, they feel the map pressure that they have right now. ACT, they have to defend waves first. So this is going to be KOG can actually look to fight, but instead it's the other way around. ACT sets for the team fight first.
Yeah, I don't like this engage here. Blazing Duet by Flukeo finds Nile. And down he goes. That will give breathing space for ACT to clear some waves. And KOG, they looked good earlier. I thought they can re-engage, but at least they got a turret bot and top here. So it is still a favorable trade just for their roamer.
Yeah, they're playing the map. They're essentially taking it back against a lineup that is supposed to be able to do that. So KOG, it's working wonders for them right now that ACT is not doing aggressive things. Yeah, sure, they did an amazing force in the mid lane, but they only lost the show for it. So KOG, they're happy to just get the farm, go scale to late game, create a wide enough gap so that these utility skills from the side of ACT won't matter at all in the late game.
Yeah, it seems like KOG, they're playing the patient game very well. They understand that the waves are still pushing for them, and that's why the bait in the mid lane was made. Only traded for Nile. And that's a worth trade. Flukeo though still killless. Still can deal damage, but not extra ones with the kills just yet. 35 seconds on the clock here for our second Lord to spawn. Both teams definitely will contest here, knowing that the gap is non-existent, right? It's basically even. They have enough firepower, but I want to know even more. Trinity hasn't been locked in yet for Flukeo. Hopefully we get to see that coming, but the gold leaders, Manpai Yan, with 2 kills in his hand, definitely on the advantage.
Yeah, my goodness. There's a lot of gold on the Zed. Yeah, it's gonna be scary in late game as well. The amount of damage that she deceptively outputs is crazy. Sylvie doesn't use the golden hour, however. Oh, Zeros looking for a jump.
Blazing Duet used early, not to anyone. Zero is taken very low. That's going to be the penalty zone, finding 2. Golden Hour paired up. Here comes the damage from ACT. KOG, great disengage. Looking for an angle to re-engage, but ACT now is able to reposition themselves to safety. That's going to be the Wave of Dragon used up on towards the Terizla. Here comes the Shred from Payan. Looking to shred Cairo down, and down he goes. It's a 5v4 on the Lord. ACT calls retreat. Let's abort for now. And KOG, 0 time. Now they're on the Lord, looking to fight, looking to commit on towards the Lord, knowing that they're a man up, and seems like they will get the Lord comfortably now. The call, is it to back off? Is it to fight? It seems like it is to advance.
That is a disastrous fight for ACT. I don't think they're done yet, KOG. They want to go for more, but the minion waves has been cleared. Again, a very disastrous fight for ACT. It looked good at the start, but when they missed out the Blazing Duet as well as the Purify from Flukeo, they were not in fighting shape any longer. Even though they landed a beautiful golden hour after the penalty zone, they just didn't have the firepower.
Here if the Phoenix finds 2. That's going to be 30. 30 now off the board with the Lord still marching the bottom side of the map. Here it's Nile in trouble. Still able to stay up here despite him being immobilized. ACT satisfied with taking 1 down, and they got to focus on taking down the Lord.
Okay, they messed up one team fight, but they caught KOG by surprise. KOG didn't expect ACT was looking to fight in the middle lane, but they only got the full boost. KOG still have all the right heroes that they need to push towers. But again, ACT, they're looking to fight. They're just preventing KOG from doing objective moves. But now Zeros in a very difficult position.
Even Carnes went down as well. It's just both teams throwing haymakers, but KOG now with the control. Top lane is still pushing for them. Definitely can't play around it. No holy shields at this time of rate. 2-man knockup by the Jet Kundo now. Looking for the shred on towards the tower, but ACT can defend for now. Here comes another wave with 2 members still off the board for ACT. They will gladly take the far lane turret, and down the turret goes. Lord will spawn the bottom side of the map, and KOG again with Prio.
Yeah, you see the damage from one Lantern Slam onto the Claude took half of his HP. with just one slam from the Zushin. So now ACT have to worry about the scaling component of KOG. Yeah, sure, you have the Claw, you have the Zetya, you have incredible damage, but all you have are 2 damage dealers and then amazing kits. While on the side of KOG, there's a lot of damage dealers on this lineup. Even the Phobius can deal so much damage against the Boxshell with the HP-based damage. And also just the Zushin alone. Like if you group up on the side of ACT and then the Zushin finds the Baksha with the Lantern Slam, throw him on top of a squishy hero, then suddenly you're taking so much damage from just one hero alone on the side of KOG. They should not underestimate the damage output this Zushin can actually deal.
Yeah, definitely not. Especially with the Glowing Wand and Ice Queen Wand already in hand. So it's full utility from Zed here just to, again, enable KOG. Be that, supplement for fights. With the Lord again.
Yeah.
Spawning bot. With the wave, take a look at the fat wave top lane already marching for ACT's base. ACT, what's the call here? KOG, great, intelligent, disengaged there. Not baited for a fight, not baited for a commitment just yet.
Yeah, they see the Zed then up top. Even though it's a Zed, yeah, it can still participate in the fight with a few of the Phoenix. Now they go for burst. Who gets it though? Oh, Golden Hour! Oh my goodness!
But the Lord falls for KOG. Blazing Duet. Winter Crown as well, but no timing on the BMI. Down goes Flukio. And here comes the class from KOG. They lose 33rd. Kzen will not survive as well, but ACT now, can they hold on? Cairo being a strong figure, but with the shred of carry has, down he goes. It's a 2 for 2, but they get the Lord. KOG still in it.
Yeah. ACT, however, able to take down 2 important heroes. So now the Lord can still be defended even without the Cloud carry. Is going to be able to push bottom side, however. Man, that Golden Hour stopped ACT from actually contesting that Lord. It was a free Lord in front of Kzen. No other Retribution holder in front of him. It was just him and the Lord. The man was on a mission to still stay on top of these objectives. But again, fortunately for ACT, able to find 2 important kills. So they stay alive this game.
He definitely is able to hold on. They definitely are still in the back foot though here at Midnight. And I personally doubted this show pick, but boy was I wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like it's gonna be similar here. The third game and the first one, we will reach and we will see an evolved Lord in the stands here.
Yep.
As my God, both teams do not want to lose. Again, to remind you folks, one team will have match point, and both teams not backing down. 3K gold lead between them. Take a look at the items here. It's full already. Not having boots for Payan. Gun, Malefic Gun, and Rose Gold Meteor is the choice for Payan. Same goes for Flukeo. No boots.
Yep. So this is where we start talking about equilibrium, right? Like we said earlier, so many damage dealers on the side of KOG. Zushin went for almost full utility on her build. Now ACT, even though they don't have as much damage, the thing is we're reaching a point in the game where even the utility heroes maxing out their items are very, very important. Like these items are big, especially on the box shot, because they provide more time for the Cloud to be able to freely hit in the front line. And look at the amount of damage that the Zetyan deals. Half of the HP of the Cloud with just one combo.
You're right. And again, I think that the important thing later on here, Midnight, is the golden hour from Sylvie here. Needs to be precise. Here comes a conceal, looking for a potential engage. Doesn't really find the right angles and connection there. ACT backing away instantly. The Lord spawned already. Here comes another Lord that KOG needs to play around with. Pacho's bot.
To be able to walk freely towards this mid lane, especially. Oh, actually, River's the opposite way. So the Claude will have a bit of a harder time reaching this Lord, but it's fine. Lord's sitting at 30k HP. They go for the reset. They want to play it slow because they have the build-up on bot side.
Intelligent now. ACT, they gotta call it, right? Is it to clear? Is it to fight? KOG definitely can play around this patient game here. 20,000 HP on the Lord below. By the way, here it comes ACT with still 5 members around the Lord's area.
Oh.
Seems like the call is to fight even, knowing that the way bottom lane is still pushing. Here comes KZen with the seed, already invested it early. KOG, knowing that the Claude already shows in their base, they pull the trigger on the Lord.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good force. They got a flicker from the Marcel. Now they can just go in a deadly hour used by Sylvie too early. Oh, Nile!
Oh, Nile still looking for an engage here. Able to hold on towards the damage. Here comes Zed with the winner crown. Is this the right play or ACT finds a blunder? Here comes ACT blazing the way by blue kill. But here comes KZen looking for a play. But Zero secures the Lord. KZen bought the immortality a little bit too hasty there on the split. Now Zero is isolated with 3 members around him. ACT finds KZen. Both junglers in trouble. Down goes KZen. And Zero is still able to get out with the shield unity. What a turnaround.
Oh my, blunder from KOG. They could have just gotten the reset. Went for the Lord. The Claude was not there, but KZen decided to go for the base push. He was not Payan. He wasn't the Freya in game number 1. Now ACT, they have 5 members. They see Payan without flicker. They take down a carry. I think this is it, Donnie.
Oh my god, they neglect the lower bottom side and they went in for the push with 5 members on the board. ACT looking to find the clear, and ladies and gentlemen, the trend of blue side winning in this series will not continue, as ACT will find the 3rd game and they will sit on match point.
The kings of the regular season sitting at the top last week now face one game that is going to decide their fate, whether they move to the semifinals or the lower bracket against a team from the open qualifiers. One game before they proceed to the semifinals, Gani. What a performance from ACT. The patience, the discipline. Oh man, ACT, they're looking too clean.
They're so tenacious. They're so resilient, right? Like in the first game, they were on the back foot and the game went on to above 20 minutes. And similar story in the 3rd game where they're on the back foot. Midnight, they're able to hold on. And this time, they're able to close it out. I think Zed's overextension there on that Lord fight was a mistake. And now we are, again, they're sitting at match points. ACT, I'm speechless, right? The KOG, they gotta treat the match with respect. I don't know. They got all their boxes ticked, but is it the calls?
It's a lot of things. Like it's confidence, it's communication. Everything fell apart. Everything was broken after that Lord fight. You know, Sylvie started that fight with an awkward golden hour. And KOG's response was dive. With a Lord that was sitting at like 60k HP, they wanted to go for the team fight, and ACT, they obliged. They were happy to do so because at the end of the day, there's no split decision for ACT. If you wanted to fight, then we can fight. We have a Baxia, we have a Claude. But then when ACT obliged, KOG didn't know what they were gonna do. Do we fight? Do we split? Do we go for the end angle? And KZen decided to be pie in this game, and he was like, okay, let me end this game, boys. But ACT, again, learning from game number 1, they were like, not today. We already have our base surge destroyed. We have our eyes oiled up and are always on the lookout for these weird plays from KOG. And mind you, this was a game that KOG, they had their tempo. They had their conditions checked. ACT were the ones who were looking to like force plays out of the map just to be able to give Flukeo some space. And it came down to this one weird fight, one weird decision from KOG. Everything fell apart, man.
This is why you cannot count a team that, you know, turrets wise are behind, gold wise are slightly behind, maybe down out just yet. Things like this can happen. You know, you're right. The transition from the early mid was beautiful from the side of KOG. Even here, 17 minutes of game time, they're still able to find the perfect fight, able to execute very, very, you know, accordingly.
Yeah.
But then one bad call, one bad decision, maybe not one bad decision, multiple bad decisions there happened here from the side of a KOG. And you mentioned it, it all fell apart for KOG and ACT. They capitalized it, right? Evolved Lord, we don't care. It's 3v5. And suddenly it's just 1v5. And they got the base. Goodness me.
Yeah, you know, this game, I think it now comes down to who has a better mindset, who has a better mentality. I think ACT, they're just here playing the game, knowing what they're supposed to do. In KOG, they're shattered, honestly. They're scattered. Their minds are scattered at the moment, and they have to pick things up because they feel like they're frustrated after that loss in game number 2. It feels like there's no confidence in their play whatsoever. These decisive calls are nowhere to be found. Like in the regular season, we see them go transition from objective to objective. Even in game number 1, we saw that. But in this game, it feels like they're flustered, they're confused, they're dazed. It feels like they don't know what they're supposed to do. They cannot find the right answer. All the while, ACT, they see a mistake, they capitalize. They see KOG not doing anything, they force. It feels like every single time it's all ACT making the moves and KOG just reacting to every single one of those moves.
And I couldn't agree with you more. I think the calls has been more straightforward for the side of ACT. And more importantly, when the call is made, ACT commits to it, right? They understand as a unit on what to do despite them being on the back foot, right? And again, the carry goes to Flukeo, man. What a gold laner this guy is from ACT. Just able to
go pro.
He should go pro, man, at this point. But again, shout out to Zeros being a Baxia. Very, you know, a hero that is, I gotta say, situational in this current patch. And picked first phase. You know, carry is the counter that Baxia, but he's able to stay relevant in that game and still one of the factors why they were able to just be stable on that game at night.
Yeah, it's not a fun hero to play, honestly. Like, especially this game, there's a lot of like ways for him to die.
Against a carry.
Against a carry, against so many utilities, against a kick. But he was also protected by a lot of utilities as well, from the Fury of the Phoenix. Also, this Marcel, phenomenal gameplay, very annoying in fights, actually. That's the thing about Marcel, like, there's no right or wrong way to play this hero, because the way that this hero shines is when he becomes too chaotic in a team fight. Like, who the heck expects a Marcel to use a golden hour, 6 A Lord HP? I'm pretty sure that's part of the reason why KOG was like, super frustrated. Like, what is this? What is happening? Why is Emerson walking into us using the golden hour? Does the enemy want to fight? Are we in a very weird spot right now? I think that is what also broke the game here for KOG. Just the mere fact that there's a Marcel walking towards you, doing God knows what, and there might be a punish. So for KOG, it feels like very frustrating to play this game because you don't know what's coming next. And I think that's what amplified this presence of the Baxia and also the Claude in the team fights, because KOG were just so scared to react to the Marcel. They don't even attempt to go for a counter kill. They don't go for like the punish onto Marcel. They just try to regroup, and then when they see the boxer rolling around, the Claw with the Blazing Duet, that's the time they react. But at that point, it's already too late. You gotta pick your lane. You gotta pick your options. And honestly, again, for KOG, they have to regroup because they cannot have this mindset moving forward, especially for game number 4. Imagine if the same thing happens again. If they pick up the Marcel, imagine the feelings of the players like, oh, there's a Marcel again.
Again, especially if we want to talk about the drafts, both teams has been very reactive, right? Oh, you pick up the Lilia, I will ban it next. I'm now, can we expect the changes from the draft here later on? Because first game, the Akai went up for the side of KOG, banned instantly from the side of ACT. The Lilia will cause problems in the second game, banned a third game as well. So now with the Marcel being a nuisance for the side of KOG, what are they going to do? Are they going to pick it up themselves? Are they going to ban it away? You know, the Cho, I doubted the pick. I changed my mind mid-game, but then unfortunately could not deliver. You know, I said so. I doubted this pick. But hey, Midnight, I think the Cho again was more of a power comfort here for Niall.
Yeah, I
we
agree.
saw glimpses, right, that he was able to enable his team, provide the peel that when needed, provide the engage when needed. But you know, that just last call, right? That last that Zed jumping in alone with the Crimson Beacon was, I don't know, was quite questionable. And then Kzen went for the split push in the mid lane, was also quite questionable. But let's see, you know, I expect them to use this time to reset and restabilize, because series not over, folks.
Yeah, we're not done. You know, there could be one more game. Sorry, there could be 2 games, but there could be just 1 game to determine the first team who goes to the first semi-finals. Again, bigger challenge for KOG. I cannot believe I'm saying this. A bigger challenge for KOG. Regular season number 1 up against an open qualified team is now shattered in defeat after a devastating loss in game number 3. Let's see what the map is for game number 4. Is it? Oh, it's dangerous grass. Another chaotic map for these two teams. If I don't want to be in the position of KOG, honestly, like this is so frustrating for them.
Yeah, now they're on red side again, and it's official. 4 games, 4 different maps, folks. We got Broken Walls, we got Expanding Rivers, we got Flying Clouds, and now we got Dangerous Grass. ACT, take a look at their positioning. Still haunted by the Akai pick on the first game, and they will deny it still. And it's gonna be Freya and Zushin ban. The Baksha this time round. That's the adjustment from ACT.
Yeah, I think they're looking into just getting the Harith first pick. Again, keep things simple for ACT. Matter of fact, you mentioned about the respect bans earlier. Even the respect side happened last game. Like KOG took first side, and then ACT was like, "You're not getting Harith first pick." Now they're in blue side. KOG gives them the Harith, so ACT. They have the chance to just get it for themselves, and they take it. No hesitation whatsoever. Keep things simple. KOG, you get yourselves the Claude, you get yourselves the Suyo. We don't care. You even get, okay, sure, take Marcel, take Kalea. We don't care. We have answers for that on the side of ACT. If you take Marcel, they get Kalea. If they take Kalea, maybe they go Kali, maybe they go Gato for ACT.
Exactly. Especially after what happened on the previous series with the ACT, just combining the Kalea and the Harris very well. That you know, the Kalea needs to be. They got to think about that, but they went instead the Phobius and the Suyo. Now, I think they should just commit the Lilia, no? The Lilia again, alongside the Kalea. I think that's a good starting point for ACT.
Yep. Like Kalea Lilia, Khalid Lilia. I mean, the Khalid. Maybe they take Leomord Lilia. That's almost the same concept with game number 2. We see, Suyo Fulvius automatically answer that with Leomord. There you go. Maybe they take Lilia here or Kalea. Those are the 2 good options, unless they want to take Terizla first, just for safekeeping. Terizla, Yuzong, those 2 heroes, maybe even the Glue. Okay, they take the lead. Interesting. So almost same draft, game number 2, but I think this time around, KOG will have the chance to ban out the Lilia.
Yeah, I think Lilia will be quote unquote sacrificed here. ACT saying, you know what, we're on dangerous grass. With Khalid, we will have the option to cover more grounds. You know, mobility is in its name, and KOG responds with the same. You know, it's dangerous grass. Let's utilize Hilda's passive and commit on towards a Hilda pick.
Very interesting choice here for KOG. They did lose out on the gold lane picks though. So ideally, both Carry and Claude will be taken out. Maybe ACT, let's go off the Moskov, because again, same idea from game number 2. Like, it's useless if it doesn't have farm. So KOG removes the Uranus just to mitigate that Uranus Fulvius matchup, because that is what terrified them in game number 2, like Cairo being a nuisance in
Got
that
the MVP,
position.
by the
So
way.
yeah, yep, got MVP. Now Claude has been taken out. Maybe Carry is next on the chopping block here for ACT. Oh, I like that, man.
Again, Valir, in this current patch, it fits well, knowing that a lot of composition or a lot of approaches from coaches are they want to go shoulder to shoulder, you want to close the distance, and Valir, one of the heroes that can push you off, can be annoying and hinder that movement.
I've been waiting for
You called the carry out. Off he goes. Off she goes.
Yeah.
No carry pick. What's going to be the red
Moscow
4
left
pick
pick.
here for inside of KOG? They need
Should be a
crowd
mage.
control, but yeah, a mage that can provide utility. Zetian, perhaps.
I think take Lilia, no?
crowned by heaven's mandate.
Oh no.
Shall
No.
You dislike the Zetian pick, eh?
Yeah, because now you open up a world of hurt for KOG. Both Val and Lilia is so good for ACT. And then they could just get an Alice or maybe a Lapu, Esme even. I like Esme here, by the way, so much. So many good XPs, honestly.
That's an interesting approach. An Esmeralda. But
yeah,
definitely
He's
can... definitely a lot of good options here for ACT. What are they gonna go for? It's gonna be the Sora and the Valentina.
Okay, sure. Comfort. Okay, Cairo. Sure, go comfort. I like this. I like this confidence using Sora in Phobius, by the way. So it's pure comfort. It's the same idea as the Cho early game, last game. Okay, maybe Cairo. Let's give him some pass. Too early to judge. Maybe he performs this game. I don't know.
Let's see. But my goodness, Midnight. This game might take ACT to the semifinals.
Yeah, especially if we see
These picks
Moskov
right here. Moskov is a great shout.
Ooh, what about
Is it
Beatrix?
gonna be the Moskov? Oh, against the Sora.
The tyrant of wrath, and burn this wretched world.
Are we both space bombing right now?
I mean, it is gonna be the Moskov, but hey, maybe what Payan is saying is, you know what, guys? I'm gonna pay for game number 2. All right, I'm gonna be relevant in the 4th game. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
sorry, go ahead.
it is gonna be no worries. It is gonna be the potential final game here of the series with ACT. Match point at match point. Will KOG find an equalizer here and take us to the final game of the series, or will their journey on the upper brackets end right here in this game. Let's see, folks. One team can advance through and stay on the upper. One team can go to lower brackets. Let's see and find out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting choice here for KOG to go with this composition, knowing that it failed game number 2. Even though there's a change, they picked up the Hilda this time around, but I don't think they stopped this overwhelming aggression come mid-game for ACT. Like, imagine the timings on their side, right? Like, you have the Khalid, you have the Harriet, you have the Sora. These heroes, they don't really heavily rely on items. Just the Harriet, maybe with the Stadium side, but that's about it. Once they get their initial timings right, then they can just constantly look for team fights. So what KOG needs to do right now is sort of establish an early footing. That's why you see KZ already invading the jungle camps of ACT.
Yeah, already an early skirmish here. Sylvie taken very low, but still able to distance himself out and also keeping the flicker in hand. KOG here with the Hilda definitely can play more aggressively and act as a recon for their team, right? Again, guys, it's dangerous grass. Take a look at the damage that Hilda is providing. Sylvie taken again very low. Still, that's a steal. That's a steal from KZ. No purple buff for Seros.
Oh, it's a passive that took it, actually. KZ didn't even use the retreat. He used the retreat just to get away from the Valentina and the Khalid. KOG, good start against ACT. Now, this definitely gives them a win condition in this game. Like, they stop the snowball from ACT, and the timing just got bigger. The window just got bigger for KOG to work with, get their items up in the early game, maybe possibly delay this game to the point where Moskov becomes active.
Definitely that is what they're looking for here. That is definitely their aim here. And again, the Hilda is utilized very well. I like what Nile is doing here on this Hilda, right? Just not overextending, but applying pressure at the same time. Here comes the turtle fight. Here comes Sora. Uh-oh, not able to deal damage, but here comes the turtle, now able to flicker out. Pyro finds first blood, but Zeros in a no man's land there is gonna be taken down. So it's 1-for-1, but KOG, they got the turtle and the jungler.
Okay, Payan losing out a trade against Harris. And KOG, even though they took down the Leomord, if you look at the gold lead, it's not that big. They're leading a big margin on the EXP department, but that's about it. I think ACT, they're fine with this. Even though Zeros got overzealous with that chase on the Phantom Steed, at least they're making some moves on the map that doesn't really, Sylvie? Almost taken down by the Hilda.
Still able to stay alive as well here, at least for now, but the flicker definitely not in play here for the next 2 minutes. That, you know, cannot apply pressure, this Khalid. I expected an even fight, maybe, you know, Sylvie applying pressure now as well, but seems like now is better if you compare both roamers here so far.
Yeah, I mean, Hilda does a lot of damage in the early game, especially with a lead like this from KOG. Once you get to level 4, Hilda becomes a different roamer altogether. Like, you just don't get vision. You also actually pressure a lot on the heroes on the side of ACT, which amplifies this presence from the Suyo, because, you know, come the mid-game, this Sky Piercer timing is going to be very important for KZ because they have a lot of pokes from their composition.
Yeah, folks, it's gonna be the second turtle here for this game, and KOG, they have occupied the choke points, and ACT, they are struggling here, especially with Sylvie now taken very low. No quicksand guard. I don't see any angles here for ACT to contest. Let's see, the steep pops, even just Nile being there. That's going to be Cairo focusing on towards the hill. The Nile again distracting while the rest of the members takes the turtle. It's a trade. That's the Sun with the Fury of the Phoenix committed, but that's about it.
Yeah. All they can take is the Hilda kill. All kills from ACT are all the deaths off the Hilda. Oh, good escape coming out from KZ. ACT, at least with the shutdown on the Hilda, able to move around the map quite a bit, take some river control while the Hilda is dead. Now he comes back to the river, so gonna have to give it back. But at least they're making space, right? They're making some breathing room for the Liam and the hand. Oh, Spear of Misery.
Oh, almost there. Force the Purify on Flukeo there, Midnight. SOD! Here comes Hyen! That's gonna be a sidestep, but Zeros, he's ready to provide cover. Both gold laners now off the board, but Zeros claims the quick 1-2. And back the Leomord is in this game.
I don't know about that attempt from KOG. It looked like good enough for me. But with that SOD, they did take down the Harriet with a Fury to Phoenix as he got caught while recalling. But they actually made the game worse for KOG because now the Leomord is actually back into this game with 2 kills. Similar story as to what brought Cairo back under Uranus on game number 2. Now he's back, baby. 2 kills on the Leomord. Is on par in terms of gold with the Suyo.
Momentum-wise, definitely has shifted here, ladies and gentlemen. 6 minutes of the game. Very, very close, especially if you take a look at the gold gap here, folks. And let's see the last and final turtle take again, right? At least for this series, the third turtle has been very, very crucial, especially if they win the fight. Let's see what's gonna happen here. The spells are actually for the side of ACT. Knowing all spells are up here, Harriet is going to be active now, so ACT definitely has a slight advantage on that regard if you compare it to KOG.
Okay, this is where ACT's heroes become very annoying. Oh, Cairo!
Taken very low. Cairo still able to reposition to safety. SOD landing! Looking for the bench. Purify off the board. KZ looks for an angle to kill Cairo, but still able to get out. Zero's in trouble. Under his own turret. Will be taken down. It's a 5v4 now. KOG again finds the clapback.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, ACT definitely overchased that Hilda and now was able to get out. Cairo overcommitted with the shifting skies and the flicker, definitely putting ACT's heroes in a very weird position. Even Flukeo got hit by the SOD, forced to use the Purify to dodge the Spear of Misery, but didn't matter at all because the gap was already there for KOG. They didn't even need to close the gap against the Harriet because could have taken down the turtle right after that. So ACT, again, they need to be very patient and calm about these engages because there's a lot of punishes from KOG.
Definitely here, both teams you cannot make a mistake like that. Overcommitting, overextension. Let's take a look at the item check here. Moskov is actually having more gold, almost by 1,000. So he is almost at his, power spike with the DHS incoming.
Yeah, definitely. Like the late game is now more reachable for KOG, while ACT is still working on finding their timing in this mid stages of the game. They still have a stronger team fight presence, I would say. It's just that they have to be concerned about who they go on with for ACT, especially Cairo, right? Like, he needs to find good sets, not just about dealing damage onto heroes. He needs to be able to reposition himself for team fights, re-engage with the shifting skies. Because if they burn through everything, like what they did earlier, use the Raging Sandstorm and the shifting skies just for the Hilda, then now suddenly you find yourselves in a position where you can get outplayed by the Foveus, by the Suyo. You also have to worry about the Fury to Phoenix. So again, ACT, they have to be very calculated with their approach.
Again, this is a position where, like the first game, like the third game, is a position where ACT is quite familiar with, right? Being behind after that third turtle. Let's see if this time around they can take back momentum. Payendo, again, still at 0 kills, but more relevant. Oh, that's a stunt by Sylvie. Kaizen still able to sidestep, but that's going to be the damage coming through. Kaizen finds a kill. Zeros now jumps in with the steed, looks for an angle. Payen is looking like a juicy target, but able to reposition the pinch on Cairo. And down 2-member goes from ACT. Flukeo pops the Shaman Force there. Onto the Zetian. Finds the damage there. If you take a look at the minimap now, it's all alone! Flukeo finds a double.
No way.
Looks for the triple with the Salmon Force not in play. Finds the sidestep and the Cyclone Eye here. Looks for it. Reinforcement with Zeros coming into play. ACT, the recovery, the outplay. Finds it again. Even with the Lord loss, they're able to take 4 members off the board in the process.
Oh man, I was about to say good team fighting for KOG, but after the initial Lord take, they wanted to go for more. They wanted to take down Flukeo, but again, it's this Harith hitting his timing, hitting the power spike. And with no lockdown on the side of KOG, he's free to just dance around the Zaman Force, deal so much damage, even into the Suyo, because of no magic resistance whatsoever. Okay, then he finds a clean, but the re-engage is there with a Raging Sandstorm. Are they gonna go for the fight? No, they just want to go for the disengage on ACT. What a turn of events, Gani, for ACT. Now, the Harith is back into the game as well. Not just the Leomord, Flukeo is back.
Oh man, definitely in this position, right? Take a look at Flukeo. 1v4 practically. Dodge. And the reinforcements from Ceros. The timing, oh my god, they take a double again.
Lord.
While we talk about the replay, ladies and gentlemen, almost 12 minutes of game time. Momentum has shifted again.
Oh, Gani.
Holy
KOG.
Crystal.
Yeah, Holy Crystal is now complete on the Harith. She's gonna hurt even more. And KOG, I know they're still feeling good right now. They still are in control of this game, but the game is slipping away from their hands every second of this game. High-end, it goes in with a Spear of Destruction, but they take the tower down. Zaman Force again dancing around 33rd on the Spobius. Look at the backside though. Cairo deletes. Kaizen takes out the Suyo. And look at this. 33rd is just being guided by ACT.
My goodness, Midnight. This is, again, just KOG losing control and they want more. Zed looking for an escape, but Khans denies it. It's going to be 2 members just standing left for KOG now, not able to keep his distance. Down he goes. Another 4 members off the board taken out. ACT. What a crazy mid-game for them.
2.8k gold lead flushed down the drain. A 4.3k gold swing. Make that a 5.3k gold swing in favor of ACT in the span of 4 minutes. With 1 Zaman Force, 1 team fight to turn it around. Payan caught in a very weird spot. They take down the Moscow.
He was left isolated. All alone there. Now Shaman Force popped at Flukeo with the Holy Crystal already in hand. He is that confident. KOG, they got to deal with the Lord that is pushing in the bottom side of the map. And ladies and gentlemen, that Flukeo play 1v4 might take them to the semifinals earlier on.
Yeah, it's gonna go down in history of MSL. I know we're in season 1 right now, but we're already collecting archives, Gani. Like, this is for sure gonna be on the books here for the Thailand fans. For the Thai fans out there, amazing performance from ACT, especially on this gold laner. Flukeo, man, this is definitely not a fluke anymore.
This is a performance where he shows that this is him. He is him. Let's see the defense here with the Lord still healthy, marching in the bottom side of the map. KOG, they want to poke at this Lord and they're giving it a go. ACT says, like, you know what? We got the far lane. We're satisfied. We'll turn down the tempo.
Gani, what the heck is this? Look at where Lord is. It's top once again. Oh man, Lord is a paid actor. KOG again losing grip on this game. The Harith, so much damage now with the Divine Glaive. You also have to consider the fact that Cairo has always been on damage form with the shifting skies. Kaizen cannot breathe in team fights, cannot find the angle because there's so many jumps from the side of ACT. And this Moscow man, oh, Flukeo once more. He wants to fight.
He knows that he still has to purify, and he is that confident. On taking
SOD?
fight. SOD looking for the pinch on towards Cairo now. He is advancing! Cayenne looking to create a highlight play himself and finds a two-man kill! KOG out of nowhere is able to take two members off the board, and KOG, they're back, baby.
Yeah. Oh, they see the Leomord. They want to go for more. They want to chase. They want to punish. They want to kill this Leomord. Zeros, can he actually run away? Run, horsey, run. But the members of KOG are there. They catch the Leomord off guard. But they have to go back to defend. Far lane is still a worrisome for KOG. But they have time. Kaizen is marching towards straight to this Lord.
Yeah, 25 seconds on the clock for Zeros for the Retribution holder to spawn. Now the Lord, not yet evolved though, is already on in the Lanadon. Let's see KOG. They're trying to blitz it with Payan already. Being proactive, initiating on this Lord. ACT looking to close the gap, looking to delay so that their jungler can be relevant. But down goes the Lord. KOG says, we will take the Lord right here, right now.
Yeah, discipline play as well from KOG. Stopped heading for a bit when they saw the Harith. Came around the corner. Was one Chrono Dash Synchrovision could have stolen that Lord. And KOG, they have to collect themselves, regroup, play for this Lord. Fortunately for them, Lord spawns top side. So they can just group up bottom side, let the Lord push top side, maybe get some grounds in this mid area. But again, there's a Purify on the Harith. It'll be a very tricky fight for both sides, honestly, especially for ACT. They have to be concerned about this SOD angle from the Moskov.
Definitely needs to be utilized there. SOD, the timing and the precision needs to be on point if they want to force a game 5 here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lord is marching top lane, and ACT, they have hits to clear this wave, but it all comes down to Flukeo staying alive. KOG, can they close the distance to at least be a threat? The Lord charging already towards the top, but KOG says, like, you know what? We're not going to commit on towards taking the turret just yet. Two-man Dark Wave, but not engaged. So, yeah, KOG playing it patiently here.
Yeah, they're actually playing for the window where the Harith doesn't have the Zaman Force. Unfortunately for 33rd, he caught the Harith still inside the base, so they aren't confident enough to just dive in and go force the Harith Purify. So they're probably gonna wait for the next Lord, knowing that they have the map right now. But again, Gani, look at where the Lord is. I don't know what the heck it is with this game, but Lord has spawned. I think the Lord has spawned only twice or thrice this entire series on bot side. Every Lord has spawned top side. And it does favor ACT at the moment because KOG, they have to worry about bot side. Good thing about their lineup, however, is that they have a Moskov, so you know the worry isn't really that big on their side that much compared to like the earlier games, because they can just send the Moskov on the opposite side of the map. But ACT, knowing the same things as we do, they're gonna be playing up against this Moskov. So all 10 players on this game are playing bot side.
Indeed, they are. And it's just so unfortunate, right, Midnight, that KOG has to, you know, the momentum has shifted towards them, but now it's neutral, you know. It might even favor ACT slightly with the Lord just spawning top again.
Yeah.
It's an evolved Lord this time round, ladies and gentlemen. And that's going to be winner crown coming through for Karn. So let's see, a potential outplay may occur from Karns. Keep an eye out from him.
Also look out for the SOD from Payan. Very crucial. We've seen this guy time and time again win out games with just one SOD alone. He's already done one against Flukeo. Can he do it again? But look, Kairo's hunting. He knows the Moskov is going to be here. He's going to be able to set up the slow lane. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. KOG, they're not in position to punish. So they get a slow lane. Now they have time on their side. ACT, they've gotten the setup. They can play it slow. They have to send somebody bot side. And he's gonna stay. He's gonna go for the hunt. They're playing bot side. They don't wanna deal with Lord.
They're not. They're really taking their time here. KOG, they do not want to repeat on past occurrences. Athena Shield for 33rd. Understanding that Carnes and Flukeo is the main threat from side of ACT. Man, boys and girls, is this the third time of this series? 3 out of 4 games that we have seen 20 minutes past?
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
So good.
What a series.
Good MLBB. Yeah, good MLBB. Look at the Sora again. Just overall patiently waiting on bot side, resetting the flow of the map. This top side is gonna slowly build up for ACT, and the Khalid is in position to stop anybody that wants to reset this. Actually, never mind. It's KOG that has a building wave on the top side. Now they make a move on Nile. They force a flicker.
SOD
Oh,
lands.
SOD?
Well, that's gonna be the bench. Raging Sandstorm used up. Settled! Out of position and taken down. KOG. They pulled the trigger. Down goes Sylvie as well. This is the opening that they wanted, and ACT give it on a silver platter.
What a crucial window for KOG, capitalizing on a Leomord without a horse. And the punish with the SOD, they saw the Khalid move out. And then the flicker Dark Wave from 33rd actually salvaging this Lord setup from ACT. Now they have to defend their base without a Leomord, without a Khalid.
Boys and girls, I think we are going to game 5. KOG still has a lore to play with, which will spawn right now. And KOG, they have took down 2 important base turrets, top and mid. In the process, Ceros and Sylvie, they're up. It's going to be a 5v5 defense. But my goodness, when they pull the trigger, it really lands a spot. KOG, crazy stuff.
Yeah, but unfortunately for KOG, they cannot fight 5v5. Somebody has to stay behind. Okay, they've dealt with the wave on the bot side. The Zetyan is gonna come towards the mid lane. So ACT, they might have enough time to defend this Lord. Question is, will KOG try and force it?
Let's see. This is the Evolved Lord, ladies and gentlemen, that ACT has to deal with. That's going to be the SOD landing. Used up. Now the Lord is touching the base. Steed used by ACT. They got to manage the focus very well here. That's going to be the shifting clouds use. Uh-oh, the Lord is still up here, ladies and gentlemen. The turret bottom side is still up, but ACT, they hold on for now. KOG, Kaizen taking very low, loses immortality. 3-man stun. That's going to be KOG now, looking to provide the damage. That's going to, again, just fluke KO in a vulnerable position. Seed Pot stun as well. Shaman Force fused by fluke KO. Now they got to clear the mid-wave. KOG, they lose Kaizen, while Sylvie falls as well. It's a 1-for-1. ACT is still defending their base.
Oh my lord, Cairo is not done. He wants to go for more. He wants the shifting skies. They take the immortality of 33rd. Now Flukeo, he knows the Moskov cannot fight him right now. There's no flicker on Payan, so they find another kill. What a defense from ACT, man. Cairo with the shifting skies. He went for the damage. He landed the combo with a Winter Crown. Kaizen didn't expect that at all. He was able to buy and sell, however, but it gave enough time for Carnes to look beyond the backline, steal the Fury, the Phoenix, and then use that to reset the fight. And Flukeo, with the buy and sell Winter Crown Immortality, is able to save himself from Payan and Nile. So many clutch plays from ACT, and because of that, they get to play Lord once again.
Let's see, Kaizen just spawned, while 33rd has to wait 20 seconds or so. Let's see, it's gonna be Nile out there, terrified. KOG now advancing through, looking for an angle. Kaizen looks desperately towards providing damage. That's a stun from the Fury of the Phoenix. Lord will be taken by Zeros this time around. That's a stun. They found the collapse. Down goes Cairo. Zeros taken very low. Kaizen jumps to his own demise. It's a 1-for-1, but the Lord Evolved goes to ACT.
Oh my lord, ACT, how can they do this time and time again? After
Oh my God.
winning the fight inside their base, they realize they can just burst the Lord because without the flicker from Pai, he cannot use the SOD the same way. He cannot just go inside the fight. And Flukeo with his Armored Force bursted down the Lord. And Sylvie with the Raging Sandstorm divided the fight into two. Kaizen thought he had backup. When he went in with the Blade Surge, there were no teammates to be found nearby, and he was shut down with one Chrono Dash, Synchrofish combo from Flukeo. Now he has Winter Crown with Purify as well.
This is not looking good. I thought we will go to a game 5, but seems like ACT has other ideas. They have an angle here, folks, to end this series. That's going to be Flukeo jumping in with the damage as well. And down 2 members from KOG. Another member is going to fall. And ladies and gentlemen, this series will have to end in just 4 games as ACT, the open qualifiers team, they took down the Titans in KOG and stay in the upper brackets they will.
Undefeated no more as the team from the open qualifier shatters the Kings of the regular season to move on to the next stage with a 3-1 victory. Amazing MLBB, amazing resilience. The tenacity from ACT prevails against KOG.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a series. The resilience, tenacious traits that ACT brings to the series, it was all paid off. It paid off for them. And 1-3 is the final scoreline between the two. And this was the final, almost I thought the final fight. But when 33rd right here, caught, isolated, taken down, and they got the Lord right here.
Oh my
Midnight. Wow.
It is a wow indeed. Honestly, like if Zed didn't show himself to the Valentina, if they didn't get the Fury of the Phoenix here for ACT for the base defense, this game would have been over. But all these clutch factors came out swinging from ACT. And that allows them to move on to the semi-finals, Gani. It's dark here. It's almost at night. I need to turn my lights on, but man, did the lights turn on here for ACT, and the lights have gone out for KOG.
But man, Midnight, yeah, it was an upset. I expected a full 5 games, but I expected KOG to clinch a win still. But boy, were we wrong, right? You expected KOG. Here comes the interview.
แล้วเป็นเกมที่ตึงมากทั้ง 4 เกมจริงๆนะคะแต่ก็ตอนนี้เราอยู่กับผู้ชนะของเราจาก ACT Esports Club โอ้ยขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะเพราะว่าถือว่าเกินความคาดหมายจริงวันนี้เราสัมภาษณ์กันเป็นรอบที่ 2 แล้วเอ้ยสัมภาษณ์ก่อนเลยรู้สึกเป็นยังไงบ้าง
ตื่นเต้นมากครับก็
วันนี้ ACT มาแล้วจริงๆเนาะการ NC ค่ะ
ฮัลโหลก็ดีใจไหมครับที่ชนะ KOG วันนี้แล้วก็พวกผมตื่นรู้แล้วจริงๆครับ
มันตื่นแล้ววันนี้มันตื่นเลย
ใช่ครับ
คนดูก็อึ้งเมื่อกี้ MC 2 คนนั่งกรี๊ดจนแบบเฮ้ยมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นสุดยอดมากจริงๆเนาะคือเราทำการบ้านมาเยอะไหมคะกับการที่จะมาเจอ KOG ในวันนี้
แทบจะไม่ได้นอนเลยครับ
ไม่ได้นอนเลยเหรอซ้อมกันหนักมากเลยใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
สำหรับไคโรล่ะ
ก็เหมือนกันนะครับซ้อมทั้งวันเลย
เพื่อมาเจอแมตช์นี้โดยเฉพาะ
ใช่ครับ
โอ้ยโหคิดว่าทีมไหนจะมาเจอกับเราในรอบถัดไป พูดได้
เทนาแล้วกันครับ
เทนา
เมื่อกี้เขาเชียร์ผมอยู่
แปลว่าวันนี้เขาต้องชนะเบคอนนะ
ใช่ครับ
แล้วการ NC อ่ะทีมเดียวกันปะ
ผมให้เบคอนแล้วกันครับ
อยากเจอเบคอนเหรอ
รอเชียร์กันเน้นซีครับ
อ๋อ โอเคแล้วก็พอมาเจอแบบโบ 5 มีความยากกว่าโบ 3 เยอะไหมคะสำหรับในความคิดของเรา
มียากกว่าแน่นอนครับ เพราะว่าแบบเกมมันเยอะกว่า ถ้าแบบมันสามารถพลิกแพลงในแผนได้เยอะครับ
แต่เราก็เตรียมแผนมาดี
ใช่ครับ
สำหรับใครรู้ล่ะ
ก็คิดว่าเพราะว่าโค้ดดราฟดีด้วยครับ ก็เลยเล่นง่าย
ก็ยกความดีความชอบให้โค้ชแล้วก็ทีมเราสื่อสารกันได้ดีด้วยเนาะวันนี้เพราะว่ามาโควันนี้ทีมเราทำได้ดีมากจริงแล้วก็แบบรูปเกมเนี่ยนำคู่แข่งตลอดเลย แล้วก็ถือว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่งทีมที่มาจากรอบ Qualify จริงๆเป็นทีมเดียวเลยด้วยซ้ำที่มาจากรอบ Qualify แล้วก็เป็นไทยล้วนคือน้องๆเก่งกันมากๆจริงที่มาถึงวันนี้ได้แล้วก็แบบโอ้โหชนะอินซีดำไร้พ่ายได้ก็ถือว่าเป็นประสบความสำเร็จมากๆเลยเนาะจากวันที่ไม่มีใครรู้จักพวกเราเลย แล้ววันนี้มีคนรู้จักเราเยอะมากขึ้นเลย เรามีความรู้สึกยังไงคะ
ดีใจมากครับ
ดีใจมาก
ขอบคุณ
ๆเล
ทุ
ย
กๆคนครับ
โอ้ยการ NC ล่ะคะ
ก็ดีใจมากครับ แล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนคลับทุกคนครับเพราะว่าทุกแรงเชียร์มันส่งมาถึงพวกเราจริงๆครับ
เฮ้ยแก๊งนี้มันแบบแฮปปี้เบิร์ a เดย์บัฟมันได้จริงๆเลยนะวันนี้สุดยอดเลยมีอะไรอยากจะบอกกับทีมที่จะเจอกับเราในรอบถัดไปไหมคะ
รอบถัดไปก็เตรียมตัวมาดีๆกันครับ
เพราะว่า ACT ตื่นรู้แล้ว
ใช่ครับ
ไคโลค่ะขอสักนิดหนึ่ง
ก็เตรียมใจไว้ดีๆครับ เพราะว่าพวกผมมาเอาแชมป์
อันนี้คือหน้าตาของแชมป์ซีซั่น1หรือเปล่าเดี๋ยวยังไงขอถ่ายรูปด้วยอินฟินิตก่อนแล้วกันเผื่อเป็นแชมป์เดี๋ยวไม่มีโอกาสได้ถ่ายโอเคค่ะ เดี๋ยวให้น้องๆทั้งสองคนนะคะไปพักก่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you so much for that wonderful interview, Mini Mint. And what a wonderful series that we just witnessed, folks. 3 games out of 4 went above 20 minutes. And ACT got the better of KOG this time around. After playing 2 games previously. So they played a total of what? That's 4 plus 2, 6 games, and they're still able to keep their focus. That's very impressive, Midnight.
Yeah, I said it earlier. I think it's just the mentality of the players, you know, like that never surrender mindset, and you can see that in their games. Like the amount of times where they have their backs against the wall, but they still pull up plays, insane plays like this. Like you know, just the sheer confidence of these players to go for, you know, plays like that, like oppressive plays, even at moments like where moments where you're supposed to be defensive. It's kind of crazy. Like almost all teams don't do that, you know. And the top teams sometimes don't even do that. But you can see this this quality from like the highest level of players, and to see that from an open qualified team, it's just so amazing, Gani.
Definitely. And we will crown the MVP of the series right here. The man on your screen. He's unstoppable this series, man. Let's give a shout out, of course, to Carnes, the mid laner. 4:07 is the final game. And on the Valentina Midnight, he was a couple of steps ahead, right? Taking the SOD, knowing when to take the SOD, knowing when also, mostly on the timing of the Fury of the Phoenix.
Yeah, again, I cannot harp it enough. Like the moment when the Zetian showed himself in the mid lane, that was the moment where the Harriet was under the winner crown after the Purify. We're gonna see it later. It was so clutch, and you know, those moments you cannot find that every game. That actually saved this game here for ACT. But let's give a big shout out to KOG as well. Like they did an amazing they had a fantastic performance here in this game, especially the Moscow. Like after that SOD on the top lane, they were able to shut down Fukeo. At this moment, like right here,
Yeah.
this was the turning point. Honestly, this game had a turning point after a turning point and then into a turning point. It's kind of like watching Inception, you know?
Turning pointception indeed. And this was, again, just the chain reaction of that fight. And the momentum in this moment was definitely on KOG. And I thought it was done deal. I thought we were going to game 5 right here, right now, right then,
Yeah.
midnight.
This play, Winter Crown, and then Carnes again had that Fury of the Phoenix. Oh my lord, that reset saved the Harith with the Zaman Force, able to fight further, and he was the key to taking down this Phobius as well. That was a clutch play from ACT, most especially from Carnes. Not to mention, like, the amount of times, again, Sylvie separated the team fight into 2, which made it awkward for Kaizen and the gang to fight and focus on targets because they were essentially just waiting for each other, allowing the Harith to just use the Zaman Force, kill anybody that is in front of them, and essentially just lay down the damage needed to kill heroes on the side of KOG.
Oh, definitely it was a heated and intense one. 26 minutes. Was that the longest that we had this series? I think so, right?
I think so.
That was the longest, right? We only get to touch maybe 23 or 24 minutes of game time previously, but 26 minutes of game time, folks, for the closer right here. As, again, the twins. Again, just the connection between them. And, of course, Flukeo. Let's not forget on that play earlier on Flukeo 1v4ing while behind. That was crazy.
Yeah, honestly, it came down to the battles like gold laners. Payan saved this game a little bit for KOG with that one SOD, the 1v4 from the Harith. There's a lot of like good highlights for a lot of the players in this game. Even Kaizen had a very good early game. In mid game, yeah, sure, he got shut down by the Harith, got outplayed a little bit, but still, you know, became a force to be reckoned with in the late game, especially with the Sky Piercer. That the threat of like the sheer damage output from the Blade Surge into Soul Saver combo was enough for KOG to actually just hold their ground. But you also have to commend, you know, the roamers. Nile and Sylvie did a fantastic job of like holding this game to each their own. They're all, you know, the Hilda, the Khalid, they were stopping the opposition from doing so many things in the map, providing river control. I'm still speechless, man. I asked for amazing MLBB, and we had a phenomenal MLBB. I couldn't say, you know, I can say anything more than what a wonderful game what we had here, Gani.
I mean, I was about to ask you any, you know, last words before we enter the final match of the day, but that was beautiful. And guys, it is just the first season of MSL. And
yes, sir.
Third match, it was very intense. One team stays top, one team has to go down to the lower brackets, and unexpectedly, KOG are the ones that is sent down by an open qualifier team. Again, guys, KOG was undefeated match-wise in the regular season. Now they have to fight and, you know, continue their journey from the lower brackets. Let's see their resilience on how that will fare. But folks, you know, we got another match for you. Another team, it definitely can stay afloat in the upper brackets. Another team will be sent down alongside KOG. We will have to figure out later on, is it going to be, you know, Tenacity, or is it going to be Bacon Time? Midnight, any predictions?
I'm pretty sure a lot of the folks out there who are watching MSL Thailand are expecting Bacon Time to move on to the next stage, but I do have high hopes for Tenacity. You know, this is a team that sort of underperformed for a little bit in the start of the MSL Thailand, but they got their footing. They figured out how they want to play the game, especially their jungle, water, and yeah, I feel like it is going to be an interesting battle. But to me, even though as much as I want to see Tenacity like prove how tenacious they are, I still think Bacon Time is the clear favorite here in this next best of 5, by the way, matchup that is going to be happening in day 1 of playoffs.
Hey, let's not count upsets out just yet because it just
Yes,
happened
sir.
here on the third match. But yeah, on paper, definitely, knowing that Bacon Time is on a better standing, they definitely have a better chances. But before we move on towards the details, ladies and gentlemen, we will take an interview again, just to have a feel on what is going on the site venue. So let's throw it to the venue.
Your mistake of your first game with ACT the earlier.
I think the team have miscommunication.
Yeah.
The team don't have clear plan from what we're gonna do. So I think that's the biggest problem that I see.
It's because your team doesn't expect to see ACT or what?
I mean, we expect how they play. We have the same play style, but the
Yeah.
thing is that I think it's more on communication, like the plan in game, like the decision is not aligned. So
and like not the same
Yes.
decision.
yeah.
ค่ะสำหรับโค้ชเนี่ยเขาก็คิดว่าในเกมแรกนะคะที่เขามีปัญหาเนี่ยอาจจะเป็นปัญหาในเรื่องของการสื่อสารก็คือการสื่อสารในทีมเนี่ยอาจจะยังไม่ตรงกันแล้วก็เขาเนี่ยคิดว่าเขาจะเจอกับหลายๆทีมเขาคิดว่าแบบเขาคาดหวังว่าจะเจอกับทีมนั้นทีมนี้ก็ได้ดูการดัฟแต่ละตัวละครเพื่อมาเจอกับแต่ละทีมอยู่แล้วแต่ว่าอาจจะเป็นที่การสื่อสารมากกว่าในเกมนี้นะคะที่ทำให้ KOG เนี่ยไม่ได้ชนะ ACT ในวันนี้ค่ะ And what about the first game that you almost win ACT but then they just like not win, like you not win because like the Lord is die already?
I think that's the miscommunication that my team have problem. Like they want to tower lock, but some of the players hold back. They think that it's not endable, but from the others it's endable. So I think that's the problem, like the communication.
ค่ะก็สำหรับเกมแรกนะคะที่ KOG เนี่ยเกือบจะตีบ้าน ACT แตกแล้วแต่สุดท้ายแล้วนะคะ ACT ก็คือแบบป้อมอีกนิดเดียวเท่านั้นเกือบแตกแล้วแต่สุดท้าย ACT ก็กันได้นะคะโค้ชเนี่ยเขาคิดว่าคือลูกทีมบางคนเนี่ยกำลังจะเข้าไปตีแล้วแต่บางคนก็แบบเฮ้ยถอยกลับดีกว่าซึ่งมันเป็นเรื่องเกี่ยวกับการสื่อสารก็เลยทำให้ในเกมนั้นเนี่ย KOG เนี่ยไม่ได้คะแนนไปนะคะ so what your plan for the next game with other team like you're gonna be better you're gonna change your plan or what
I think my plan is that to boost the morale of my players because I think one of the problems of my team is that because of the mistakes that they do, they cannot move on that immediately. I just feel. So I think we just need to go back to the identity that we have and then we start working hard training again.
ค่ะสำหรับโค้ชนะคะก็จะเตรียมตัวให้มากขึ้นเนาะในการที่จะเจอกับอีกทีมหนึ่งนะคะในวันพรุ่งนี้ก็จะมีการเตรียมตัวให้มากขึ้นแล้วก็จะ move on จากการที่เขาเนี่ยไม่ได้ชัยชนะไปในวันนี้ก็เดี๋ยวก็ต้องขอบคุณโค้ชมากเลยนะคะที่มาให้สัมภาษณ์กับเราในวันนี้ so thank you so much for today thank you ค่ะขอบคุณนะคะเดี๋ยวอย่าลืมนะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะมีเทนาซิตี้และเบคอนนะคะตอน18:30เพราะฉะนั้นอย่าลืมมาดูกันนะคะสำหรับตอนนี้ก็ขออนุญาตพักสักครู่หนึ่งค่ะ
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะก็เป็นเกมสุดท้ายแล้วค่ะพี่ปังของวันนี้
เกมที่ 4
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
สุดท้ายแล้วไวมาก
ไวมากจริง
แต่ว่า
แต่เมื่อกี้เล่น 4 เกมนะ
เมื่อกี้คือเท้าจิก จิก
ลุ้นไปด้วยลุ้นไปด้วย
ใช่
และสำหรับทีมสุดท้ายนะคะ ในคู่สุดท้ายของเราในวันนี้ก็
ค่ะ
เป็นอีกทีมนะคะที่แฟนๆเนี่ยรอลุ้นจับตามองกันมากที่สุดเลยนะคะสำหรับการแข่งขันในวันนี้ด้วยสไตล์การเล่นนะคะที่ดุดันเร้าใจพร้อมเปิดพร้อมบวกนะคะของทั้ง 2 ทีมเลย
ใช่แล้วนะคะ พูดมาแบบนี้เดาไม่ยากนะต้องเป็นทีมขวัญใจแฟนๆแน่นอนนะคะ
ใช่เลย
อย่างเจ้าหมูเบคอนไทม์เสียงดังมากอันไหนขอเสียงเบคอนไทม์แฟนคลับหน่อยค่ะอุ้ย
อัน
ตาย
นี้
แล้วรอบนี้มี
ป้าย
กับ
มีป้ายอัปเกร
เดี๋ยวอัปเกรดแล้วอ่ะอีกทีมหนึง
และวันนี้นะคะต้องมาเจอผู้ท้าชิงอย่างเทนาซิตี้ไอ้น้ำมาเจอไอ้น้ำคือทีมนี้เนี่ยเขาขิงกันมานานแล้วว่าเขาแบบอยากจะแก้มือไอ้น้ำ
ใช่แล้วก็บอกว่าอันนี้แอบบอกนิดนึงป้ายอันนี้นะคะ ทุกท่านสามารถที่จะออกไปเขียนเป็นการให้กำลังใจนะคะบริเวณด้านหน้าแล้วก็ถือเอาเข้ามาเชียร์ในฮอลล์ได้ อันนี้ไม่ผิดกฎ
เพิ่มกำลังใจ
ใช่แล้วก็เป็นเพิ่มเป็นบัฟ
เพิ่มบัฟ
ใช่แล้วทีนี้ก็โอ้ยเสียงคึกมาหมดหน้าที่เราแล้ว
พร้อมแล้ว
โอเคถ้าพร้อมแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวขอส่งต่อเวทีนี้นะคะให้กับ3 หนุ่มแคสเตอร์เลยค่ะ
After a thrilling series, 3-1, actually the favorites to advance to the semifinals has been brought down. The undefeated KOG sent down, and we get to see ACT advancing through, staying up in the upper brackets. What will happen in our closer here? It's Bacon time going up against Tenacity, back with MSL Playoffs here. Goni, and this time around, it will be Dan Kubangay. It's Leo. What's up?
Thanks, Albert Serafin. What a series you called with Midnight. I cannot believe it happened in the playoffs that KOG, the de facto kings of MSL Thailand, had to fall to a, of all things, qualifier team. I'm not saying that in a way that it, downplays what they did and who they are. It's just, imagine you being undefeated the whole regular season, and in your first game in the playoffs, that happens. Yeah. Is the upper bracket cursed? Is that what might happen here? Will Bacon Time fold to Tenacity?
We will witness that together as we will find the conclusion, right? Will the favorite on paper be able to hold on? But yes, what a series we had earlier. And the thing, what impresses me the most, it was ACT, again, just being on the back foot, still able to stay composed and tenacious. Now, will we get to see that from the upcoming match, right? And it is already in its name, Tenacity. I want to see some tenaciousness from their side. And of course, Bacon Time, one of your favorites, I believe, Leo, that I think it was your favorite, one of the, if not, that, yeah, this team is definitely also a team that to look out for this season.
I think Bacon Time have a lot of fans, regardless to say whether it's my favorite or not. But looking at the way things are going, my theory is ACT has had the whole day to play, right? ACT beat Buriram United in a sweep earlier today, and then took 5, and then went to hit KOG with a punch they've never felt. Today, to close off tonight, rather, might be the same. Bacon Time has been sitting cold all day, while Tenacity swept Solix. Bacon Time has just been watching. So maybe it was a matter of warming up.
It might be, right? That momentum after a win definitely boosts morale, chemistry, and at least in that previous match, KOG, even we get to see the interview, the losers interview, KOG said, there was misalignments between the communication. Now, let's see. It's Bacon Time again. Throne challengers, guys. They went second overall standings throughout the regular season, only losing to the undefeated in KOG. Now, they will be challenged by Tenacity. All right, they have B-Boss in their lineup, who is, again, GPM-wise, is so efficient.
Yeah, this team across the board are definitely challengers to KOG's throne, but now we know even kings bleed, right? So how much closer is Bacon Time to being on top of the food chain? Because today ACT turned that upside down. Tenacity, though, last week, their last opponent was Bacon Time, and they lost to Bacon Time 2-1. So that was as close as it gets. In my opinion, this benefits Tenacity all the more, because they're hungrier. They know what makes Bacon Time tick.
I think they got to utilize that, right? I think they got to capitalize on that one game win and just, reassess on that series. And again, after that win earlier on, we saw 2-0 against Solix. I think that is, again, the momentum that they should be bringing here in this upcoming bout. Now, again, we would like to also remind you guys that it's going to be a best of 5, all right? It's going to be cruel. It's not a best of 3s anymore. And we will see. We saw KOG fumble the best of 5 match. Now, will there be another upset here? Bacon Time, as we all know already, has a couple of imports as well in their composition. They should now maybe, again, just utilize that, right? That sort of PH identity, Leo.
That's the thing. They don't. As much as they have a world champion and MSC champion among the ranks, you can't force a team to play a certain way. There's still clear shades of, the Mekong aggression in Bacon Time. And if not the Mekong aggression, it's more of we wait till the mid-game till we finally figure stuff out. But that's basically the identity of the whole league. MSL Thailand, that's why KOG are on top, is because they figured that out first. So, in my opinion, I think regardless of imports or not, it really is just how well you play as a team. And today, I might have to redo my predictions, but I don't want to mess with our producer's workflow. I'm going to keep it at that. So, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I think I might have it wrong now. I think Tenacity will upset us once again, because compared to KOG ACT, this might be closer. This is by no means a David versus Goliath matchup. There's a world where Tenacity is the one in the upper bracket.
Well, I do hope to see and witness that, ladies and gentlemen, of course, as we actually welcome you, the coaches here. It's going to be Coach Noel and this die head-to-head. We saw Coach Justin and Shadow on the previous match, and this time around, it's going to be them on the spotlight. And of course, Bacon Time and Tenacity going at it again here in the best of 5. Leo, are you
Gani? No, I'm not, because you did not acknowledge the Thai Chop Master. Say his name.
This die.
No, it's Cobb. Anyways,
it's Cobb.
Coach This Die is Tenacity's coach, but Coach Noel is taking care of Bacon Time.
There you go, folks. And again, just to reintroduce you to the lineups earlier, we saw Bacon Time. It's going to be Tenacity, Songjin, Water, Lord Guys, Griff, and BS here. The roster that swept Solix Esports, a veteran included in Sherry. And so unfortunate for Solix, but Tenacity had a better game plan in that bout. And let's see here, what type of game plan
ยิ่ง
will
เข้า
they
ใกล้
bring?
แชมป์มากเท่าไหร่ เส้นทางก็ยิ่งแคบลง Payoff จึงเป็นจุดที่ทุกอย่างถูกพิสูจน์รวมถึงทีมที่ถูกเรียกว่าตัวเต็งของลีก ทุกคนรู้ดีว่าเบคอนไทม์คือใคร ทีมที่สร้างแรงสั่นสะเทือนให้กับทั้งวงการ การรวมตัวของผู้เล่นระดับนานาชาติ
แต่ละคนในทีมผมเนี่ยบอกเลยว่ามีแต่ตัวตึงทั้งนั้น
และด้วยสถิติที่เกือบสมบูรณ์แบบ พวกเขาก้าวเข้าสู่ Payoff ในฐานะทีมเต็งแชมป์อีกหนึ่งทีม ความพ่ายแพ้ในอดีตไม่ได้ทำให้พวกเขาหยุดเดิน แต่มันทำให้แข็งแกร่งขึ้น
เป้าหมายทีมยังไงเราก็เป็นที่หนึ่งของลีกอยู่แล้
พ
ว
วกเขากลับมาสู่จุดนี้อีกครั้ง แต่มันจะยิ่งใหญ่กว่าเดิม โอกาสในการแก้มือกับความผิดหวังที่เคยเกิดขึ้น บททดสอบครั้งสำคัญ มีเพียงผู้ชนะที่จะไปต่อ ไม่มีที่สำหรับความผิดพลาดอีกต่อไป
เพราะว่าทีมผมโหดสุดแล้ว
ผมมั่นใจว่าผมสามารถพาทีมคว้าแชมป์ได้ครับ
ทุกสิ่งที่พวกเขาสร้างมาตลอดฤดูกาลกำลังจะถูกตัดสินในแมตช์นี้ ทุกชัยชนะจะพาพวกเขาเข้าใกล้แชมป์มากขึ้น
Preview there you saw, and we'll get to see a look on the head-to-head here. Bacon Time and Tenacity. Again, B-Boss and Water, a highlight to a lane to watch there. And of course, the mid laners here, Lord Guys and Exord here, Leo, is also, I guess, mid laners as an anchor. You want to have that stability on your mid laner.
Yep. Bacon Time runs through the mid trio. So Exort, Spider Miles, and B-Boss. If they can push the tempo, then all the more they can destabilize Tenacity. But the stats tell you a story of how much cleaner Tenacity is as a team. I don't know if those stats already include this afternoon's match, but again, their sweep against Solix when they eliminated them, that was pretty brutal. And again, a number 2 seed and a number 3 seed, it's close, but how often is it that it's the 3rd seed that have a cleaner game?
And without like further ado, we will get into details on what will happen later on here as we are about to enter the drafting phase. There's going to be flying clouds for our first game, but yeah, I think it is going to be so much closer here. And guys, Tenacity regular season first half of the bid, they didn't do pretty well. So again, just the adaptation from Tenacity has been tremendous. Let's see, Bacon Time will have blue, and they will prioritize the ban, the Fanny, and the Khalid out. Now, do they go for the Harith first pick? I think that's going to be their play here. I think that's what they're looking for.
More often than not, they actually ban the Harith. So from blue, they've been known to do that. They did that against Buriram, but they lost. So maybe they shouldn't. There you go. They ban out the Harith foil, and they open it up clean. They're looking at Guns, saying, Guns, go for it. I think a first pick Harith is in order.
I think that's going to be their approach. And Tenacity's like, all right, I see the scenario. Let me ban the Zushin out. Again, the Kalea is still open. Maybe that's going to be the trait that they're looking for. As expected, Bacon Time will retrieve the Harith and Tenacity here. What they're saying is, you know what, we'll get potentially the Leomore still open, the Kalea is still open. If that's what they're looking for, I think
Valentina
Claude instantly. Ooh, okay, that's an interesting.
I'm not against
Valentina, I like Valentina, but maybe with a jungler here should be okay. Tenacity, what's gonna be the call?
We haven't really seen many teams rush junglers, but you know, for the first time in a while, Harley's open. So we get half that right. There's the Claude and the Leomord. Okay. So they don't want Water to coin flip on that Joy anymore, which he did against Solix earlier today. But the choice to go Leomord over Harley and Suyo? Thailand metagame is evolving.
And definitely, it is evolving. And as you mentioned, the Valentina being one of the priorities in the mid lane definitely will be locked in by Exort and the Baksha. And quick to respond here, Tenacity, saying, you know what, you committed the Baksha, let's pick up the Valir, a hero that definitely can be annoying against Baksha.
I'm surprised Baksha came through. That's surprising to me.
They want rotations.
Wow. I mean, still very good in Turtle Pits. Very good in, again, yes, rotations, invading. But here we go. Lord Guys picks up a page out of Mimark's book. His fallen counterpart from Solix earlier today. Picks up that Valir, which is good against the Baksha. And against dive comps that has a Harith and core. I like it. Good start.
Yeah, great. I guess great adaptations, and they were quick to respond. So I guess they were kind of expecting the jungle, the tank jungler here from the side of Bacon Time. So second phase, here we go. It's gonna be the Hilda ban out from the side of Tenacity, and knowing that it is gonna be a Flying Clouds game, we can expect like early aggression type of movement. Knowing that if you recall, you can get back to lane rather quickly. But yeah, it's going to be the glue ban now from the side of Bacon Time. Again, you committed to Baksha. Going up against a glue is going to be very, very annoying. And they eliminated that fact. And what do they need? They need crowd control from the side of Bacon Time. So Tenacity, I think they can ban another roamer that has big crowd control. Like the Kalea, unless they want to pick it up Red 4.
Actually, both teams need some semblance of crowd control and peel. I'm not solved on the Baxia alone for Bacon Time, nor am I happy with just the Phantom Steed from Liam Ward on water. So, yeah, the aforementioned Kalia is good. A Hylos or Gatot would be good too, like a revitalized frontliner. What else are we looking at in Rome? Yeah, I wouldn't Cho. There's no room for a Cho here. Marcel got banned out, so...
Yeah, we saw Badang, but then again, the peel you mentioned is quite lacking, but it's good at controlling bushes. Here, will it be picked up? But then again, there's a Valentina, right? The IMU can backfire your crowd control, and that's why they lock the roamer. They delay the roamer take. Instead, they prioritize the Riz EXP Red 4.
Yep. As mentioned by our analysts, Terizla's an NPC. Terizla's like just vanilla good most times. But wait, this is a Spider Miles special. We see a Florin in, and despite it just being a singular Baxia as the main frontliner, with Blooms, with a Florin, it might be enough. What a start for Bacon Time.
And this is I guess again, his own identity being shown here, right? You mentioned Spider-Man Special and Benedetta in the EXP, knowing that the Baxia is already supplemented. Why not? Why not go for a damage EXP?
So there's the Gatot Kacha, the aforementioned frontliner that Tenacity needs. A little more traditional. Tenacity is approaching this matchup, while Bacon Time get a little risky. The coin flip for the relatively out-of-fashion roamer healer. I can't remember. Gani, I can't tell you the last time I saw this. When was the last time I saw Estes, a Florin, a Rafaela?
1.5 years ago, I think that was the time. But yeah, it's been a while. You're right. So to bring the Florin out in their practically debut of the playoffs here, Bacon Time, that's a bold approach. Ladies and gentlemen, we will get into the Lanadon for our opening game of this series. It's Bacon Time going up against Tenacity. Let's see who will win this first round, folks.
So far, I appreciate the fact that there are not many purifies. So that means when fights break out, it's all in. When fights break out, you either win or you get on out of there, go again. You learn your lesson. So this is a fight unlike most we've seen today on broadcast, because those are defined by crowd controls, by catches. Oh no, poor guys.
That's a stun. That's the annoying Valir that we get to see. This is the early game, and that's Water connecting on the first blood. Tenacity here having the first say in this first minute. Going up against Valir, that's interesting that they commit to that area.
There you go. Real quick, acknowledging the talent prediction. See, I told you it's risky to say this now. We didn't know what Tenacity was bringing before we set these predictions. So you said a sweep, I said 3-1. Might be the opposite way around, but again, if it's damage we're talking about, you can't deny Tenacity's propensity for it. And Spider-Miles heals aren't there just quite yet. So definitely Bacon Time got punished for thinking they can engage.
Yeah, I think they did not respect the damage coming from the side of Valir, and that was just a perfect scenario for Lord guys to deal and provide damage. The first turtle is going to be up here, knowing that B-Boss went down earlier. Will they commit? I guess they're initiating right now, so let's see here with Kang already 4.
So with the turtle dance started, Tenacity clearly has the lead here. B-Boss looking for the entry. Again, B-Boss's first time on the Baxia.
Oh, Baxia finds the neutral objective. That's going to be the stun. Oh, Electro final blow canceled. That's going to be Bacon Time now disengaging. Tenacity looking to close the gap. B-Boss still tanky enough with the Poisson's popped. So that's a win. They lose B-Boss early on, but they got the turtle.
So it's a good bounce back from Bacon Time. I appreciate that much. And it's one of your main strengths as a Baxia. Again, you find your footing, you stay in there, you dig in, and you retry. Yes, on record, this is B-Boss's first time to play the Baxia, but that doesn't take away from the main strengths of the hero. And of course, it's possible reps and scrims. We don't have any info on that, but who plays in Pro and doesn't know how to play Baxia? So Baxia Jungler is just basically the closest thing to Terizla EXP, but easier to run. It's good vanilla. Everybody likes it.
Everybody likes it indeed. And again, just the rotation power that the Baxia definitely can bring to your team. Gotta be utilized here, and here it is. That's gonna be Lord Guys popping the ult early. B-Boss, Shield Unity, just again solo killing practically. Lord Guys there, down. Tenacity now looking for the collapse. It's a 3v4. It's not looking too good for Tenacity. Down goes Song Jinwoo, and BS is next on the chopping block. AOG triggered just to escape another big win because of the Shield Unity.
I like how aggressive Bacon Time is. This is the right way to play this kind of lineup. They already have all of their heals online, and the only way Tenacity is able to answer to that is with a Revitalize. That's the only way they can basically, quote-unquote, counter the heals. So with that said, Bacon Time have the leeway that they need to be able to shock Tenacity into a matchup that they're not used to. It's so weird to play against a healing lineup. For all of y'all ranked game grinders, you know how this feels whenever the opponent picks an Estus and you're not ready for it. This is what Tenacity is going through right now.
Yeah, I think they got curveballed hard here. And Bacon Time, they're capitalizing on that surprise pick. And let's see here, second neutral objective. That's a taunt to delay. Water clears the retry, so it's a 1-for-1 turtle-wise, and the timing on that taunt was crucial.
Looking at the items, you'll see that Kang Kang has already picked up the Blade of Heptases. So even Song Jinwoo, who still has to scale up his Body of Smith, cannot stand there. So expect quick rotations from Kang Kang. You see here, excuse me? Is that Miles juggling the Bloom? It was on B-Boss earlier, now he moves it over to Guns. It's game time.
It's game time. Taunt, stunned, everything put on towards Baxia. That's going to be B-Boss taken very low. That's going to be the heal coming through, but down he goes still. Shaman Force pop. Guns! Finds the angle to almost claim the double, and bits Bacon Time with the rotation, finding the final laugh. 2 members off the board, only for B-Boss.
I think that's worth it. If that trade happened 5 more times in the next 10 minutes, Bacon Time would win. Song Jinwoo and Lord Guys for B-Boss. This is just utility juggler things. Oh my god. Water!
Oh, Water with the steed. Oh, AOG forced the flicker from Exor. Their PS actually is mispositioned. That's going to be the damage. Terrify coming through the stun. He's trying to hold on, trying to survive. He's able to get out and pop the region. Song Jinwoo, though, in a different place. Needs to find a clear as the turret in the top lane officially got taken down. Another win for Bacon Time.
Bacon Time took KOG's loss personal. They could not take down the Kings of MSL Thailand in the regular season. And since they saw, oh, look, ACT can do it, maybe we should play a tighter game. And that's what they're doing here. They no longer have their game 1 blues, or Gani. What they're doing now is just they're playing a tight micro and macro game, playing to their strengths again. A healer in the roam, just what Spider Mouse wants. And they've taken 2 of the 3 turtles. The last one, the most important one, too.
And it will definitely create a chain of events later on here with this final turtle. Let's do a quick item check. Harith is above about 700 gold here against Claude. That's a good sign. And Claude is still on his way towards second. Should get his second item here very soon, but it's still a big win. Almost 1,000 now, Harith, between the 2.
You're looking at what, a full item ahead on that Harith. So as soon as Guns gets his 3rd item clean, all the more it's going to be worse for Tenacity. Almost 2,000 gold. Griffith comes in.
Now with the BMI towards the back, that's going to be the flicker committed, but the tower in the bottom side has been the main agenda for Bacon Time, and they will gladly take it. So the tier 1 stop and bot has been taken down. Tenacity, no compensation for it.
It's hard for Tenacity to find trades. Even when they go 4-1, Bacon Time are so lethal. Kangkang can go 2v1 and still either win or leave unscathed because of the blooms. So it just doesn't happen very often that there is a universal ult for teams these days. That's why this Florin is so out of nowhere and it catches them off guard. What is Beast doing?
Oh no, he is out of position and will be punished for it. It's a 5v4 now in around the purple buff area. Water has yet to claim it, finally get it. And Bacon Time says, you know what? One is enough. Let's find one and go back.
And here's the thing, Gani, they didn't even find one. BS served himself up on a silver platter. He was like, I want to fight y'all. That's not the right call, dude. I guess Tenacity have to learn the hard way now. They don't have the roamer. He will be back via Flying Clouds. I don't think that slowed down Bacon Time enough, even if it was all according to plan. It doesn't sound like a solid plan to me. They're bursting down the Lord. What's going on?
Yeah, I think they're baiting on the whereabouts. Bottom side is pushing for Bacon Time though, so they definitely can hit the reset here. And again, just utilizing on the macro play that they have here. Tenacity, they got to be more, I guess, disciplined. That's a stun. That's the penalty zone. Finding 3. Water claims the retribution. Now the fight breaks out. B-Ball's taken very low. AOG onto it. 2 taunts as well. Now the blazing duet from Griffith doesn't deal enough damage just yet towards B-Boss. Is still all 5 standing. Exort finds the penalty zone. Kang finds an angle to take the gold laner down.
On paper, it might seem like it's worth it for Tenacity to get the Lord, but at the end of the day, the map doesn't belong to them. So they won't be able to take advantage of this Lord take anyways. Look at how little this matters to Bacon Time. B-Boss is back. He's running his way down. And look, the Lord didn't even get the takedown mid. This is just macro superiority out of Bacon Time right now.
The Lord was irrelevant. Now the purple buff contest, B-Boss will gladly take because the Leomord is not around here. Tenacity again late to the rotation. That's the flicker from Spider-Miles. Guns though is still able to get out. B-Boss on the other hand, isolated here, will not be taken out just yet. Not enough damage. Again, Lord guys finally gets the kill. It's a 5v4. Bacon Time, they failed to disengage, but again, nothing is really up for grabs for Tenacity except for this purple.
Yep. So a stroke of genius there for Tenacity. They were able to split the formation of Bacon Time. Yes, you are a Florin lineup, but you still need to be able to fight in your area. And what they did was they split up Guns, they split up Kangkang, they split up Exort. And that led to the damage of Bacon Time being all over the place. And that's why Tenacity were able to close the gap. There's barely a gold lead between these two teams.
And mid turret taken down. I think that's very expensive. Sung Jinwoo, terrified, stunned up. That's going to be the damage coming through. B-Boss takes the kill. It's a 5v4, but I think it's worth it because they got the mid turret earlier, which is definitely more expensive unless they get the mid now. If they get the mid now, then it's all worth it. AOG to cancel out just to defend. Water pops his seed. Exort as well. Now with the Horsies already out of the stable, Water says, you know what, let's just take our time. We got the dub, we will disengage.
Impressive with that sequence. Over the past 2 minutes, Tenacity were able to equalize the map. Hell, even put it to their side. They're actually up 1 turret. So now we're going to start to see Griffith's strengths. As a Claude, you're able to pressure the map more. You're able to rotate, shoot him up, come back, and then actually join the fight. So Bacon Time have to figure that out. They have to send Kangkang where Kangkang ain't ever been, man. And that's here the long lane. But how is he going to catch up? That's the question. It's not like he's a chip or anything or like a low yi. So he has to make up for this. He has to really say, come send someone to me or I'm taking down your tier 2.
Definitely got to be strong figure in the top lane. Well, Kang is already rotating towards the Lord's bit here. As Tenacity call is going to commit on towards the Lord's. Water still claims it. Song Jinwoo now trying to reposition Exort. Dies in the process. That's going to be the Petrify coming from Kang. Not enough to take Lord guys down. Guns denies the escape. It's a 1-for-1. And Tenacity still able to claim the Lord who is marching up top.
Okay. Bacon Time are juggling that Lord up top. They're allowing it to push in a little, but they fail to answer to the question of what if Tenacity blitzes the Lord. Second time this game they've done this, and they can only really say, maybe we'll just defend. This is tough. Tenacity have found a power spike. This is what they were looking for. And I don't think Bacon Time was ready for it. My question is, how many anti-heal does Tenacity have, and where is it? Is it just on Lord guys in BS?
BS is on his way. You can see on the bottom right of the corner, on his way towards dominance. That's the Steed committed. Water deals a lot of damage on towards Kang. Still able to get out with the final blow there. B-Boss, on the other hand, will be the sacrificial lamb here. Oh, unless the heal is enough. No, not just yet. He was in a no man's land. Taken down. Nothing for it. Nothing to compensate for it.
Oh, wow. Tenacity are punishing Bacon Time's lineup. There's a reason why healer utility roamers aren't in right now. And Tenacity are proving it. Oh no, they're gonna run through Guns!
Oh my god, Water's very low, but Guns finds BS. That's gonna be the Griffith with the Blazing Duet under the turret, though. Guns finds a quick triple rather, and that might revive the chances of Bacon Time on this game.
The lack of Purify gets mad punished. That was the right time and place to get that Terrify, and the right time and place to deny Griffith the BMI out. That turret, oh my lord. It swings the other way now. Tenacity are barely 500 gold up on Bacon Time, and yes, the map is disgustingly red. But looking at that instant replay, Guns really played the bait here. Look, he flickers back, and then Kang comes through. And then wait, look at this. Griffith. Oh, there it was. He thought he would get enough lifesteal. But not underneath tier 2.
On overcommitment from Tenacity right there. Got them. And we're out of balance again, folks. 15 minutes in. Again, map-wise, sure. One base turret taken by Tenacity. But the Lord is top, so they cannot really utilize the far lane, at least for this Lord take.
So Tenacity can just continue to do the same thing. They're gonna blitz it, and then they can win. But wait, Bacon Time looks to engage early. All right, compromise B's. BS is back off.
Yeah. Bacon Time though on the oh my god, Exort pops the Steed in the mid lane, pops the flicker as well. Water looking to close this distance. That's gonna be Exort taken down alongside Kang. It's a 5v3. EOG finds 2, no clear follow-up, but here comes the Harith. Now Guns finds an angle to take the Retribution holder down, and Bacon Time suddenly on the engage despite them only 3 members standing up.
You don't take a knife to a Guns fight. And Guns has yet to die. Guns single-handedly denies Tenacity the Lord take. As long as Guns is alive, Bacon Time cannot be punished into submission, cannot be defeated so quickly. That could have gotten turned around so quick. B-Boss is all alone here. B-Boss, wait, hey.
He's that confident, right? Knowing that his friends are actually at the back, but he's very confident on this Baxia, opening things up as a scout. Lord of 50% HP, that's a Terrify on towards BS. Repositions. Kang is in the fray. It's going to be a 5v4 Claude. Oh, 5v5 now. That's a stun. Song Jinwoo taken very low. Repositions. That's going to be the AOG landing on towards 1, but down goes VS. Now the Lord should be the focus of Water. He claims it. That's going to be Song Jinwoo taken very low. Kang looking for escape. Water in a 1v4 situation will only get 1 as Guns is able to gun him down. That's going to be a 1-for-2, and the Lord, though, still falls for Tenacity.
Not a single Lord for Bacon Time. They plan to take these objectives the hard way. Lord will spawn up top, but they might actually get in the base. Guns drop to Zaman Force and will penetrate through mid.
That is crazy. Harith alone with the Shaman Force is enough to make members of Tenacity just back off. And will get the mid turret for free there. But they gotta still deal with the Lord that is marching top lane. Is this Lord relevant towards Tenacity? I don't think they have time to restabilize.
I think Bacon Time will be able to clear it out. So it's not the winning Lord just yet. We're gonna have to wait for the next Lord to spawn or something completely horrible happening. But this should be fine again. The game is at a stalemate right now. Bacon Time have put the fear of God back into Tenacity here. Tenacity have to reconsider how much they're willing to give. Oh my God! BS!
That's a blind AOG. Finds the turret, the Petrify. That's going to be BS taken down to 5v4. Now, Kang take it very low. That's going to be heal coming through. Bacon Time looking to close the gap. Sung Jinwoo pops a flicker. Griffith here trying to help the escape as it will be just a turret for BS.
I think that is a worthy trade. Tenacity paid the price and they were ready for it. They didn't even look at the price tag. But wait, if the fight continues, if Bacon Time forces this, then maybe, but no. They see the big fat wave down bot. They're thinking Lord in a minute. We'd rather go for that, which I think is a smarter play. Going for the next Lord, winning that is the smarter play.
But here's the thing. The far lane now is in control of Tenacity. So Bacon Time, they gotta decide here on, again, just sending Kang towards the far lane and risk a 5v4 situation on the Lord area. So let's see here. Gold-wise, we're almost reaching at that, irrelevance. But it is still 19 minutes of game time. Holy Crystal already for Exort. So that's an item that definitely can help provide damage from the side of Bacon Time.
So Bacon Time are clearly not short on damage, not short on heals, not short on... Well, maybe they are short on crowd control, and that's the one thing that Tenacity trumps them over. So if they can mitigate that and kind of get one single pick... Oh my God, they find water! Oh!
Clacho stop. That's why Bacon Time pulled the trigger, but quick to disengage there by Tenacity. BS in an unknown position. That's a taunt. B-Boss now all alone. Has immortality though. That's a stun. That's Song Ji-woon repositioning. BS now trying to hold all the damage for his team. Water will actually be the first one to fall here as Guns is able to find the connection. Winner crown blazing to wet BMI to the back. Exort has the Holy Crystal that will allow to deal damage, and down Griffs goes.
We are in TikTok timer territories, Gani, and Bacon Time have to make a decision. Do we go for the finish now, 30 seconds before the next dude comes out? Or do we go for the Lord? It looks like they're going to go for the end.
Let's go. It's a 5v2 at this point. And that's a stun on towards BS. Loses immortality. Looking for the clear. Lord Guy's not able to on this Valir. Helpless, ladies and gentlemen. Before they got the base, it was a wipeout, and Bacon Time shows quality MLBB here in our opening game of this bout.
May have taken them more than 20 minutes, but Tenacity suffering their first game loss in the opening day of the playoffs to a Florin lineup nonetheless. I'm entertained. I like it. This is a great way to start this best of 5.
And what this will do, it definitely will boost morale, right? Hey, again, we just, with this Florin, we're able to pull off a victory. Sure, it wasn't as clean, but at least they're able to pull it off. Let's see now. It will create and haunt the coach on the other side, right? The Florin is gonna haunt Tenacity for the upcoming drafts, definitely.
So you're saying Coach this guy will go, this guy would play a Florin on me. I don't think that's what it will do. Yes, it's weird. Yes, it's impressive, but I don't think it's something that'll shake up the greater MSL Thailand metagame. I think it's specifically a Spider Miles thing. And admit it or not, there were times where it looked like the floor wasn't doing anything. There were moments where it looked like it was all just cheese. So here I think I put the blame on Guns. Guns has gotta be the MVP. Who else?
I mean, he was the main factor on, the equalizer in the mid game, because I believe Tenacity got the momentum after taking the turret mid, but then Guns suddenly, was active, more involved during team fights, and yeah, I think slowly but surely, domino effect wise, they got the control, they reclaimed their composure, and unfortunately, Tenacity, it was just like that. They were on the advantage till they're not. So yeah, Guns definitely deserves to be a shout to MVP, and there you go, a double-digit kill, Leo.
Yeah, did you call him the equalizer?
The equalizer.
Okay, so he's Denzel Washington. He is rocking that bloom. So I would assume he had one more item on him. We can only really guess what it was, but it's at the point when he could afford to go boots free. So he could have gotten 6 true items and then had the bloom on top of it. So yeah, no, this is a monster. This is a hero that has been adjusted ad nauseum. I think Harith might be on record the hero that Moonton changed the most in the history of the game. So it comes to reason why he's just so good at fights. He just bursts people down.
I mean, there's a reason why teams are not shy picking up the Harris first pick, and this is the result, right? This is just one of the consequences of that Harris first pick. Your team is able to come back from I think this was a just turnaround right here where he got the triple kill, and it's just after this, Tenacity couldn't restabilize. They had almost zero time to reassess, and Bacon Time, they were always on point after that play for most of the fights, especially Guns here. Look at how he dances.
I think that was the most important part.
Yeah.
The fact that Guns never let the craziness get to him, and he always had the perfect target acquisition. He always was aware that the team was on his back. And that's what you look for in a gold laner. That's why people are now, putting on blast gold laners who rely on the rest of their team. Here it's clear, Bacon Time rely on Guns.
He really was dependable, and it showed in this game. Unfortunately for Griffith here, yeah, it was tough, I guess, playing a Claude against this sort of composition. But I personally feel like that Valier was a little bit too hasty, picking it up on red 3. Maybe that's their adjustment later on if they're on red side. But folks, it's a 21 minute of game time here in our opening game between the two. Bacon Time still able to find a win despite them picking the Florian 1019 again, just Spider Mile special. But wow, crazy stuff already for our opening game.
So if y'all want to play this Florin in ranked, this is the item build. This is the emblem set. I like how he went mystery shop, because you want to speed up the amount of heals you do. Since you're always around, technically with the bloom, it's universal. Items are the key here. Guns farming through his head here, out of his mind. Also dealing 142k. B-Boss taking so much of the face as the Bakchi. Again, he's the only real frontliner for the team. Bacon Time take all the awards, bro.
Taking all the awards indeed. And it just shows it's 20-9 as well. So again, kill wise, we would thought that it was a 13-minute game, maybe 15, but Tenacity was able to at least get the early game, but they failed to transition towards the mid game, I believe. And once the ball started rolling for Bacon Time, nothing is gonna stop a composition where you have Baksha, Harith, and addition to that Florin. So my guess is now if the Baksha is still in play, the Florin can resurface for the side of Bacon Time, Leo.
I don't think the Baxia was the issue, but just to stop the shenanigans and to cover your bases, yes. Baxia is a must ban. And that's just how people play, right? I mean, you go to the big three leagues. MPL PH, MPL Malaysia, MPL Indonesia. We all just ban Baxia anyways. That's a high prio ban hero. I don't know how it came through. So block that out for now. Like, cover your bases, open up what you can in the trade. Maybe don't give guns to Harith if you can't, keep it down. And then take care of the Baxia too.
That definitely should be the play here for Tenacity entering game number 2. I want to hear your thoughts though, folks back at home. What do you think, right? Drafting phase, what adjustment do you guys think should be made for Tenacity? And heck, if you got something for Bacon Time, shout it out as well. But man, that was, I guess, all according to plan from the coach, game plan wise. They were able to utilize the Benedetta EXP. That is not really, meta, quote unquote, on the EXP lane very well as well in that first game. So they have a good understanding on how to execute, the pairing of the Baksha and healer Florin in this case, alongside the EXP damage Benedetta quite well. And of course, guns on the Harith, self-explanatory. Very, very crucial role on why they got game 1.
So, Gani, does that make 4 20-minute games for you today?
Yes, Leo. 4 it is. And we're still at game 1 here in this best of 5.
Now going into game 2. And we are going into Broken Walls. So, this is the first non-flying clouds map for Tenacity today.
Whoa, so that's a lot. That's a lot of rotations. That's a lot of clouds that they got to see today.
3. And they lost on one of them.
That's interesting. And as expected, Tenacity, we covered about the Baksha, and they will ban it away. Bacon Time, they have an option to let go of the Freya and the Harith if they want to be, if they want to take a risk.
Okay. Why the Akai ban? What's going on? Are they trying to let through certain picks? I like that they covered the Baxia already. But if they ban the Phoveus here, it looks like they are taking away the Harith. Like, that's the play. If they ban the Phoveus here, they plan to steal the Harith.
I think that should be their approach, right? Harith was an issue in that first game. The Zushin ban, there you go. Asking Bacon Time a question. Do you want to ban the Harith out? Do you want to ban the Freya out? Or do you want to let go both? What is going to be the play here from the side of Bacon Time? Marcel, Fanny. My guess is, yeah, they let go both.
What?
They banned the Phoveus out. They let go both Freya
Harith?
and the Harith.
So it's Freya Harith. They go for Freya. Okay. So Guns is gonna Harith.
The MVP of game 1 gets a repeat order for game 2. Now going up against a potential Freya though in lane. Will that have a different outcome? Now, what's a good pair again? Without the Baksha. Will we get to see a Kalea?
Kaleo was snubbed all game 1. So they prioritize the glue, which is a little bit more of a flex. So I think Bacon Time are giving a little bit more value to the red 5 switch up, which makes sense. Again, you have all this space to play. I would take the time and, you know, play mind games with my opponents too.
That's a good approach. Because now it's tricky. If you lock in the Suyo, that's quite a vulnerable target going up against the glue. The Leomord is also a hero that is tough going up against the glue. So what do they go for here? They can lock in the Khalid if they want rotation. They can also lock a mid laner here to have an anchor, and they will lock in that Valentina, denying it away as well from Exort.
And they get such a killer duo in mid roam. Exort is weighing his options. He knows that this is gonna hurt. Valentina and Khalid, they are literally brawling in the first 30 seconds of the game. He needs a mid laner now, or else just accept the fact that they're gonna lose that early game.
Ooh, let's see here. Knowing Exort though, I think they definitely can lock in a mage here, mid laner. And the Zetian comes to mind, you know, a hero that can keep his distance or her distance, but no, instead they go in for the Valir, trying to hinder Freya's engage, Freya's dive potential.
It's good. It's good. I like it. As soon as you hit level 2, I'm not saying you are going pound for pound, bang for buck against the Valentina, but you're close to it. And then you kind of deny the Valentina a good ult. You give her like what? A Purify at home with your Vengeance Flames. So good start. A lot of literally firepower already for Bacon Time. It just sucks that they don't have a jungler yet.
Which definitely can be limited. Which definitely can be limited by Tenacity here. But then again, can backfire to their side, who has yet also to claim a jungler. It's going to be the Leomord here. So regardless on that they have yet to pick up a jungler, they still limit the potential Leomord here coming into play, which definitely can hurt the composition of Tenacity so far. Most used heroes here, folks. It's quite different for Guns, who played a lot of Claude game. So it's like, you know, killing two birds with one stone, you know, taking the Harith away, who is, again, Griffith's most comfortable hero, or used hero, rather.
It's a win-win, as they say in the business. Both teams are choking down and cracking down on junglers. There's the Joy, there's the Harley. I don't know if Griffith wants to take out the Suyo. Or rather, if Tenacity wants to take out the Suyo. If they do, what'll be left for water?
Exactly.
Hayabusa or something?
Ooh,
Nolan? He's played both. He's played either.
Nolan, yeah. Against a Valir is going to be quite tough on the angles, unless he has control of the bushes. Definitely is going to be the play. But let's see here, Tenacity, they definitely can sway away on the jungler ban, and instead they ban a roam. And maybe but then again, if you pick up the Badang, you can steal it. It's going to be the Guinevere, so another jungler focused ban here from the side of Tenacity.
Why are they both just saying Suyo? They're both just kind of guiding their opponent towards the Suyo. There it is. I think Spider Miles isn't quite sure that if this is a trap or not. We're about to find out, because again, the Hayabusa is still out there. The Nolan. What else? What else do you fall on?
I mean, you got 7 jungler bans here out of the 10 slots of this draft here. So Tenacity is definitely taking their time. Fanny is still on the board. That's a very...
Oh no, Fanny's banned.
Fanny's banned. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 out of 10 bans. Focus on towards the junglers here. Ooh. 6-7 indeed. But they lock in the Hayabusa. You mentioned earlier, and yes, he has played it, but that's the official lock-in alongside Alice here, ladies and gentlemen, for Tenacity.
This is a very good lineup. I really like Tenacity's lineup. It's firing off on all cylinders. Has good crowd control, has good peel, mobility, damage early, mid to late. They just don't have much scaling. I'll tell you now. They just really do not have much scaling. And if Bacon Time takes this to like the 20-minute mark, past that, if ever Guns will be able to pop off again on this Harith, then that's it. One more pick, Roamer. Or do we already see it? Is it the glue here?
Glue. Yeah, we will find out. It's gonna be Benedetta, so it's gonna be the glue Rome. But yeah, all 5 members of Tenacity can dive. But you mentioned about wave clear. I don't really like their wave clear power as well from side of Tenacity, right? So if ever the Lord is for Bacon Time, they gotta coordinate the clear well. And let's see, folks, it is set all 10 heroes that will be deployed to the Lanadon for Game 2.
So it's Kang with a bang bang Benedetta again. But this time, he doesn't have as much backup in case things go sideways. There's no Bloom to bail you out. But looking at Tenacity's lineup, they're a little bit more dive anyways. It's not like a Claude anymore. That'll kind of bait you out of it. So I like it. I like how both teams just lean into the dive mentality and just say, yeah, if we're going to fight, let's fight.
Well, let's see who has more fight in the second game. Is it going to be Bacon Time securing match points, or will Tenacity find an equalizer here in the best of 5? Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the Lanadon.
Mirrored purple start for both junglers. Lord, guys, is just going to bully these two. BS just rotates so much faster. That's something you can expect here. Bacon Time will have to be very smart about the rotations because they have to be more purposeful. They have to be more sure about where they go, or else... Oh my god, wait. Fight's breaking out this early. Woo!
The lethal fight actually won by Water there. Finds a clutch retribution on that lethal Wanderer. And both teams disengaging. It's going to be, again, just a familiar bout in the bottom side of the map. It's Harith versus Freya. Spider Miles here on this glue. Still able to get out, but very low. Pops to region. But it is all just the pokes from Lord, guys, right? Just able to find the connection, and BS is reconning, saying, hey, yeah, BS is has spotted B-Boss on the orange.
Yeah. So Bacon Time rotations, they don't come as easy as Tenacity. Tenacity can kind of like back off, re-engage. Bacon Time, when they make a call, it has to be sure. Lest be punished by Tenacity just not being there anyways. So that's why they're not crossing the river as much, not as aggressively. And that's what explains the 300 gold lead that Tenacity has. They just are able to get more out of their movements because they just move so much faster.
They definitely do. Water, though, finds a shadow, quad shadow onto its Spider Miles there. The Lord is poked by Sung Jinwoo. Now Tenacity is going to commit on towards the turtle fight first. It seems like Bacon Time, you know what? They will concede and not go for the contest. That's a smart approach, as Water is greedy enough to take the green camp on that side. So turtle and a green camp for Water.
Tenacity are turning it up to 11 here because they know that they can get away with things. They know that Bacon Time are up against the wall. Bacon Time are thinking twice about their movements because, again, a single slip-up and they get punished hard. What they're waiting for is either Kang to get unlocked and then start joining fights, be more of an impact player, or Guns to be unlocked, which is surprising because usually that's one of the things that Freya does well, is early on as a gold laner, you leave and you join fights. But they've been at this 1v1 for so long, we haven't really even put the camera on them. Whoa.
That's Water popping the shadow kill in the mid lane, just chunking Exort to a half HP, force the region. But the vertical jungling from the side of Water has been, I think, again, just able to allow Water to be more on the EXP, because now there are less farm for B-Boss, because the Water cleared top farm already. Now in the mid lane, a potential fight, a 3v2. B-Boss coming in. Exort pops the flicker. That's big information before the turtle fight. And Tenacity again getting the small wins here, I feel like, in this first 4 minutes. Impressive stuff.
Uh-oh, down bottom.
That's almost a solo. 2v1 there. Guns did not even pop the flicker. And that's already a disadvantage for Bacon Time.
In case you guys were wondering where the level gap is coming from between Water and B-Boss, where the gold gap is coming from, again, it's the fact that this Hayabusa just sees more action than the Suyo. And yes, Bacon Time are first to the scene up top, but they lose that turret down bottom. And it's not like BS, Water, and Lorgas are take this lying down. Whoa!
Water now finds an angle. Exort very low. Almost taken down. There you go. BS finds a flicker to escape. B-Boss though will deny the escape. Spider-Miles, Roamer taken down. BS trying to buy time for his team. Down he goes at 3v1. Blade Surge under his own turret to escape. He finds an angle. Lord Guys on the other hand will not see daylight. Taken down there as Bacon Time on the hunt again. Tenacity said it's enough.
Mini heart attack as a Suyo player. He could have sworn that Queller was going to go through the wall. Apparently it doesn't, at least not at that angle. So at least when he surged through, no one from Tenacity made pursuit. No one chased him down, because if he died there, that would have undone the whole outplay potential and made the situation so much more worse. They lost their first tier turret down bottom. That means Guns can't farm as hard. And it's like he's already down 300 gold. This is tough because Griffith is unlocked. Griffith can just go wherever he wants now. That's scary.
Definitely an issue that needs to be taken care of by Bacon Time. And with Guns already taken down once, that means the farm is already behind here if you compare it to Griffith. And yeah, almost 6 minutes in here, folks. It seems like Tenacity has a better early game. It's not established like very strongly, but that's a win. That's gonna be Water now. Still able to get out with the shadow there. B-Boss looking to close the gap. Raging Sandstorm to escape. Water has the shadow to escape. Great timing there. Bacon Time failed to close the gap, but they will take the turret bot. Oh, traded for mid though.
Oh wow.
Almost.
It looks like Bacon Time won't allow it. Very good rotation here by Bacon Time. It wasn't just trying to kill. Oh, BS!
Oh, very low. No flicker in hand. That's going to be the mount coming through. Spider-Miles secures it. That's going to be Throne of Ruin, finding Spider-Miles, who is kind of isolated here. Water, though, finds an angle towards Exort. Pops the flicker. Guns take a lot of damage. That's going to be Water actually securing it. Exort now going to be very low in the mid lane as Griffith wants blood, but failed to find it. Now Griffith is actually going down. A compensation kill there for Spider-Miles. But take a look at Bacon Time. Already taking initiative on the final turtle. And down the turtle goes. It's 2 for 1 in the mid lane. Is still very vulnerable, but for now, Bacon Time still able to defend it.
At the end of the day, it was a total 2 for 2. Could have sworn that Water was just going to take that lying down, but he made chase up the river. Bacon Time are trying their best to keep this close. The fact that Guns has died twice means he isn't having as easy a game as he was in game number 1. I think there is still a little bit more tidying up in his play that they can do. But also, Spider-Miles isn't as impactful, at least the way he wants to be, as he was in game 1. I still do not see how this glue is compromising Tenacity to a way that Tenacity has to think twice about their engagements. Not just yet.
Yeah, I think we only have seen a good amount there earlier on. Only one good amount from this glue. That's Spider-Miles now. Looking for a potential engage. Sung Jin Woo still able to get out. Tenacity again looking for the top turret that is quite low as well. In the mid lane though, Kang will be taken down by Water there, but take a look at the stun from Exord, able to lock Water in place, and that's a big bounty shutdown for Bacon Time.
Water did not have the quad shadow anymore. He actually used it to engage. So that explains that punish. But for now, I think they have to address the problem up top, that Valkyrie that continues to be pushing. Griffith now has a Sea Halberd. Griffith should be on his way to a War Axe. But the thing is, Guns isn't letting this lead get to his head. He's still farming out of his mind, and he's trying to. Keeping it close to like 500, 600 between them. Whoever gets his first Lord, this Lord will dictate whoever gets the lead in the mid game.
Definitely will determine a lot of control. The team that gets this Lord right here. Let's see though, will they trade a Lord for a fight? Like for a couple of members. Tenacity's on it. Bacon Time here. Again, just waiting for B-Boss to join. No orange buff for B-Boss. That's going to be the engage. Pulling the triggers. Guns! First one to fall. Not a good sign for Bacon Time already. It's a 5v4 without their gold laner. Jumps in Water with the Retribution. BS will be the only casualty from the side of Tenacity as they are able to find Spider Miles in the process as well. It's a 2-for-1 and they get the Lord.
I find it difficult to comprehend why no one from Tenacity nor Bacon Time play a Purify. It's clear that they both hold stock in crowd control, but could there not have been at least one or two of your cores carrying a Purify? Guns got taken down so quickly. Guns can't even dash around underneath his own Zaman Force. So until they make peace with that, or at least go into the series more respecting the power of Purify, then this is gonna happen. Like, just all the more big trades will be punished like this. That Lord is gonna pop that shield down bot.
Yeah, and that's why Tenacity is focusing on the mid lane. The Shuriken finds an angle there to take the low HP Suyo down. Now Spider Miles taken very low. Guns finds an angle to pop the Shaman Force and provide the damage, but Exort is able to secure the kill. B-Boss for BS, and it's still favorable, I gotta say, for Tenacity, who got the tier 2 mid.
It's all Tenacity right now. They're pushing the tempo, they're calling the shots, they're driving this in a direction, taking turns where Bacon Time ain't comfortable. And it's weird that Bacon Time played a part of their lineup similar to game 1, but don't support the game. Oh my god, Guns!
Oh, Water under turret, not able to find the connection. Water taken low, Spider-Man secures it. Now Sung Jinwoo is trying to hold on, finds an angle to escape there with the Ode, but finally a win for Bacon Time here. Still a minute though on the clock for the next Lord, but that kill might cause a domino effect for Bacon Time.
I think it's fine. Tenacity may have thrown money away that they can afford to throw away, but the lead is gone. That's about 500 gold between them. The map should slowly turn red now because they did not respect Guns' damage output.
Definitely got to be more respectful on Guns later on, but I think they're keeping tabs here on the Flicker that is still on cooldown on Guns. Let's take a look at the item check here. Holy Crystal already for Guns, so definitely they gotta respect that fact. But he's still behind if you compare to Freya.
Yeah, that is a endless battle on the way for Griffith, and a full 1,000 between them both. So it's really just the range issue that Griffith is dealing with. That's why he's not popping off as hard. But I'd say this is still a close game. Tenacity just has better positioning, and when Bacon Time fixes their target acquisition issues, then this should be game. Oh, but wait.
Oh yeah, communication needs to be delivered. B-Boss immobilized, terrified. Take a look at the damage he's taken. No retribution for Bacon Time. They find Lord Guns though. BS very vulnerable. Quick Sand Guard will not save him. That's a stun on towards Griffith. Now the Freya can deal problems for Bacon Time, but here comes Song Jin-woo and the rest of the pack. Tenacity looking to close the gap. They find another kill. It's a 2-4-2-4 now. Water. My goodness.
Guns walks into that brush. Oh my god.
Water taken very low. No shadows left. So both jungler went down, but good news for Bacon Time. B-Boss about to spawn soon.
Yep. So that last casualty was uncalled for. Water dying is unnecessary, and I think that shouldn't have happened. We're seeing signs of some of their weaknesses from their first match today. Late game micro mechanical connections. They're blitzing the Lord.
Definitely no retribution. Holder forwards out of Tenacity will allow Bacon Time to have that Lord, no problem. And this will buy time for Bacon Time. This is what they need. Winner crown already for Guns now.
So Guns in a much better spot. Again, it's less of a power spike in terms of I will kill you, but he will survive more engages than not. Does it make up for the lack of Purify? I don't know. But at least the fact that they're up now almost 1,000 gold makes the map a little bit more even. This Lord will help escort in the push up top. Mid lane, at least they will start to flow a little bit more. That means more room for farming, more room to push the advantage. Song Jin-woo picks up a Pauldron. Should be good against the likes of B-Boss and Kangkang. I don't think we're talking about Kangkang enough. Kangkang is such a thorn in the side of Tenacity. He ruins that placement for Griffith. I respect Kangkang.
Definitely can disrupt the formation of Tenacity. That's going to be Griffith now. Looking to escape. Oh, Guns though denies it. That's the damage coming through from Guns. That's a kill already. Smiles now. Trying to escape. That's the tower already taken down. Ladies and gentlemen, Bacon Time, they're back.
Is that a shortcut for Spider-Man? You just call him Smiles.
That
Are you guys tight like that?
Unintentional. That was unintentional, but it sounds like I am tight with him, which unfortunately I am not. Smiles.
I'm sure you can work on that. Looking at the items, B-Boss has clawed himself into a leading position when it comes to farm. He's, what, one short item away from a Blade of Despair. And there is no Sky Piercer carrier for Bacon Time. Huh. And they put it on Hayabusa for Tenacity. Oh, Conceal.
Looking for the engage. That's going to be one member, Song Jin-woo now. Taken very low, especially with the mount. That's going to be Spider-Man securing it. BS taken again, just so low. Still able to get out, thankfully. And has a Sand Guard to heal himself back up. 30 seconds on the clock here for the Lord. And Bacon Time, that's their main agenda.
Oh my god. Kangkang is now splitting the map, making it so difficult for Tenacity to respond. There goes that last tier 2 in mid. Bottom is going to follow up. Chubby Wave. Oh, water.
Oh, Guns just, again, just so intimidating on this Harith. Practically solo killing the turret in the mid lane. And with that, that's a sign. You know what? We go, Lord.
Gunny, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me wait. No, that's not how the saying goes. And I think that's what Tenacity forgot. Is the fact that they gave Guns to Harith again, and off of him single-handedly they're making a comeback. They get the third Lord.
My god. Oh my god. 5,000 gold is between them. And with this Lord, this might be a game-ending push. Especially if they got a kill here early. Let's see how Tenacity will handle this defense.
This is going to be difficult because BS does not have a flicker. Everyone else has their battle spells on lock. So watch out for how much peel he can do. At least he still has his immortality.
That's gonna be the initiation coming from Kang Kang. That's the damage coming through. Throne of Ruin finds 3. Down goes the XP laner. Now BS has immortality, but take a look at it. Zort now taking a lot of pressure. Will be taken off the board. Gun spots the flicker water. Not able to find the shurikens there, but B-Boss finds the equalizer there to take the mid laner down. So it's a 2-for-1 as Tenacity not only defending, but also applying pressure.
Hold your horses, say Tenacity. The goats ain't out just yet. What a miracle set by Song Jinwoo. 3-man Throne of Ruin, stopping a Bacon Time from pushing in further, allowing for them to kind of spread out, and then deal the damage where it's necessary, take out Exort and Kang Kang. But I cannot deny, that was a stroke of genius from Kang Kang, being the initiator, and it just sucks that he himself cannot take the heat, because he's just a little Benedetta. Benedettas aren't known to be sustainable, and he's building full damage. Sure, he has a Antique Keras, but
yeah,
that's not enough. He's on his way to, what is this, a Blade of Despair 2? Ouch.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage, but I believe he also took a couple of, turret shots earlier on. That's why he went so low. And shout out Sung Jin-woo to capitalize on that positioning. That's going to be Griffith now targeted off Valkyrie's Descent just to escape there. Oh, Alice has the winner crown. So Bacon Time, if they're not careful, if they're not aware, the winner crown outplay from the Throne of Ruin combination can definitely cause problems here for us out of Bacon Time.
And this positioning from Songjin was lethal. You mentioned the Winter Crown. What about a weird entry? That's scary. Grand Theft Purple here. They give it over to Guns. It's clear that Guns is their core. Guns is where they win and lose games off of. And look at the patience of Song Jin-woo, man. Bacon Time don't know where he is. He could be in the
He's
base
still
for all
there.
they know.
He is still there for a
He's
good minute or
camping.
two. And this should, if Bacon Time is aware, they should
They have
be
no
notified.
vision.
But hey,
They have no
Song Jin-woo's
vision.
been, no one's checking. Spider-Man is trying to check, but
Smiles.
wrong push.
Smiles, check it, Smiles.
Sung Jin-woo finds the entry. B-Boss no secures the turbo, and regardless, that's gonna be B-Boss now. Applied pressure, but the mortality in time. Griffith will lock him down. That's gonna be Bacon Time now looking for a kill. Exhort Sung Jin-woo taken down. Both PS not able to handle the heat as Water is able to find the angle in the mid bush to take B-Boss or Kang Kang down. It's a 3-for-2 while Bacon Time, they got the Lord Evolved marching down in the mid lane.
Okay, good news. Bacon Time still has Guns and the Lord. Bad news is they lost 3 members. I don't think there's a world where Bacon Time wins this. Not now. So best case scenario, we go again. We go for one more Lord. Lord number 5.
I think that's been the theme here for the upper bracket matches here, folks. That the games are above 20 minutes. That's gonna be Spider-Miles or Smiles loses immortality. Griffith just too strong in this Valkyrie's form. But in the face of Guns, he has to fall. Now Guns not having the Shaman Force, still able to have power. Immortality will be paused, but Tenacities is just overflowing him with damage. Down he goes. Take a look at Sun Jin-woo, focusing on the clear. Water taken down, very low HP on the base, and ladies and gentlemen, Bacon Time will close it out with another win, and match point it is for the Bacon Time.
Gani, you have no idea how envious I am of the energy in Ladprao. I'm pretty sure the hall was shaking with attention because even Bacon Time could not expect that that's how that would have gone. But you know what? I take it back. Maybe that's why Guns and Spider-Miles engaged, because they knew that they could just buy time, force a response out of Tenacity, and then let the dudes who were gonna respawn anyways run through, get inside the base, hope that the Lord is still alive, and end it. That's what they did.
Intelligent. If that was in their playbook. But yeah, Song Jin-woo here, you can see struggled to get the fast clear and only one hit from the jungler there to end game number 2. And Leo, it's match point for Bacon Time. It's a different story if we get to see 20 minutes of game time of buffs. Yes, still like the first semifinals or quarterfinals match, upper brackets match, but this time around it feels like Bacon Time always able to find and clinch a win.
Yep. You know what? You might have been correct after all, Gani. Bacon Time are built diff in the playoffs. They just can see the little cracks in your plan. They're able to outplay when you're least expecting it. And I don't want to simplify it or just put it to, just the fact that they got the Harith again, but they got the Harith again.
And that was also another, I think another outplay, or is it, a calculated outplay from the side of the coaching staff, right? They were able to let the Harith and Freya go, asking a question, towards Tenacity, which one are you going to get? They got the Freya, Guns given a Harith, even though early game he struggled, Leo, but he's able to deliver at the end of the day. 749, a different stat if you want to compare his first game with 11 kills, 0 deaths. But hey, he delivered nonetheless.
Back-to-back MVP performance by Guns. Somebody get rid of the Harith. Don't give it to him anymore. Did he juggle? Look at that juggle. He bought a rose gold meteor, dog.
And this build right here is a nasty one, folks. Built the Oracle as well on this Harith. And yeah, the juggle is definitely disgusting. But Tenacity, I really thought that they will equalize here, especially here, 11 minutes in. But after water taken, I don't know. I thought that was already enough for Tenacity. But I guess you mentioned Kang in this game. I think he deserves to be, I guess, MVP as well, right? A silent MVP here in Kang. The timings and just to disrupt the, again, formation built from Tenacity. Kang is definitely an all-rounder here in this game.
I think the hero that he has, the Benedetta, is just crazy enough that it works. And it's what allowed for them to, after winning a little exchange, like a skirmish, to just jump straight to something else on the map. He's the equalizer when it comes to just macro play, because you can't chase a Khalid, you can't chase an Alice, but with a Benedetta, you can do the same across the map. You can do the opposite elsewhere. So I agree with you. I can't deny that Kang is an impact player with significant contributions to the comeback of Bacon Time, and for them to get the match point. What else does Tenacity do? I'll tell you now. Maybe don't give Guns the Harith. Because I think if ever it does come down to it, Bacon Time can ban the Harith, and then they'll play the Claude. Might even be the same thing. Might be better. Guns likes the Claude.
That's the thing with Tenacity. I think they overcomplicate their drafts here entering game 2, where they saw a prio pick within the Freya and they neglected the Harith, who got an MVP performance, by the way, on game 1. But hey, game 2, folks, another 20-minute plus game time here. So yeah, I have seen a lot of Lord evolved here today, evolved Lords today here, folks. Then I don't know. I think when I casted for MSL regular season, this has been the same amount of evolved Lords that I've seen. But boy, oh boy, Tenacity. I like the Hayabusa pick, but I don't know. Late game wasn't impactful to my liking, at least.
I think it was less of the Hayabusa not dealing the damage and more of Tenacity just making mistakes that Bacon Time punished so hard. You can't deny their micro skills. You can't deny that. But sometimes decision making, is one of their pitfalls. The early to mid was theirs, no doubt. But come late game, Tenacity were slipping up. And it's not for the lack of trying. You saw them try to do that sandwich play with the Alice, right, at the Lord. And Water trying to bait out a response like, oh, look at this. Oh, look, we're not on the map. We're trying to get the Lord. I think it was just more of macro sense. They lacked macro sense, which Bacon Time has in spades. So minimize that. Win off of your mechanics, win off of cleaner exchanges, and then maybe we see game 4. If not, just hand it to Bacon Time.
They got to be direct now. They got to be more, I guess, more simple. We saw ACT earlier, drafting themselves a rather, I'm not going to say as simple, but they're a straightforward approach, where they have a stable amount of crowd control, have a stable amount of damage as well, and not overcomplicate during drafts, I feel like. And there you go. They got the dub over KOG. Now Tenacity, hopefully they have still the confidence to do it and not just rely on fighting for lower brackets, because I, for one, want to see a reverse sweep, Leo.
You want to go all the way. You want to cast 5. You want to cast 8 20-minute games.
I did not say 20 minutes. I said I want it to be 5 games. But if we get to see that,
but that's where this is going. You see that they both just like to play 20-minute games. It gets to that.
That is true. That is true. 2 out of 2 above 20 minutes game. We get to see the Lord evolved. But yeah, let's see here. We will have a small interview here, folks, to see the vibe, what the vibe is like there. So, Minimin, I'm gonna throw it to you.
กับในช่วงระหว่างเกมที่แบบโอ้โหลุ้นมาชมอะไรสวยๆงามๆกันบ้างตอนนี้เราอยู่ที่บูธอะไรคะ
Monster Energy นะคะสำหรับใครที่เข้ามาในงานแล้วนะคะสามารถแวะมาชิมเครื่องดื่มของเรากันได้ค่ะมี2สูตรเลยทั้งสูตรไม่มีน้ำตาลนะคะและสูตรออริจินัลค่ะสามารถแวะมาชิมกันได้แต่นอกเหนือนั้นค่ะพี่มะปางภายในงานนะคะสามารถมาร่วมสนุกเล่นเกมกันได้ค่ะผู้ที่ทำคะแนนได้เป็นอันดับ1และอันดับ2ของแต่ละวันนะคะจะได้รับของรางวัลค่ะและสำหรับอันดับ1ในวันนี้ได้แก่นี้ค่ะ Monster Bag แบบนี้นะคะสวยๆและอันดับ2ของวันนี้ค่ะได้แก่เกมมิ่งแพดสวยๆแบบนี้เลยผืนใหญ่ๆนะคะ
สร้างมาก
สวยไหม
สวยมาก
แต่ผู้ที่ได้อันดับ1ในวันพรุ่งนี้และมะรืนนี้ค่ะท่าดา
ขออนุญาตเปิดนะคะ
ได้เลยค่ะด้านหลังนี้จะเป็นกิฟต์เซตค่ะซึ่งของด้านในอยากจะบอกว่าเวอร์มากอยากให้ทุกคนเห็นนะคะนี่เลยล่ะ
จริงๆแล้วคือสติกเกอร์ไม่ใช่
สติกเกอร์ก็ด้วยนะคะแล้วก็หมวกนะคะมีเสื้อด้านในมีกระเป๋านะคะต่างๆซึ่งมูลค่ามากเลยด้วยนะคะก็สามารถมาร่วมสนุกเล่นเกมกันได้นะคะระหว่างช่วงแข่งนะคะเราก็จะมีให้ทุกท่านเนี่ยมาทดลองเล่นเกมกันนะคะซึ่งผู้ที่ทำคะแนนได้เป็นอันดับ1และอันดับ2ของแต่ละวันก็จะได้รับของรางวัลไปเลยค่ะ
ขอบคุณมากๆเลยนะคะอันนี้มีชิมฟรีด้วยใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ค่ะอยากชิมสักหน่อยไหมคะ
ได้เดี๋ยวขอจบก่อนจะมาชิมแน่นอน2สูตรเลยใช่ไหมคะสีดำเป็น regular original นะคะแล้วก็เป็นสีขาวเป็น ultra
ใช่ค่ะ
อันไหนที่คิดว่าเด็ดที่สุดคะ
หนูคิดว่าพี่มะปางจะชอบสีขาวเพราะสาวๆสวยๆมาส่วนใหญ่จะชอบสีขาวนะคะเป็นแบบว่าไม่มีน้ำตาลกินได้สบายใจ
มันเป็นอย่างนี้นี่เองได้เลยขอบคุณมาก
ขอบคุณค่ะ
มาต่อกันที่บูธต่อไปเลยนะคะอันนี้ขาดไม่ได้เลยเพราะว่าเป็นผู้สนับสนุนหลักในส่วนของการเติมเงินนี่โปรโมชั่นดีๆเด็ดๆแบบนี้นะคะวันนี้มีโปรโมชั่นอะไรบ้างคะ
ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กันที่ Woodman Shop นะคะก่อนอื่นเลยอยากจะแจ้งกติกาการเล่นที่บูธของเราก่อนเลยนะคะกติกาก็คือลูกค้าทุกท่านนะคะที่แวะมาที่บูธของเราเนี่ยก ก็คือต้องสแกน QR Code แอดไลน์ก่อน แล้วก็
ค่ะ
กดไลค์เพจ Facebook ค่ะพี่ยา
ใช่ค่ะ
แล้วก็
ง่ายๆเลย
ใช่แล้วแล้วก็อย่าลืมนะคะโพสต์รูปลงโซเชียลมีเดียค่ะ แล้วก็ติดแฮชแท็กให้เรียบร้อยค่ะ
ใช่ค่ะ ง่ายๆ แค่นี้เลยค่ะ แค่มีสมาร์ทโฟน1 เครื่อง แล้วก็รวมไปถึงโปรโมชั่นดีๆนะคะสำหรับสายที่เติมเกมอยู่แล้วค่ะ ทุกๆ 100 บาท มีสิทธิ์ลุ้นรับ Samsung S26 Ultra อีกด้วย
โอ้เดี๋ยวแฮชแท็กต้องแฮชแท็กคำว่าอะไรบ้างคะ
พอดีว่ามันยาว
เอามัน
ใช่
ยาว โอเค เอาเป็นว่า
ใช่
ถ้า
แล้ว
เกิดว่า
ค่ะ
ใครที่อยากจะแฮชแท็กอยากจะเข้าร่วมก็คือมาสอบ
ใช่
ถามนี่พี่
ใช่แล้ว
สาว
ค่ะ
ๆได้เลย
ได้
เพราะ
เลย
ว่าจะมี
ค่ะ
ทีมงานของเราคอยสแตนบายช่วยเหลืออยู่ค่ะ
โอเคค่ะ โปรโมชั่นมีอะไรอีกไหมคะ
นอกเหนือจากทุกๆการเติมแล้วอะค่ะ ทุกๆ ครั้งที่เติมก็จะสามารถสะสมแต้มเพื่อเป็นส่วนลดค่ะสูงสุดถึง 25%เลย ไม่ว่าจะเติมมากเติมน้อยก็สะสมได้เช่นเดียวกัน
ค่ะนอกเหนือจากนี้แล้วยังมีในส่วนของ S Pay Later ด้วยค่ะ
ใช่
สามารถผ่อนได้นะคะ ผ่านบัตรเครดิตแล้วก็บัตรเดบิตด้วยนะคะ ใครเงินเดือนยังไม่ออกไม่เป็นไรลิฟ
ถูก
แม
ต้
น
อง
ช็อปของเรารับผ่อนค่ะ
โอเค ได้เลย
ค่ะ
มีอีกไหมคะ มีอีกไหม
ครบถ้วนแล้วค่ะ
ครบถ้วนแล้ว
ใช่
อยากให้ขายเต็มที่ เพราะว่า
ใช่
อันนี้เป็นพาร์ทเนอร์ผู้ใจดีที่
อ๋อ
คอยสนับสนุนแบบว่าคอมมูนิตี้ของเราก็เลยอยาก
อ๋อ
ให้
แล้ว
ขาย
ก็
เต็
ยัง
ม
มี
ที่
ใน
เลย
ส่วนของที่ระลึกค่ะ อย่างที่บอกนะคะ ใครที่มาร่วมกิจกรรมค่ะ เรามีในส่วนของเสื้อ หมวก แล้วก็แก้วค่ะ ที่คอลแลบกับทาง MSL Thailand อีกด้วย เป็น Limited Edition ไม่มีจำหน่าย
โอ้เพราะฉะนั้นพรุ่งนี้ต้องมาแล้วนะคะ ใครที่อยากได้ของลิมิเต็ดแบบนี้แล้วก็อยากถ่ายรูปนี่นะคะ
มา
กับ
ได้เลย
สาวๆสวยๆ ก็สามารถแวะมาได้ที่บูธของ RMS นั่นเองนะ
ใช่
คะ
ค่ะ
โอเคค่ะ เอาเป็นว่าตอนนี้นะคะ ทางแคสเตอร์ของเราก็พร้อมแล้วที่จะพาทุกท่านนะคะ เข้าสู่เกมต่อไป แมตช์ต่อไปเป็นว่า เดี๋ยวมาบางขอส่งต่อเวทีนี้นะคะ ให้กับ3หนุ่มแคสเตอร์เลยค่ะ
Thank you so much, baby. That was not mini main, but yeah, folks, you're back with us, Gunny and Leo, that will be at your service to guide you through the potential final game of the series, folks. In case you missed it, it's 2-1 now for Bacon Time, man. 2-0 rather, sorry, to Bacon Time and Tenacity. They got a lot of work to do. It's a tall order, but hey, again, I'm all for a reverse sweep.
Here's what's scary. What if they get to banning the Harith, right? Or some way, somehow stealing the Harith. Let's say you get to play Griffith on Harith, right? What if even that's not enough? What if there's something up the sleeves of Coach Noel and Coach GMP, who, by the way, is an Indonesian import? What if that leads to just Bacon Time still beating Tenacity? Because here's what I hate, Gani. Here's what I don't get. Throughout game 1 and 2, Bacon Time makes it look like it's close. Bacon Time makes it feel like, oh no, we're losing to Tenacity. And then they claw back. Yep. And then they claw it back. So what if it gets worse? What if you take guns out of the Harith and then you put them on a Claude or something, and it's worse, it's faster. That's very much possible. Bacon Time can play fast if they wanted to. Bacon Time can do that.
I mean, that scenario is definitely not a far-fetched one, right? Again, we might get to even see B-Boss shine more, let's say, if Guns is not on the Harith. But let's see here, the player head-to-head between BS and Spider Miles. Just a bit, to touch base. Average KDA slightly higher for BS here, but the hero pool for Spider Miles. I don't know if they added the Florin or not, but that's a lot of unique heroes in his MO.
The Florin is a MSL Thailand debut, so it's never been played. But yes, does it count towards a total 8 here? He has lower kill participation, has lower GPM, and again, stats won't tell you how good macro-wise Bacon Time is. So even to me, this form they're showing here in the playoffs is alien to me. I've been calling their matches for the better part of the last month, and this is new.
The evolution of Bacon Time They are in playoffs mode indeed. And let's see what map will they bring us here for our potential final game of the series. It's going to be another expanding rivers game here. As it's going to be bacon time on blue now.
Sand rises when I give the word.
Okay, bacon time on blue. All the more likely they're able to get, again, their hands on the Harith. And it looks like the bans are going that way too. Interesting swing of the wrist here. They banned the Khalid. Take it away from BS.
Yeah, I think they are trying to limit and apply pressure to that roamer, right? A hero that is just so in the meta as well, Khalid. And yeah, Tenacity with the Freya ban here. I am still a very strong, have a very strong opinion on just to limit the Harith, just to deny bacon time the Harith here. And I'm sure they will right after 2 games. Whoa.
Okay. Harith, baby. Do it. Or is it a trap? Or can this guy even call it a trap anymore?
Magic is my life. Your
I don't know.
Coach, this guy could not beat the Harith 2 games straight. What are they thinking?
This is very interesting approach. This is a very interesting approach from this guy. This
die.
This die, man. This die has been not looking like it's Tenacity's day, And with the Harith pickup, the Kalea is still on the board, the Leomord is still on the board, even the Valentina is definitely on the board here. Can be picked up by Tenacity.
I think the Valentina is a good pick still. Keep it. Valentina, red one. Valentina Claude?
Yeah, Valentina Claude can make an appearance.
Oh, there's no need to rush the Claude. Oh, okay.
There you go. I mean, on the dot there.
I guess.
I think they want to hide their, their other picks.
Yes.
I think
They'd
that's what
rather
they're
be
saying.
reactive. They'd rather be reactive, which again, I think Ghani is a problem. Them being reactive might actually be a problem.
It might be. It might be. But them not reacting to the Harith though is for me kind of wild. Let's see here. Bacon time.
Would you say loco?
I would say loco. First game 11 kills. Second game 6 kills. That's a lot of
Back-to-back
impact.
MVP.
Back-to-back MVP, and they will
my
repeat.
God.
It's a repeat of game 1.
We're running it back to game 1. This is Loco. Triple Loco, sir. Loco Duo, and then Loco Triple. Oh my God. What? Loco Trio.
This is crazy indeed. Bacon time's like, you know what? The playoff is still a long way to go. Let's hide other approaches. Game 1, it worked out well for us. Let's
run it back.
Game 3. Let's run it back for game 3. Baksha's not banned. And with Baksha making an appearance, Florin for Spider Miles will make a reappearance as well. Wow.
Okay.
To lead the charge. Your team.
So with the Hilda here, does Tenacity go ban Benedetta? Kang, make my day. You're not going to get the Benedetta anymore. 2 games in a row. It's been too much.
I like that approach. I think that also is a natural approach from side of Tenacity after seeing 2 games of Benedetta from Kang. I mean, if they do not ban the Harith earlier on, I'm sure they will ban the Benedetta here, right? I mean, second phase at least. They are still lacking in crowd control as well from side of Tenacity, which should be their main agenda here moving forward. But yeah, ban the Benedetta, first.
Ban the Benedetta. And then see how much crowd control comes through. Well, there's that. But also consider a Purify. Somebody's got to respect the amount of crowd control that's going on in this match overall.
We didn't get to see that from Bacon Time on our second game, though they still pulled through, still able to deliver.
They got
a
away
win.
with it.
They got away with it indeed. Oh, the Joy Band comes through.
Ban Joy, ban Suyo. That's where this is going.
I think so. Does that mean? I don't like the Fredrin pick here for Tenacity. The Leo Mort is still on the board. Is that? Oh yeah. Okay. You called it. Leo.
Yep.
Benedetta band came through. Bacon Time. Is it the Leo? Is it going to be the Suyo? Those are the options.
Or the Harley.
The Harley is actually a good shout. Can, insta kill the Florin.
It's crazy
Or
that
at
the top
least-
3 junglers. They'll give the Suyo because with a Bloom, you almost single-handedly counter deadly magics. So.
Yeah, but with Harley can force you. Oh, okay. They delay the jungler take. Instead, they go for Sora. They know that they have the Valentine already in hand. So, yeah, the Sora pick is sensible here for Tenacity.
Very good, actually. This is a hero that we didn't see get. We haven't seen in the series yet, and might be the kind of crowd control or damage, whatever they need, that Tenacity needs to turn things around when they get that mid game power spike. All the more they gotta respect Purify.
They gotta respect it, man, and it maybe increase their odds to fight neutral objectives, right? Especially the first one here, though. The Baksha is a tough pickle to break. But it's gonna be the Yuzong. Wow, it's gonna be a Yuzong versus Sora matchup paired with the Eve. It's gonna be another Hayabusa game, Leo. It's very fast here, second phase.
Yep. So this is interesting because they take a totally weird angle. Kang still wants a hero that can cut through to the back line. And then you end up with an Eve that holds the box with no one clearly to stop it. So whatever happens in the box happens regardless. What is this die on? Coach, this die, he should be good at drafts. Why? I've gotten word that he was a former Hearthstone pro player. You know what Hearthstone is, Gani?
I know. That's the
Hearthstone
birth
is a
of one of the games, TCG games.
Yes, it's a digital card game. And this guy is actually a silver medalist from the very first esports SEA Games back in 2019. So he should know the technicalities of these trades. Why does he keep letting through the Harith? Why does he not see the... It's a silver bullet, sir. Or in this case, it's a tier 0 hero, specifically for guns. There's gotta be... There must be some... Why?
That is interesting. I'm sure, as a him as a former Hearthstone player should be a strategist. But let's see here. Perhaps we might see a different type of approach with this composition from the side of Tenacity. But folks, we will have to deal with a pause here before we enter the Land of Dawn. Again, it is 2-0 for Bacon Time.
Okay. We were about to jump in, but I guess we're still ironing out some kinks before the game begins. Didn't really get to see a good look. Again, it flew by. Did we see any purifies?
It was very fast.
It was speedy.
Sure, it was speedy. I'm sure, purifies are going to be on the board here for this game. But the crowds are ready, seems like, here, Leo.
I mean, the crowd on the Tenacity side, I'm sure, are sweating bullets. They are worried because, again, the Harith is out through. The Florin is out through. The Boxe is out through. So, it's hard to say.
Whoa,
oh my God, 3-0.
3-0
Folks in
already.
Lad Prao.
Exhort fighting Spider Miles. Okay. These are the supporters of Bacon Time. They like what they're seeing here. Noticing the current scoreline.
What does that mean? Spider Miles Susu.
Well, in Bahasa, Indonesia, susu means milk. But I'm sure it's different in Thai.
All right. Anyways, back into the game. Still 0 purifies, sir.
Wow. So I expected, a purify here or two. But seems like both teams are confident enough to, you know what? I want to either engage or disengage. Hence, only 2 spells are on the board. Maybe we saw Petrify, so 3 spells are on the board in this game. Retribution, Flicker, and the Petrify.
All right, I found it. Susu is fighting.
Aha,
Spider-Man is
there you
fighting. Yep. Thanks, Facepalm. Real good to have a native Thai speaker listening in on our conversations. Early rotations, it's purple start for... Actually, you know what? No, it's... Excuse me. How fast did Water get his buff? What rotation is this? That was really quick.
So orange straight to purple. So he neglected the green cam stop. And then now he rotates over towards the mid lane, not having the shadow kill just yet. So no real kill threat just yet, actually. Just to poke.
That's why. And I guess that's why now B-Boss is at 4, catching up to Water. Oh, nice collision here onto Lord, guys.
Ooh.
So far, gold lane, skill test, no clear winner there. XP lane, I'm impressed that Kangkang and Song Jinwoo aren't going at it hard. Because those 2 heroes actually don't mind fighting early on.
Yeah, you expected them to go raw early game indeed. The Sora and the Yuzong. But it seems like both teams would rather have healthy HPs, their spells intact as well. Now, this is where you want to see both the XP laners shine. B-Boss is on the turtle, initiating it, and BS is providing information. Here comes the Shield Unity, stunning BS down. That's a lot of damage, forcing Flicker. That's going to be B-Boss securing the turtle. Down goes BS as well. So they got the turtle and they got the kill.
Bacon Time did something very important there. Key to their victory in that first turtle fight. They delayed Lord Guys' level 4 take. Why did Lord Guys not focus on getting level 4? Tenacity are a step behind. Maybe half a step behind, but this led to them being down 500 gold, a turtle down, and a free kill going over to Bacon Time without any, mind you, Gani, without any battle spells spent from Exhort nor Miles.
Very, very intelligent approach indeed. Lord Guys again pop the Flicker mid lane. So that's information that Bacon Time is keeping tabs on. But yeah, so far, very controlled from Bacon Time. Even though they got the early advantage, they are not hasty with it.
And I don't think they should. Because again, their rotations are more meaningful, and Guns here. Wow, engages 2v1.
Wow, that's a lot of damage for an early Harith. BS goes down. I think the information was relayed that BS spent the Flicker earlier, and that's why the commitment from Guns.
Again, it's not even a matter of can Guns get there. It's a matter of when will Guns get there. He's been playing this hero 3 games straight, all series long. Lord Guys hasn't had the best timing in the game. At least he has the RWM. will hold it until the first turtle, rather the second turtle spawning in the lower quarter. And after they clear this, Kangkang can just run down. He can ride the wave.
And he is already rotating towards... Oh. You're right. He will instead cut first just to have an advantage. So Tenacity actually has committed more members already in the turtle, and that's why they are initiating it. That's going to be BS now on B-Boss. That's a stun. Signs popped. Guns with the Shaman Force popped on towards BS. That's a stun on towards the Hilda as well. A lot of damage. Again, forcing BS to pop the Flicker. That's going to be B-Boss finding the turtle. Uh-oh. And that's about it again. Another clean take from Bacon Time.
They zoned out water. And that was all off of the back of B-Boss just asserting himself, saying, nope, you go through me, you go through me. And there was very little flashy about that turtle take. He literally just said, no water, you're not going to get in retribution range. Try again. Kangkang didn't even need to force anything. No kills. There were no kills.
I guess the timing of the rotation from Tenacity's members are a little bit off there. Not able to allow or help Water to get the angle. Song Jinwoo taken very low. Almost a solo there top. But with that recall, the turret will be chunked here, will be poked. But the Hayabusa is already on it. So again, Bacon Time now with the Hayabusa showing top. They will commit on towards the bottom side of the map here. That's going to be the first turret taken down. And it's going to be Tenacity's. And Bacon Time, again, another advantage.
The map is shrinking. Tenacity will have less space to give Griffith the gold he needs. And let's call this half of the map just gone. It is just perfect for Bacon Time. Again, macro excellence here in this series so far. That turtle spawns in the upper quarter, and that's where they want to push next. So Tenacity has to put extra effort into winning this turtle, at least making Bacon Time work for it, so that it's not as convenient. Oh my god, Water!
He's half HP, and the Shadow, Quad Shadow has been committed as well. So that's a good sign for the side of Bacon Time to initiate on the turtle. In the mid lane, though, it will be shoved in, but, you know, nothing grand from the side of Tenacity. Now, I'm sure they should let this turtle go. I don't think they can contest, but let's see here. Bacon Time already, you know, potentially committed to a 5-man rotation with Yu Zong coming in from mid. That's the Black Dragon form invested already just to have a say in the territory. And that's going to be a clean, neutral objective take yet again. 3 on the board, 0 neutral for Tenacity. Now they look for an engage. That's the alt spent. Turret top will be taken down. All textbook so far.
I am sensing Water getting a little cold feet. You see how the range on his Quad Shadow isn't even within range of the Retribution. So it's like he wasn't even all in on trying to steal it. So this puts Bacon Time up almost at 2,000 gold since they did get the push up top. Bottom lane at least opens up for Griffith, but that can only last so long. After this first Lord, which looks like Bacon Time should be taking, the map will shrink further. I guess, I would guess this next Lord, if ever it does go to Bacon Time, takes down at least 1 or 2 inner lane turrets. So Tenacity are on a timer right now. Guns is shrinking and expediting the late game. Speaking of...
Ah, man, that's just pure damage from Guns. Alongside Exor, they take 2 down in the mid lane. And that turret in the mid will officially be taken down. All tier 1s from the side of Tenacity are eliminated. A slight compensation there, taking the turret top. But my goodness, Bacon Time. Just so direct in this game.
This might be their cleanest game, you might say, Gani. Across game 1 and 2, this is them fully warmed up. It was Guns who mentioned in the regular season, in one post-match interview, he said, oh, the team just keeps really losing game 1 because we take the time to warm up. We're just built like that. They seem to have fixed that in the break, dude. They seem to have lost that debuff going into the playoffs. They're just much cleaner now.
And especially if given a Harith, man, guns definitely can pop off. And now with the Lord up 2,000 gold, at least almost between them. How are they going to contest? Here comes the shadow from water. Real world relation now popped by Exord. B-Boss still secures it. Blazing Duet. Not enough damage just yet. BMI will be cut off by B-Boss. And that's going to be a kill from the side of Bacon Time, and Guns finds another. 2 members off the board in Bacon Time. They get the Lord.
They take everything away from Tenacity. Impressive how that happened, given that B-Boss was down a level. Yes, B-Boss was at 12, Water was at 13. He attempted the shadow kill retribution play, but it just was not enough. He was just way too out there, and I do not advise this. Water, 10 minutes in, no kills for his whole team, mind you, not just for him, his whole team, still builds a Sky Piercer. I think there were better ways to use a 1,500 gold.
Oh. I mean, on a Hayabusa, you want to assert dominance early. We didn't get to see that, and we're about to transition towards a late game here, folks. And here comes the first one, popping the Holy Shield in the bottom side of the map. Hayabusa is clearing top, split pushing, stun, real world revelation from Lord, guys. Song Jinwoo died regardless. Here comes the pressure that the Bacon Time has already taking down mid turret. Now Guns wants to clear with the Blazing Duet. EMI towards the back, still take down the turret here as all 10 members are still on the board for both teams. Oh, never mind. 1 got taken down, so 9 members still up. But it's just still 2 turrets off for Bacon Time.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Where are they going?
BS, nowhere to go. Tenacity now just only defends with 4. They can't end now unless the mid wave here is pushed correctly. Let's see, Bacon Time now looks for an angle. Tenacity gets all in! 2-man stun is enough. Water now taken off the board. Song Jinwoo trying to hold on, but the damage from the side of Bacon Time is definitely more than enough to take the Lucas, the Sora down. Here comes the Blazing Duet. Mid-wave shoves in, and Bacon Time, they have one thing in mind, is to take the main base down. And ladies and gentlemen, the series is over. Bacon Time will stay in the upper brackets. Meanwhile, Tenacity has to go down.
Never punished. Bacon Time take all their learnings from the regular season throughout the first games in this series and say, this is endable. Let's not waste any more time. They sweep Tenacity, continue through the brackets with 2 lives, and move on to the upper bracket finals. They are that much closer to getting to the wild card slot in MSC at EWC 2026.
And boy, oh boy, what a series for Bacon Time. The run it back approach in Game 3 really worked out well for them. And this will, leave some questions for ACT, their upcoming matchup. This Baksha Florin, how will they handle this sort of draft, right? It's going to be a very interesting semifinals match up top here. But Tenacity couldn't find an answer to Bacon Time's pressure, Leo.
I'd say it was less than pressure. It wasn't pressure. It was an imminent threat. It was literally the sword of Damascus just dangling over your head saying, I'm going to use this on you. You better do something to it. You better stop me. And they just continued to give Harith to Guns. ACT, hear me out. Don't give Guns Harith. That is the pro tip. But again, we don't know. What if they have something else in the back pocket? That's what's scary. That's what's scary. Bacon Time got away with getting to the upper bracket finals by one-tricking a Harith.
This is, again, beneficial, right? For the side of Bacon Time not having to show a lot of their cards just yet. And ACT, a lot to wonder tomorrow. But man, again, Harith after getting 11 kills on the first game was unstoppable. Now we will have an interview on, of course, the winners that advances through the upper bracket finals. Let's see.
ดีมากคังๆล่ะคะ
ก็เราเตรียมตัวมาดีมากครับ
เฮ้ยวันนี้คาดหวังนะอยู่กับ B1 B2 กล้วยหอมจอมซนอะมันต้องมีคำตอบที่แบบเฮ้ยขิงๆหน่อยแค่นี้เลยเหรอเตรียมตัวมาดีแค่นี้เลย
แค่นี้ครับ
อ๋อ
จริงๆผมคิดว่าทีมเราโหดที่สุดอยู่แล้ว
เพราะว่าพูดไปแล้วเนาะว่าเราจะเป็นแชมป์ซีซั่นหนึ่ง
ใช่ครับ
แล้วเป็นไงคะรอบที่แล้วเราชนะเขา 2-1 แต่วันนี้เรา 3-0 กดดันไหมมีความกดดันไหมหรือว่ายังไงบ้าง
ก็มีบ้างนิดหน่อยครับเกมแรกก็รู้สึกกดดันนิดหน่อยพอชนะได้ก็ปลดล็อกครับ
แล้วก็ยาวๆเลย
ใช่แล้วก็เล่นแบบชิวๆเลย
คังๆล่ะ
กดดันแค่เกมแรกครับ แล้วก็เกมต่อไปก็ไม่กดดันแล้วเพราะ
อ๋
ว่า
อ
สกอร์นำอยู่
จริงๆก็คือคำตอบเดียวกัน แค่เปลี่ยนคำพูดนิดหน่อยแล้วก็เป็นยังไงบ้างคะที่เราเนี่ยยังรักษาสายบนได้อยู่ต้องเข้าไปเจอกับ ACT ในวันพรุ่งนี้เขากำลังมาแรงเลยนะ มีความกังวลอะไรไหมแอบยิ้มมีความกังวลอะไรยังไงพูดหน่อยได้ไหม
ก็จะพยายามให้เต็มที่ครับพรุ่งนี้ครับผม
บีบอสล่ะ
ไม่มีความกังวลครับ ผมคิดว่าได้แชมป์อยู่แล้วครับ
เอาให้สุดเนาะไหนๆจะขิงแล้วก็เอาให้สุดโอเค3เกมนี้มันเกิดอะไรยังไงขึ้นคือไม่มีผิดพลาดเลย เราคิดว่าฟอร์มการเล่นของเราแตกต่างจากรอบ regular season ยังไง
ก็รอบเก็บคะแนนเราเก็บแผนไว้ค่อนข้างเยอะครับ ก็เลยทำให้ทำได้ดีในรอบเพลย์ออฟ
คังๆล่ะ
ก็โค้ดเตรียมคอมมาดีครับ
ยกความดีความชอบให้โค้ช
ชนะง่ายขึ้นครับ
ชนะง่ายขึ้นโอเค มีกดดันไหมวันนี้แฟนๆมาให้กำลังใจเราเยอะมากเลยเนาะวันนี้คือเขามารอเบคอนกันตั้งแต่แบบบ่าย3เราแบบกดดันไหมกลัวว่าจะทำให้แฟนๆผิดหวังไหมเขาคาดหวังในตัวเราอะไรอย่างงี้
ไม่กดดันครับ ผมคิดว่าผมชนะอยู่แล้ว แล้วก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาเชียร์วันนี้ด้วยนะครับ
โอเค
ถือว่าเป็นแรงใจให้ผมมากเลย
คังๆล่ะ
ก็ดีใจมากครับที่มีแฟนคลับมาเชียร์ขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับ ติดตามพวกผมต่อไปด้วยครับจะพยายามให้เต็มที่ครับ
อีกหนึ่งคำถามมีอะไรอยากบอกกับ ACT ไหมคะที่เราจะต้องเจอ
ก็เอาจริงผมไม่ได้กลัวเท่าไหร่หรอกครับ แล้วพรุ่งนี้ก็ใส่ไม้เต็มที่เลยครับ
ธาตุมืดก็แค่ธาตุมืดเนาะ
เตรียมโบนผมโซโล่คิวทุกคนครับ
โอเคค่ะ เดี๋ยวยังไงตอนนี้นะคะให้น้องๆไปพักกันก่อนนะคะ ขอบคุณมากเลยเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you so much, Miniman. Of course, congratulations to Bacon Time. They were able to clinch a clean sweep. And now, Leo, you don't speak Thai, but you always know the translation of an interview, of that interview, or the previous interview. So, what were they saying, Leo? What were they saying?
I've already asked, and it will come. We will explain, but I'm pretty sure Minimint had to whip up questions on the fly because who'd have thought that you would get 3 games, Harith, 3 games straight MVP. That's your man, Guns.
That's Guns right there. That's Guns again. A similar, I guess, approach or similar style of game 1 where he did not die and is able to deliver most of the damage within his team. And again, with the flower bloom from the side of Florin, it allows him to just deal more damage and also survivability and as well as, kill threats.
Okay, I got the translation briefly. Again, thanks to Facepalm for this. Kapkun Krab, brother. Minimit asked, in the regular season, you beat them 2-1. This match, you 3-0'd them. Was there any pressure going into it? B-Boss says a little bit in game 1. And then he said that game win was what we needed to get momentum. Miniman also asked, how is the team's performance different from the regular season? B-Boss says, we saved up a lot of strats for the playoffs. We still have more plans up our sleeves, which is again what I'm scared for if ever the Harris wasn't there. So Kangkang adds, all props to the coaches, they prepared us well. And to close off, Minimint asked, you have any words for ACT tomorrow? B-Boss says, prepare to get soloed by me. And Kangkang says, just to reel it back a little bit, we'll do our best.
Oh my goodness. I love the confidence there from B-Boss. But yeah, again, I expected the Harith man to come through at least for game 3. Just to, maybe have a sniff on what type of hero that Guns, of course there are others, but like at least to force another approach from the side of Bacon side. What we did not get to see that, which will not help ACT tomorrow here. But yes, you can see here it's 11 minutes of game time, and yes, you're seeing it right, 0 kills on the board for Tenacity.
The cleanest game that Bacon Time has played possibly in the whole season. Don't quote me on that. You can look back at the records. But again, under 12 minutes, not a single kill, just 2 turrets, no turtles. It's close to damn perfect. I'll tell you that much, Gani. This was close to perfect. And Smiles was our best wingman, 10 assists. He sweat less in this game than in game 1. On the floor.
Smiles, Spider Miles definitely showed up again. And yeah, game 1, game 3, he rocked the floor in, and again, based on their interview, they have other cards that they haven't shown. So maybe other heroes from Spider Miles here for playoffs. You can definitely expect that sort of approach, Leo.
I think it's more than just Miles. Even the whole Kangkang Benedetta situation that was forced to ban on. Again, the elephant in the room, Guns. And B-Boss. That's criminal. To allow Baxia through, that's criminal. So ACT tomorrow definitely should watch out. ACT should cover their bases, cross their T's, dot their I's, and then that should, give us a better match.
Definitely, it was. Hopefully, we get to see that. But boy, the 4 matches that we get to see today, Leo, it was impressive. We gotta say goodbye, though, still to Solix, right, earlier on. And so unfortunate that we didn't get to see other matches as good as that as well. We get to see a 3-1, but we get to see a sweep as well today. So we got everything, a little bit of everything. There's more to it because it's just day 1 of playoff MSL first ever.
And there'll be more tomorrow.
There will
and the
be
day after
more
that.
Tomorrow. And the day after that. So this is us, Gani and Leo, signing off. Thank you so much, guys. This is just the day 1 of MSL playoffs. See you tomorrow for more MLBB action of MSL playoffs. Let's see.
ขอบคุณครับ
การแก้เกมแก้ดาบกันยาวขึ้นทำให้ทีมที่เก่งกว่าหรือว่าเตรียมความพร้อมมาได้ดีกว่าจะสามารถชนะได้มีโอกาสชนะมากกว่า
โอเคเลยค่ะ แล้วรอบที่แล้วเนี่ยเทนาแพ้เบคอนไป 2-1 แต่ว่าในวันนี้ก็คือ 3-0 เลยแบบม้วนเดียวจบเลยจริงๆสำหรับเบคอนในวันนี้โค้ชคิดว่ามีจุดไหนไหมคะเพิ่มเติมที่ต้องการทำบ้าน
ก็ต้องกลับไปทำกันบ้านทางการดราฟแล้วก็คุยกับผู้เล่นเรื่องคุมสภาพจิตใจอารมณ์ระหว่างเล่นนะครับ
ก็ประมาณนี้นะคะในความคิดของโค้ชยิดไดเดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อกลับไปให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ ซีซั่น1ในรอบ Playoff นะคะ ในวันแรกของเรานะคะพี่ปาง
ใช่แล้วค่ะ ตอนนี้เราก็ได้ 4 ทีมแล้วนะคะ ที่ผ่านเข้าสู่รอบต่อไปแล้วก็เจอกันแน่นอนในวันพรุ่งนี้ ได้แก่ทีมเทนซิตี้
ใช่แล้ว
นะคะแล้วก็เบคอนไทม์นะคะ ACT Esport Cup แล้วก็ทีมสุดท้ายก็คือ KOG นั่นเองค่ะ
ยังมีการแข่งขันอีก 2 วันนะคะอย่าลืมนะคะสำหรับคนไหนนะคะที่อยากมาดูการแข่งขันนะคะสามารถเดินทางมาได้เลยนะคะที่ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวชั้น 5 ค่ะสามารถ walk in เข้ามาได้เลยนะคะ
ใช่ค่ะแล้วก็อย่าลืมนะคะว่าด้านหน้าเนี่ยยังมีบูธกิจกรรมนะคะให้ร่วมเข้าเล่นต่างๆเยอะแยะมากมายเขียนเป็นการ์ดกำลังใจ
เชียร์ทีมไหน
ใช่แล้วก็ยังมีกิจกรรม 5v5 นะคะบริเวณด้านหน้าที่มีของแจกใช่เยอะแยะมากมายจับคู่กันมาก็ได้หรือจะมาเดี่ยวก็ได้
หาเพื่อนหน้างานหาเพื่อนหน้างานได้
ใช่แล้วนะคะแล้วก็
อีกแค่ 2 วันเท่านั้นเราก็จะได้รู้แล้วว่าทีมไหนนะคะจะได้เป็นแชมป์ของรายการ MSL Thailand ซีซั่น1ค่ะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะแต่ว่าก่อนอื่นเลยนะคะมันจะขอบคุณแค่พวกเราแล้วก็คนดูไม่ได้ต้องขอบคุณพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3ท่านด้วยมีใครบ้างนะคะ
มีพี่เบิร์ดไฟสตาร์นะคะพี่ดรมาร์คและพี่วาว่านั่นเองค่ะ
นะคะต้องขอบคุณพี่ทั้ง3คนด้วยค่ะและที่สำคัญเลย
ที่สำคัญเลยค่ะไม่ได้นะคะขอขอบคุณผู้ชมทุกท่านเลยนะคะทั้งที่เดินทางมาที่หน้างานนะคะแล้วก็ออนไลน์ในทุกช่องทางเลยค่ะที่มาดูการแข่งขันนะคะ MSL Thailand ซีซั่น1ของเราเนี่ยตลอดทั้งวันเลย
ใช่ค่ะก็เจอกันได้ใหม่
ในวันพรุ่งนี้ค่ะใช่แล้วค่ะ
อันนี้
วันนี้นะคะมินิมินและ
ไอเบบี้มาปางนะคะต้องขอตัวลาไปก่อนแล้วเจอกันใหม่ในวันพรุ่งนี้สำหรับวันนี้
สวัสดีค่ะ